Chapter 2551 Madness. 2. The quintessential Thanatos embodiment Thanatos Haven Lich Arazon has spurred a mutation in the center of the quintessential absolute Thanatos dynamis of extremity. Thanatos Haven Lich Arazon is circulating the core concept of his existence across the quintessential absolute Thanatos dynamis of extremity, giving birth to the Thanatos vessel of life and death that culminates all of his achievements. The feature of quintessential Thanatos embodiment has independently undergone quintessential advancement. Many more possibilities and tools are now accessible in the hands of the Thanatos Haven Lich Arazon. The prompts cascaded one after another before Noah's eyes as he smiled. And he could only smile as this was something he had caught glimpses of. Now, he wanted to see just how stupendous it could grow to be. Apach. This was the name he proclaimed for himself when he was born, a name that meant death, disaster, and destruction. And in the region he was currently in, there was a dense amount of death and destruction. Within this atmosphere and the enemy lifeforms rising beside the true Emperor of Quintessence, Apach could feel the chains of the unreachable 17th boundary layer of destruction loosening. It told him that so long as he destroyed everything here, there was a chance, and this was a chance he wouldn't miss. He gazed at the massive form of a draconic elephantine ender and 3 apex psionic lifeforms that were bright in their own right, one of them being among those he had half-heartedly chased earlier as he saw they would lead him to a grander path. A meeting of the moment this apex war unfolded in the visage of the true Emperor of Quintessence. Now, they stood before him against him as they made grand moves. Now he would make his own grand move and show them how far out of their depths they were. That the one to face him had yet to step up, that when he merely moved toward them, they would be forced to move back. He took a step forward, and, hung, amidst the destruction, a terrifying authority of nothingness shot forth from him like an expanding bubble. It was none other than vacuous hyperversal authority. The moment it erupted from him, the 4 beings standing before his path had their gazes change as their bodies glimmered with defensive brilliance and forcefully moved back, and how could they not? Their very souls screamed danger from being enveloped by the authority outside of space, time, and reality itself. Fight! His voice rose out across the battlefield for the first time as it thundered with brilliance. Fight! Was he telling the battalions of the apex psionic elders behind him this? He took another step, and the area of effect of the vacuous hyperversal authority became ever grander and vaster as the 4 beings standing before him were pushed further back. The visage of Aurelia had an enraged and distasteful expression while Hyperion and the others were somber. Fight! Apach called out again, this time with even more ferocity as he took a large stride forward. The enemies before him were pushed back past a certain dazzling multicolored throne and the figures of the self-proclaimed first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven, as well as the undead entity he had called out. They were the only ones that didn't move a single step backwards as Apach's eyes shone with brilliance. His current armaments burned into crimson flames as the authority of destruction transformed into a heavy armor that covered all parts of his body apart from his head. His hair now burned crimson and black as his eyes shone like burning suns. The immense aura of destruction burned brightly around him as with the periphery of the vacuous hyperversal authority about to spill into the armies of the true Emperor of Quintessence. He called out for the 3rd time, fight! Before his word even ended, the visage of Alexander King raised his skull staff and pointed out, and from it, a similar eruption of nothingness erupted in a grand show of glory. It was another being who could use vacuous hyperversal authority, or at least had access to it, as Apach could tell its form was a bit different. A circular domain of nothingness tinged with destruction barreled down as another domain of nothingness tinged with brilliance erupted out to stop it. A shocking clash erupting out as reality began to break down. BZZZT, the domains didn't even touch. Just nearing each other caused the erasure of reality between them as this junction of space seemed like a massive fissure erupted, the crimson silver skies above being parted and seething out while the earth below that had begun to be covered by the verdant obsidian mist of death did the same. It felt like the battlefield was divided into 2 halves at such a moment as the masses of apex ionic lifeforms stood up with their mouths snapping open. They couldn't sit still for this. They couldn't not focus and observe this grandeur. Vacuous hyperversal authority, the priestess Persephone uttered out in a far corner away from the battlefield as she wasn't the only one. Many eyes watched the clash of vacuous hyperversal authority unleashed by 2 beings as how frequently seen was such an authority, how important were the personages that held it. A clash of this authority alone divided the battlefield in half as 2 central forces that shone like burning suns gazed at each other. The terrifying first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven adorned in his bone armaments spoke out with majesty, fight, you say. But this will not be a fight. This will only be a trampling. WAA, the voice was filled with confidence as why was this? The enemy was powerful. The apex elders were veterans of the battlefield with a myriad of dynamies of extremity under their banner. So what gave the forces of the true Emperor of Quintessence so much confidence? Shirring, on the side of the true Emperor of Quintessence calmly sitting on his throne, 7 points in space had long since ruptured into massive obsidian portals as at this point, blazing auras in titanic forms began to step out, and before anyone else could make a move, a raspy voice that had its own portals formed cackled as its voice sought to dominate the battlefield. Death, WAA, there shall only be death. The voice was raspy as the Haven Lich Arazon moved. A lich controlled a myriad of things to do with death, but did this only mean summoning legions of undead? The answer was a resounding no. Death came in many forms, and the Thanatos Haven Lich Arazon sought to show these uncultured beings just how many forms death could take as his staff began to wave amidst the clash of the vacuous hyperversal authorities, his voice ringing out multiple times over: Haven curse of corruption, unrecorded plague of the end, aura of fear, sea of agony, one after another. Utterly debilitating abilities bloomed as a billowing smoke of death began to surge out like waves as at this moment, the two buzzing domains of the vacuous hyperversal authorities were cancelled out as the waves of death thundered down upon the masses like an endless sea. Chapter 2552 Madness 3. The shocking scenes of the Apex battlefield flowed like films on an illusory screen as multiple areas were focused on and seen with utmost clarity. The clashing of dynamies of extremity and boundaries felt as if the watchers were right there in the midst of the battle, the illusory screen showing the scene of the clash between the vacuous hyperversal authority of Opich and Alexander had taken center point, while the Haven Lich Arazon who had begun to release waves of deathly authority over the whole battlefield took another major focus on his own screen. As for those watching, the battle has begun for a little while now. Can you see what the outcome would be? The voice of an aged hyperversal extremity thundered out. He was adorned in a light red and white robe that held the burning symbol of infinity behind it, a horn rising on his forehead that looked quite similar to the one of the woman sitting before him. Around the illusory screens they were viewing, a blazing flame seethed as molten mountains and burning suns were spread out all around, all of them pulsing with tremendous authority of heat that was directed and focused on the single figure of Iam's main body. She was adorned in a light white gown as her expression was hardened, tremendous heat flowing over her skin as multiple boundaries were forcefully being cycled through her body to try and achieve nothing else other than the convergence of enough boundaries to form an absolute seat of extremity. Her grandfather stood behind her as with the aid of a being like him who held too many absolute dynamies of extremity. It was only an inevitability. What she was doing now was the same as many other powerful scions sending their ionic soul clones to observe the changes of the extremity vein of dissolution, to watch the apex war unfolding while their main bodies accepted the support of their clan or inheritance to undergo a thorough advancement in power. At this moment, Iam's grandfather had asked her the very hard question of whether she could already see the outcome of this battle. Sensing a bit of hesitation from her, a hyperversal extremity with a brooding aura that burned vigorously among any Tier 3 hyperversal extremities laughed and spoke lightly. Little Iam, do not let the veiled records of a single being break your confidence. You can see the strands of all reality and read them through the ionic annals of extremity. So now I want you to provide me with a thorough analysis of the battle. Of all the pieces involved, WAA, the words roused Iam out of her stupor as she nodded. She could read and see many things about reality as after gazing at the many moving pieces, she began. In any battle with apex ionic lifeforms, victory is truly decided by the strongest commander leading a side. So long as their boundary layers are higher, their closer ties to extremity will ensure that they oppress the enemy commander, as their authority will also spill over to their soldiers. In this case, this Apex War's winner should be Opich, as he holds multiple boundaries at the 16th layer, holds vacuous hyperversal authority, and very likely had his own absolute seat extremity forged. Iam spoke calmly as she felt her grandfather smile behind her, and she continued, but this Apex War is different. The enemy Opich and the forces backing him are facing. My eyes tell me that he shouldn't have exceeded the 13th boundary layer. And yet, the commander wields an absolute dynamies of extremity and vacuous hyperversal authority as well, and multiple people on his side also wield absolute dynamies of extremity. This acts to balance the scales somewhat, but then there comes the effectiveness and uniqueness of one absolute dynamies of extremity that was shown on the side of the true Emperor of Quintessence. Her words came out rapidly as her grandfather's deep voice rang out behind her. Nice catch. Yes. From the records he did not hide, he termed it the Thanatos absolute dynamies of extremity. This is likely not a normal absolute dynamies of extremity, but one that has the convergence of at least 20 concepts. Something that only pristinely talented apex ionic lifeforms who have achieved the 17th layer and are on the cusp of extremity can ever fathom to achieve, something that you can more easily do as a Tier 2 hyperversal extremity. As the two of them spoke, their eyes came to focus on the visage of Alexander King and the Haven Lich Arazon, as well as the 7 cracks in the skies that showed off another eruption of this Thanatos absolute dynamis of extremity was about to unfold. Now, the outcome of the battle has become centered on the pieces connected to this unique absolute dynamis of extremity. I could barely grasp the recorded history of the first commander to be Alexander King, as the entity he called out should be known as a Haven Lich. Their abilities will cause the favor of this war to tip towards them if Opich and the truly powerful Elder Apex Ionic lifeforms do not stop their abilities from spreading. As she spoke, they observed the dense authority of death cast by the Haven Lich to descend on a wide area. It washed over the visage of Opich and then spread onto the 200 Avernus clan elders, going even further to also land on the 300 Singularity Overseer elders as their bodies lit up with their own defensive authorities to resist it. When reading the deathly authority with the Ionic Annals of Extremity, Iam's eyes felt troubled as she continued. The authority is concentrated as plagues and curses that lower and restrict the authority of their targets. This Haven Lich should have spent a lot of its soul values to cast such wide-ranging debuff abilities, and yet, K.A., they heard the cackling laugh through the screen as this Lich continued to wave its staff badly, illusory totems cackling just like it, erupting out by the hundreds as they went to settle above the heads of anyone who couldn't resist the authority of the absolute dynamis of extremity it held. The wills and souls of the affected Avernus and Singularity Overseer elders then faced constant mental attack abilities imposing feelings of inferiority and madness. Their eyes becoming somber as they released their own authority to be rid of this negative effect, their essence flowed slower as they faced horrific deathly plaques and curses, and the activation of their abilities could at times fizzle and not unfold. The authorities the Haven Lich is releasing are working to lower the capabilities of their enemy forces, while there are also the Prince Tier and King Tier Thanatos vassals I saw before making their moves. As she spoke, I am focused on another screen that showed the Void Dracolic releasing a poison breath towards the Apex Astral Leviathans carrying Elder Apex Ionic lifeforms, the Chaos Nightwalker motioning with his hands as massive glacial sword formed in the skies and also rained down death. Meanwhile, the legions of Prince Tier Thanatos vassal moved like undead waves of a sea as they tried to drown much more powerful Elder lifeforms by simply overpowering them with numbers. Yes. Her grandfather nodded behind her as he accepted her analysis. So far, the ability to control the battlefield is extremely crucial, and so far, the side of the true Emperor of Quintessence has taken the reins of control, even if the other side has more powerful lifeforms. And since they didn't stop another capability of this distinctive Thanatos dynamis of extremity being expressed, as he spoke, he centered on the 7 points of light that came to be after Alexander King called out, Thonian sinners of Thanatos. From the cracks in space, heavy auras of entities slightly exceeding the power of common grand elders erupted out as a mere glance of their bodies showed grotesque-looking lifeforms of massive size rush out with mad intent for battle. It caused everything to seem utterly chaotic as their appearance made the whole battlefield descend into even more chaos and madness. This wasn't to mention that behind the Haven Lich Arazon, portals multiplied and bloomed as legions of Prince Tier Thanatos vassals began to surge out like endless tides. The authority of death and destruction. Is a distinctive one as something at this magnitude has only been exhibited by the hyperversal extremity of necromancy in the Haven of Penumbra. To have a Rising Junior express its authority like this already, Chapter 2553 Madness. For a Rising Junior expressing the authority of death so proficiently, the eyes of Iam's grandfather shone brightly as hyperversal extremity authority continued to flow from him and into Iam. Continue, he beckoned for Iam to continue her analysis as she focused whole gazing at the constantly changing battlefield. The different forces have fractured into their own battles, and now it seems more casualties are about to appear. This result brought about by the wide-ranging debuff abilities of the Haven Lich and the soldiers of the true Emperor of Quintessence not letting opportunity go to waste. As she spoke, her eyes came to focus on a screen that showed Commander Vladik and his Noblesse Apex Ionic lifeforms surrounded by cackling illusory skulls as they rotated their dynamis of extremity to hold back its effects, their figures trying to stay close to the legions of Singularity Overseers with their Apex Astral Leviathans as at this time, an Apex Ionic Noblesse erupted with power to prevent the deathly authorities of the Haven Lich from reaching him. He breathed heavily as the moment he thought he could catch his breath. Crunch, a cerulean blue light flashed. Over 1,000 Apex Ionic damage values flashed as a viscous blue slimy light instantly chomped onto half of his whole body. His aspects of existence buzzing and experiencing a disconnect as in shock, His soul was destroyed right after, half of his body was missing as on the side, a blue slime chewed with a giddy light. The lifeless body began to fall from the skies at this time when a moment later, the verdant black mist of death that had spread across the battlefield wrapped around it. The authority that Alexander King had released, it seemed to be ever present on the battlefield as from the dead body of the noblesse, deathly energies erupted out as a roar followed next, the skeletal form of another void Dracolic rising from it as a third King Tyr Thanatos vassal was born, on the side, Commander Vladik. And others were ashen as before they could even react. "Raa!" A cry boomed out beside them as a lustrous golden penguin used its flippers to swing a golden great axe down. "Death, and more death," Iam spoke as she looked at the scenes before her. "The more time passes and the more deaths that occur, the more favorable this war becomes for Osmont. Even if they are more powerful, they will get drowned by the legions of undead that hold no fear of death, and these massive creatures I could only find records of ascenders who seem to not fear death either. Currently, the ball is in Apach's court if he wishes to reverse the dominance of his enemy before it is too late. The answer to this lies in him using his edge as someone who had achieved the 16th boundary layer. If he doesn't know," Iam's words came to a halt. They focused on the screen showing Apach as he gazed at the unfolding battle with a smile, and he then spoke. "The more death and destruction there is, the more powerful I am too, you know." He spoke while bringing his right hand before his chest as if he wanted to grasp his beating heart, his eyes closing as he uttered out, "Domain expansion, interminable destruction." Thump. A beat of a heart was heard, and the whole battlefield changed, in a matter of an instant. The vast apex battlefield and even close to the edges of it where the wills of watching existences were hidden an astonishing domain was laid down, it covered everything in an instant. Domain expansion, Iam uttered with a somber expression as Apach had finally made a genuine move, something achievable commonly at the 17th boundary layer, but some concepts can attain it earlier if they are unique enough. It allows one to add the might of a dynamis of extremity onto an existing boundary concept and expand it to an alarming degree, granting a domain of absolute control where one can instantly display their power across it. Even the surrounding reality will bend and conform to the truth of the imposed dynamis in concept. As she spoke, the scene before them greatly changed as massive crimson pillars of flames manifested across the apex battlefield a moment after the interminable destruction domain was expanded. Interminable. This was the absolute dynamis of extremity that Apach grasped. And destruction was his core concept as his domain expansion was interminable destruction, endless destruction, so long as one was within it. Boom. The dense appearing crimson pillars of flames pulsed as they released hellish torrential storms of destruction that washed over the Prince Tyr Thanatos vassals, their skeletal structure facing over 1,000 apex damage values as their bones cracked and melted under the banner of destruction. Roar. The two void Dracolic bellowed out as a dozen crimson pillars of destruction appeared around each of them, the torrential waves of power they released ripping apart their wings as it seemed soon enough they would face destruction, and the 300 enders as well as the 200 battalion of apexionic lifeforms adorned in golden armament that truly seemed like quasi-extremity relics faced their first setbacks as their bodies were forced to go on the defensive for the first time. Golden grandeur pulsed from them as a vast majority were knocked back, their barriers destroyed as their vitality values took a hit. And this was only the first wave of torrential flames of destruction from the domain expansion, interminable destruction. When the next one came, Apach has finally made a correct move and placed his enemies in a predicament if Alexander King or his summon Haven Lich do not pull out something to dash. Her eyes opened wide, amidst the burning pillars of destruction and wide-range torrential flames of a not yet fully established domain, the cackling of the Haven Lich could be heard. "Did I not say there would only be death?" Bzzzt, his aura soared, the flaming bone crown atop him spun fervently as he commandeered his masters. Quintessential undead rise? From the ashes of bones of the dead Prince Tyr Thanatos vassals and King Tyr Thanatos vassals, the lush black light expanded in concentration as what was destroyed reformed again, and this time, the deathly energies were doubled as instead of a single Thanatos vassal rising, 2 could be seen from a single spot, 2 reforming void Dracolic became 4. Over 10,000 more Prince Tyr Thanatos vassals last appeared as the battlefield became even more chaotic. At the same time, 7 massive points of light emerged and made their presence known. One was a particularly frightening one as well, shaped like a circular plane of existence, an entity whose body was made up of pulsing crimson black meat vibrating with tendrils of the absolute Thanatos dynamis of extremity moved. Its circular meaty visage held no eyes, with one seeing a single structure forming from one end to another as it was a mouth. On its backside, a burning symbol reading, gluttony, could be seen as it radiated terror. the mouth on the front side suddenly opened in a devilish grin to reveal horribly sharp teeth and an endless abyss. This single summon creature out of 7 new ones beginning to inhale as shockingly. The crimson flaming pillars nearby began to be sucked towards its abyssal jaws endlessly. The battle was constantly changing. I am and many others watched it and analyzed every move made as just when it seemed the dominance of the battle would shift from one side to another, magnificent changes bloomed. But there were still the injured forces of the true Emperor of Quintessence that may very well start seeing some deaths due to the interminable destruction domain laid out by Opachin the next moment when it released another one of its torrential waves of destruction. At such a moment, a being stood up from the backside of a draconian phoenix as a white coat billowed gloriously in the wind. His voice was barely discerned amidst the chaotic war, but it buzzed out nonetheless, all aspect hyperversal heal. A lush blue light of life and grandeur emerged amidst all the death, and the troops of the true Emperor of Quintessence were enveloped by such a thick aura of life that some weaker apex ionic lifeforms were blinded. Chapter 2554 Demon. What was his purpose? When the blue planet was undergoing an apocalypse, Dr. Hall thought it was to rescue lives. When he came in contact with the true Emperor of Quintessence, he once more sought his purpose. He didn't know if he truly found it yet, but something would always remain true. He was a doctor, and he saved lives. Thump, he felt his beating heart churning essence like an engine. His boundaries and a dynamis of extremity coursed through him, all aspect hyperversal heal. His voice was light, yet its grandeur and what it called forth was instantly applied to all beings deemed as allies. Wondrous prompts rising up before him. All allies have restored 100% in all aspects, not just vitality values, but even soul values were recovered along with any deficient aspects. But it went further than that. 300% of the maximum vitality values of the target will also be generated as reserve vitality values for the next hour. Brilliance unfolded before his eyes, but this wasn't it. This wasn't enough for what his very soul knew was the true nature of all things. So he continued, hyperversal grace of Anarius, his soul values depleted greatly. Brilliant verdant light now unfolded and bathed over the masses as the domain expansion of Opach became ever solidified, and, under the grace of Anarius, the attachment of death reversal has been applied to all allies once for the next hour. When death reversal is triggered, the emptied vitality values will be returned to the maximum as 500% of the maximum vitality values will also be added as reserve. Vitality values, with all aspects of the target experiencing a 200% rise for 10 seconds after death reversal. Yes, this was the route he sought, even though it was nowhere near complete. His research in essentiology, biochemistry, pharmacology, and many more concepts had brought him here, but he knew he could go further. His piercing eyes watched as the hyperversal grace of Anarius settled above the heads of himself and all allies as illusory flaming green wings of light, the aura of overabundance of life force waving out as it seemed to trigger the existence who had laid out a terrifying domain. He gazed at the visage of Alexander King pulsing with grandeur as well as the Haven Lich cackling beside him as he bellowed out, "Just as you can the legions behind me, I can also target those you hold dear." WAA, his eyes pulsed with destruction as waves of power unfurled. Dance of destruction, BZZT, the hundreds of crimson pillars of destruction across the expanded domain blazed and expanded. They then began to move across space like stanchions of destruction, a few dozen being devoured by the Thonian sinner of Thanatos labeled as gluttony, but the rest of them danced wildly as they released torrential waves of power with thousands of apex damage values. They ignored the Avernus and Singularity Overseer elders along with the noblesse as the lyrics would surely reap the lives of the people of the true Emperor of Quintessence, finally having some beings die on his side as the dominance of the battle would tilt yet again, or so it should have been. The torrential waves of destruction swept through the forces of the true Emperor of Quintessence as the might of an existence who had reached the 16th boundary layer was shown. He delivered in excess of 8,000 apex damage values not to a single target, but to hundreds of targets simultaneously. Such a move was enough to wipe out hundreds of common grand elders of an inheritance as the result, was not the mass demise and destruction they expected, the illusory verdant flaming wings. Above the heads of the Endids and beings adorned in golden armaments flashed, a cry of phoenix erupted out as pillars of verdant flames rose from their bodies, their life forces just as exuberant as ever. The interminable destruction domain settled back with its crimson pillars becoming stationary again, but all were shocked to see absolutely no damage or deaths done to the other side, and instead, they seemed more organized than ever as at this moment, a light of destiny erupted out, as if it was saying that it was time. Gather, the cry of the Son of Destiny erupted out. Henry Osmond called out as a myriad of vassals adorned in quintessential loot seekers' regalia set came behind him. Their bodies still surrounded by flaming verdant pillars of light as the boosts of the hyperversal grace of Venarius settled in since death reversal was triggered. They were currently at their most powerful as their stats had gained a 200% boost for the next few seconds due to the grace of Venarius. And the Son of Destiny called for them to gather and use this moment to the fullest. Others lined up behind Aurelia, Orion, Caesar, and many Lernaeans came to group behind Maximilian. Each of them were connected to thin strings of destiny that placed them where they needed to be, as while their bodies shone with auras of intense life and grandeur. Henry's voice rang out again. Be ready to initiate the last set effects when prompted. The last set effect, the quintessential loot seekers. Regalia set had many boons, with the boon for adorning all 6 equipments still being born on the last day after Aurelia augmented all of them. They could now use it freely as it was just as restrictive as it was mighty. When 6 set items are equipped, any enemy killed grants 1000 quintessential loot experience points that can be utilized towards the progression of boundaries up to the 13th boundary layer. A quintessential banner of loot will also form above you as it adds 750 quintessential hyperversal loot damage values to all attacks and abilities you release. Once every minute, you can release the Rage of Loot Seeker's Smite that thunders out as an area of effect ability capable of dealing 2000 quintessential hyperversal loot damage values, with any targeted enemies perishing from it having a 50% chance to trigger the explosion of loot effect. Chapter 2555 Demon 2. The eyes of the Son of Destiny flashed. He saw the terrifying Avernus and Singularity Overseer elders, as well as the few Apexionic noblesse struggling to survive amidst this battle, and his body glimmered with brilliance as he sent commands with destiny. His great axe thundered down as behind him, Kazuhiko, Athena, Owen, Ophelia, and many others swung their great axes down at the same time. They triggered the Rage of the Loot Seeker's Smite as above them. The sound of thunder echoed as tendrils of golden lightning formed like a churning sea. They threw it out simultaneously. A single smite should have held a few thousand quintessential hyperversal loot damage values, and yet tens of them formed together all once as it seemed like a golden storm formed from above that pulsed with tens of thousands of damage values. And it rained down on the Apexionic lifeforms on the other side of the battlefield like a butcher's knife. The Apexionic lifeforms felt a level of unprecedented danger as before any could react. The golden thundering smite struck down in one region and carved a path as shockingly, blood and gore erupted out. The Rage of Loot Seeker's Smite carved out a path of mass death as for the first time. The massive apex astral leviathans and the Singularity Overseer elders standing atop them faced casualties, over 15 perishing at this moment, on the side of the Avernus clan elders, for were in the proximity of this region as they were drowned in the tens of thousands of damage values raining down simultaneously. But this wasn't all. Just as quickly as the first one had formed and thundered out, RIR, the thundering cry of another cluster of smites appeared as after the group led by Henry utilized the group led by Aurelia swung down their axes in sequence as well, before the battlefield could even absorb what had happened. Gather. Domains of boundaries were shredded under the tendrils of quintessential hyperversal loot damage values, the group led by Orion following Aurelia as one after another, clusters of heavy damage values cleaved across the battlefield in a shocking turn of events. Barely a few lives were reaped after the legions of reverend emperors fell to the cleaving of destiny early on, with very few Apexionic lifeforms perishing. And yet now dozens began to perish as death and destruction ran rampant, and amidst all of this death, Kaka, the cackling of a Haven Lich could be heard as the dismembered bodies of Apex Astral Leviathans, Singularity Overseer elders, and the few perishing Avernus clan elders floated in space while the verdant obsidian smoke of Thanatos filled them. At the same time, the visage of Alexander King began to move as he stared at the figure of Opich, whose eyes currently burned with destructive light of surprise at the clusters of heavy damage values being released by the forces of his enemy. Domain expansion. His voice was cold and filled with dominance as he moved to enact what he had read in the unrecorded histories not too long ago. What is a mere domain expansion under the light of loot? A light of clear gold light erupted from him as it was vastly different from the verdant obsidian light of death he had been releasing this whole time. It was another absolute dynamis of extremity. Clamor seethed in the faraway regions of those watching as in disbelief. They saw this first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven erupt out with yet another absolute dynamis of extremity. Was it so easy to forge these pristine authorities now? Could anyone just sit and do it as they wished? Their cries weren't answered as instead, the heavy voice of Alexander King thundered out, hyperversal plundering. A clear gold light erupted out as it carried the character of another absolute dynamis of extremity. No one knew this dynamis very well as its light was no less powerful than the Thanatos quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. being one of the last few things he forged before the Apex War began. It was the Lotra quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity, Lotra, a single word, and yet it represented plundering, loot, or the most precious spoils. One of its features was hyperversal plundering, an ability that allowed Noah to plunder anything the authority of Lotra covered, whether that be a person, reality, or concept. He could even loot the recorded histories of defeated enemies whose lives were under his hands, and what he plundered could be turned into hyperversal Lotra caches filled with the most pristine loot. Or it could be made his. What he plundered could be made his. At this moment, he designated the domain expansion interminable destruction as the target of hyperversal plundering. The light of gold bathed everything as the skies that rained down golden tendrils of smites from his vassals became tainted entirely gold. And from above, an illusory golden hand whose skin seemed to be made of bejeweled crystal and light manifested, a golden hand whose fingers that were outstretched began to close and come together at this moment as if it was plucking something from the earth, and the crimson light released by Apach's domain expansion began to be twisted. The myriad of crimson pillars of light instantly lost their grandeur as if they had been plucked from the space they were anchored in. The authority of the interminable absolute dynamis of extremity wrapping around this domain, not being able to stop the authority of the Lotra quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity as the results of hyperversal plundering, were fully carried out. The manifested domain expansion interminable destruction has been plundered. The concepts and pathway to form the interminable absolute seed of extremity have been recorded. The authority of domain expansion has been recorded. An astonishing result was obtained. Boundless waves of information coursed within Noah's mind in an instant as on the apex battlefield. The visage of Apach with eyes changing from astonishment to shock could be seen. The displayed domain expansion he had called out entirely disappeared under the actions of a single being as Apach's head was raised towards the skies, watching as a golden hand disappeared into oblivion just as quickly as it had come, and then, he and many others heard two words that caused their minds to buzz in disbelief. The words came from the appearance of Alexander King, whose left hand came to land on his chest as he felt the beat of his heart. The heart, it turned out to be the instigator of this wondrous capability, as at this moment, words that shouldn't come out of his mouth echoed and resounded out across the battlefield. Domain expansion. Chapter 2556 Demon 3. Domain expansion, when sufficient strides have been taken towards extremity, the resonance of one's soul with advanced boundary layers gives way to the expansion of the domains of boundaries and dynamis to an unfathomable level. For the cost of 80% of your current soul values coursing through and putting a strain on your heart as the domain engine, the domain of a dynamis can be further expanded by adding the definition of a concept to it, or vice versa. It is a closer interplay between concepts and dynamis as one gets closer to extremity, with the resulting domain allowing your will to be expressed anywhere within it instantly for 1 minute. The expanded domain allows you to use all skills and abilities of the chosen dynamis in concept of extremity at no cost of soul values or any other resources. With your will remaining anchored onto the expanded domain to the extent that so long as it is not destroyed, your soul cannot entirely perish to any attacks. The true power and extent of the cast domain expansion truly depend on the dynamis in concept of extremity put together as something with great resonance can give birth to a domain that will cause one's enemies to only despair. 80% of one's soul values to cast. It was a heavy cost, and the truly powerful apexionic lifeforms paid this cost in order to win difficult battles, and in exchange, one didn't have to worry about the cost of any resources relating to the dynamis in concept of extremity they utilized to make this domain. They could dish out waves of their damage values as Apach had begun to do just this. He released torrential storms of destruction that should have reaped the lives of Noah's vassals were it not for the existence adorned in a white coat giving off an aura of abundant life. But this wasn't an issue for Apach, as he could easily call forth the storms of destruction again, since for the next minute, it didn't have a cost. But before this could be done, an illusory bejeweled golden hand descended from the skies and cancelled his domain. When Apach tried to connect and call upon it again, he felt that he couldn't even enact it again at this time, as it was truly cancelled out. An expanded domain could be cancelled. This question buzzed in the minds of many as many apexionic lifeforms learned of this possibility today, but what was even more obscene was that after a certain being had cancelled his expanded domain, he spoke out words he should in no way be capable of. Domain expansion, infinity thanatos, domain expansion infinity thanatos. The quintessential absolute thanatos dynamis of extremity, and it went further on to be defined with a ridiculous concept of extremity, infinity. What exactly would the result of such a thing be? Extremity Marcellus' eyes flashed sharply the moment the words of domain expansion were uttered by Alexander King. Did you all see what he did? He asked in a calm fashion as the wheels of Genesis' hyperversal extremities around the feathery thrones on the marbled floor of this domain gazed forward with a light of marvel. He forcefully took the record of domain expansion as an instant later, he expressed it with his own soul. Authority like this should be feasible with unique absolute dynamies of extremity that hyperversal extremities can forge. What he is doing now is just, the words of the Genesis hyperversal extremity were left unsaid as Marcellus nodded. His aged face seemed to have lost a few wrinkles as he spoke out words that caused immense silence to descend in the surroundings. Now, had our apexionic elders been on this battlefield, what would be their fates? A question that couldn't be answered, a question that the Genesis Institute of Extremity could at least say they escaped the consequences of, but other beings could not do the same, across the folds of space, in the lands of the planeswalkers, within an isolated domain. Devouring and Kabul watched the screen showing the events of the Apex battlefield with cold eyes as to their right, the manifested will of another hyperversal extremity of the Singularity Overseers could be seen. Are we still treating this as a minor and insignificant scuffle? We officially used the name of our inheritance and a portion of our forces meant for the culmination step here. Some have begun to die as the dominance that should be seen on the battlefield. None of it is with them. WAA, the voice was sharp and ferocious as it was inquiring and already placing a lot of the blame on Devouring. Devouring, I hope you realize that you will be the one to fully answer for everything if 300 elders and apex astral leviathans begin to be butchered. Elders, apexionic lifeforms, they weren't just dredges as they made a notable portion of the potency of their inheritance and they couldn't just watch them be butchered. At this juncture, Devouring snorted with a thrum of power as he replied, keep watch. If they do not reverse the flow of battle and take the lead, we shall make a move, The eyes of the hyperversal will besides Devouring and Kabul scoffed at the inclusion as it continued, interference means going against an adjudicator. What makes you think I would do such a thing to cover up for your mistakes? Yes, any outside interventions after an apex war had begun were not allowed. As for them to do this, it would mean they were directly going against the presiding judge of this war, someone who had already made her stance and standing clear before the war even began. At the words of the hyperversal extremity beside him, Devouring smiled as his eyes continued to scour the battlefield for someone specific. My mistakes? I think you mean our mistakes. And whether it be victory or defeat. Did the Singularity Overseer Overlord not express his dislike towards the oh-so-great adjudicator of dissolution? This error can simply be turned into an opportunity to finally start the steps of correcting the mistake of her promotion as an adjudicator. Chapter 2557 Demon. For, dangerous words emanated from Devouring as the hyperversal extremity beside him was silent, but he could feel her deadly glare. You do not have to do anything. I will let the Singularity Overseer Overlord know myself if the Apex war turns any more unfavorable. Devouring had made a choice as he stuck to it, but all this time, his gaze continued to search for the being who contained one of the reasons why he was here. The being with the innate pellucid extremity foundation from the Quasarian lineage, she was the solution to him attaining extremity and another source of chaos quickly, as once he held ruin in his grasp as well. He would be extremely distinguished among Tier 3 hyperversal extremities, but he had only seen the face of the father of this target. His eyes flashed as they honed in on Caesar, who was coincidentally among those releasing golden tendrils of light that tore apart Apex Astral Leviathans and the Singularity Overseer elders standing atop them. If reality dissolves to an unsalvageable state, you shall be first. His priorities remained in order, and he watched the marvel that was the domain expansion unfold from an unknown being who seemed to brim with power. Infinity Thanatos. The moment 3 words ended, the earth in this region was painted black as the skies turned a deadly shade of green. The obsidian earth felt extremely real, as if an endlessly dark abyss had appeared, this abyss roaring out as if it were a raging sea. As from it, a dense number of Thanatos vassals began to rise. From the verdant skies, a cry erupted out as the beak of a massive skeletal creature pointed out, the rest of its body following close at hand as the mythical undead form of an austere beast showed itself off. Emperor Tyr Thanatos Vassal Infinite 9-Flame Phoenix. After Prince and King Tyr Thanatos Vassal, an Emperor Tyr Thanatos Vassal appeared at this moment, as even though it was a first, it wouldn't be the last. Its expansive skeletal wings spread out and cast a shadow over dozens of the Apex Astral Leviathans that felt their origins tremble. The liquefied green skies it came from pulsing as more monstrosities began to descend. Emperor Tyr Thanatos Vassal Orc Fiend Devourer, Emperor Tyr Thanatos Vassal Abyss Vampire Defiler, one after another, Some descended from the green skies while others endlessly rose from the obsidian earth. The most potent ones were Emperor Tyr Thanatos vassal, as dozens of King Tyr Thanatos vassals rose from the abyssal obsidian earth of the infinity Thanatos domain, their rise being followed by massive bony mountains rising up as each one releasing billowing waves of death. And the Thanatos vassals that were already on the battlefield before the domain expansion was cast, ROAR, they bellowed out grandly as the bodies of the void Dracolic could be seen cracking, multiple new heads beginning to sprout from their bodies as their aura became even more ferocious. They experienced an elevation in ranking as from King Tyr Thanatos vassal, Emperor Tyr Thanatos vassal Dracolic of the End. Droves of Thanatos vassals flooded from above and below along with massive mountains of bones, while any Thanatos vassals already present experienced a thorough elevation. The cackling of a Haven Lich could be heard in the distance as even more oppressive might was felt from it. The Seventhonian sinners of Thanatos that had yet to fully show their grandeur also becoming surrounded by even more deathly auras as their presence alone utterly dominated the battlefield. This dot was just the first few nanoseconds of the activation of the domain expansion Infinity Thanatos. From the earth and skies, undead continued to surge out endlessly as it seemed in no time they would drown the whole battlefield with their presence. The scene was astonishing. This was especially so due to the power that the Emperor Tyr Thanatos vassal expressed and their sheer number, since there were already dozens of them making an appearance so far. Name, Infinite Nine-Flame Phoenix, Emperor Tyr. Realm, Fourth Haven of Thanatos. Lineage, Quintessential Undead Thanatos Vassal. Titles, Undead Nirvana, Slave of Thanatos, Deathseeker, Apex Thanatos Mana Value, 6,999, Apex Thanatos Vitality Value, 6,999, Apex Thanatos Soul Value, 6,999, Apex Thanatos Defense Value, 6,999, Apex Thanatos Damage Value, 6,999. Their numerical stats alone exceeded the hundreds of Apex Ionic Elders here, and were only slightly less if not matching the most potent Elder Commanders here. They brought with them endless death and destruction as at this moment, the mountains of bones that had risen from the skies and the earth pulsed before their tops shockingly erupted with viscous beams of poisonous verdant black liquefied authority that connected from one bone mountain to another as any enemies on its path. Minus 6,999, minus 6,999. The eyes of the true Emperor of Quintessence seated on the throne could see the ridiculously deadly damage values per second for any poor Apex Ionic lifeform that was caught on the path of the rising Thanatos Mountains, from the over a dozen bone mountains to materialized from the earth and skies. More than 50 Apex Ionic Elders did not get out of the way in time, even with their souls warning them of danger as they died before they could escape the periphery of the cylindrical pillars of erupting liquefied authority. The Apex Ionic noblesse who had barely been surviving this whole time. Their numbers were shaved down by 90% as only the sorry figure of Commander Vladik could be seen hurriedly and with fear tumbling from a mountain of bones. The noblesse who survived with him being caught in the eruption as their bones rained down with his sorry figure that gazed around in utter horror. The unrecorded history had shown a version of events occurring, and even with the interference and changes brought about by the true Emperor of Quintessence, the future seemed intent on playing out as it should be. Vladik stood on a mountain of bones as he didn't know which came from his lineage, or which were simply a part of the terrifying domain of death. He gazed around him to see mountains of bones and death as the scions, nay the elders of an inheritance and a clan, were grouping together to withstand swaths of undead as in a short period of time. They perished, they died as an instant later. Their bodies underwent a transformation as they become part of the very armies that killed them. Vladik was nearly numb to this astonishing scene as his soul trembled, feeling the aura of a certain horror near him at this moment. His head rose to gaze up to see one of the main attractions of this war coming his way. Before this being, Commander Vladik felt utterly insignificant. Chapter 2558 Demon. His blank eyes rose to gaze at the immensity before him. His bone armament and the green obsidian light of one absolute dynamis of extremity covered his body, and yet his eyes released a profound golden radiance of another absolute dynamis of extremity. His presence alone felt as if it didn't need to be here, as the Thanatos vassals swarming over would be more than enough, and yet here he was, the enemy commander that Osmont brought forth as his backing. From the rising Thanatos vassals, his name and difference had slowly begun ringing out as chants from the countless legions of atrocities rising in his wake. King, king, king. It was overwhelming. It was utterly soul-crushing for the enemies to hear as it felt the tolling of death growing ever closer. As Vladik gazed towards the coming figure calling forth all of this disaster, he found his lips moving outside the control of his will as he spoke in a raspy voice. Do you think they will let you do all this without repercussions? To desecrate my lineage and the very life forms of inheritances? You. Squlch, with a beckoning of his hand, a deathly verdant black bone spear stabbed out and impaled the figure of Vladik, thousands of damage values erupting out in a contained fashion so as to not destroy him right away, and from then on, an unrecorded history becoming recorded was accomplished as the being carrying it out deviated from its occurrence even if just a little. His words were not the same. I had already seen your death even before this war started, with my appearance here. Now only as an acknowledgement. You were one of the pieces to initiate this war and cause things to be where they are now, and for that I thank you. His golden eyes dripping with the Lotra quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity felt as if they could see through everything. Commander Vladik, feeling a sense of dread he had never felt before, relish this death, WAA, because from it, you will rise to become even stronger. This dot shall be your recompense and gift for making today's reality occur. His voice caused Vladik's soul to feel so extremely cold as he felt the essence of death coursing inside of him. Was he about to meet Urieli? Join her in death at the hands of the commander of the being who had killed her. You will not be meeting your beloved Urieli. His heart felt immense dread as the voice of the first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven buzzed in his mind and records for him alone to hear. His eyes could barely focus to see a devilish smile as this being's words buzzed in his mind again. And it is no commander killing you. You are dying in the hands of the very same being who crushed Urieli in his hands. Vladik's eyes expanded wide in stupor. One and the same being. He thought of the being seated on the multicolored throne without making a move, and then this terrifying apex ionic lifeform before him, and the dread only became more intense as stared at this fiend. No, you were no fiend. BZZT, as the last vestiges of his life left him, he managed to cry out in his raspy voice, demon. You are a demon. A demon that Elder Opich will destroy with surety. A demon that no inheritance will leave alive. UGOH, Vladik's will and soul were utterly torn as even his raspy voice couldn't be heard. And from his visage impaled by bones. A green-black smoke bloomed and covered everything about him as a fiery authority of death began to rise from it. He would not meet Urieli. He would join the ranks of the endless legions that would rise under the banner of Alexander King, under the banner of the Haven Lich Arazon. In a single move, the commander who was the one to initiate this war had fallen. The one to do all of this gazed up to see the ever-increasing mountains of bones and droves of undead Thanatos vassals as he gazed towards a point where more than 10 Emperor-tier Thanatos vassals surrounded the being Commander Vladik had called for in the unrecorded history he read before and even now. Opich, Noah called out the name of this being as he smiled. He had perused across many records with the adumbrative viewpoint of the oraculum dynamis of extremity. Opich would merely be a blip in the events about to be recorded. Blink. The visage of Alexander King instantly disappeared and moved to float above the raging storm of destruction that was Opich, bones splintering all around him as Emperor-tier Thanatos vassals surrounded him. Demon. The word rang out from the mouth of the priestess Persephone as her white robes and eyes radiated rays of justice. She and many others had seen the scene of the opponent commander between the two lineages naturally involved in this apex war being killed by the first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven who had called forth a dreadful domain expansion that filled the apex battlefield with death. Powerful apex ionic lifeforms were currently dying left and right as if they survived the sudden eruptions of the pulsing bone mountains. There were the undead vassals to survive from thereafter as they swarmed over all opponent living beings. Priestess Persephone saw this all as she repeated herself for all those around her to hear. What is that being but a demon? To be reaping the lives of powerful future defenders of the seven havens like this, her cries echoed out as she purposefully made herself loud, as if she wanted to spread outcry and hatred towards the other side. And just as she was about to continue, "What the hell are you going on about, crazy priestess?" the booming voice of Erickson buzzed out in the distance as he gazed over in distaste. His left foot rose as his right hand grabbed the slipper from it, lifting this slipper up and pointing it towards the faraway priestess Persephone as he spoke out with grandiosity. In a scheduled and decided upon war, a commander defending himself and utilizing all of his power to take down his enemies suddenly turns into a demon? You keep running that dumb mouth of yours and I'll be the next one that turns into a demon by teaching you what those nasty lips can say or not say. A shocking development unfolded even amongst the faraway beings watching as tension began to rise, the faraway apex battlefield filled with constant shocking changes becoming even more heart-shaking to watch. Chapter 2559, A Path of No Return. I, the Ionic soul clone of a renowned scion of the Sema clan, pointed a slipper threateningly towards a renowned scion of the Heavenly Church. This is a war. his eyes were sharp as if he could make a move at any moment without fear of the repercussions as he continued. If it was the side of Avernus and Singularity Overseer elders winning the war and killing their enemies, would you call them demons as well? Get that hypocritical shit out of here, WAA. His demeanor was so dominating even while adorned in his beach attire as Priestess Persephone could say nothing else but harumph and bring her gaze back towards the battlefield. This whole interaction was also only gazed at with a periphery of the wills of the watchers around this area. With the majority of concentration of their wills remaining on the shocking events of the battlefield that seemed to be getting filled with a tremendous aura of death, above the apex battlefield tinged black and green, in what seemed like a haven of celestial beings gazing upon the lower earth below, the visage of the adjudicator of dissolution watched the unfolding events with a gaze of utmost scrutiny as not too far from her. The clone of the leader of this ongoing conflict continued to absorb the aura of her hyperversal extremity authority, multiple beings with absolute dynamis of extremity, and one who even holds two unique absolute dynamis of extremity. This is a force that should be coming from a renowned inheritance or part of the forces of a clan. And yet you wield it. Her words were clear, and yet they were filled with an inquisitive light as her veiled figure came to land on Noah. His figure held a hint of mystery and wonder as he gazed down at the events below him. He shrugged his shoulders as his grand voice emanated out. Is it so wrong and out of place for me to possess such a force? Even if it is not renowned, I have just stated before everyone when this battle began about my infinite hyperversal haven. People undervalue me because my name isn't attached to some major inheritance or clan. They do not take my words at face value, as this is what led to the reality we are currently in. WAA, I warned all inheritances and the Avernus clan involving themselves in the war. And yet only the Genesis Institute of Extremity put their biases aside and took a step back. Now, it pains me that I will have to destroy one of the 7 clans and the Singularity Overseers due to them not being able to take a step back. His broad shoulders were filled with power as his last one seemed to almost be filled with lamentations. A knowing smile full of power and certainty rose on his lips as his gaze went from the battlefield below and locked onto the veiled eyes of the adjudicator of dissolution. They made themselves my clear enemies. The rules of the Apex War of Annihilation dictate that the victor holds the right of annihilation for those involved in this war. When I finish this portion of the war, I hold the right to wage it on the rest of those who sought my annihilation. He spoke in advance as if he already expected certain words from the adjudicator of dissolution, and Svetlana looked at him silently before she spoke up with a level of coldness. Must you continue this grudge? Do you know how difficult and deadly for your own forces it will be if you continue to pit yourself against the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers? What you're facing now are the elders they're raising up. Their true power lies in hyperversal extremities and extremity armaments that contribute to the defenses of the 7 havens. They will not wait for you to grow and wage conflict as you grind them down. If you truly point your blade at them, they have the right to fight back and eradicate you and everything you hold dear. So I ask again, must you continue this grudge? Words of reasoning. The adjudicator of dissolution saw the immense and still hidden potential of the power this being before her wielded as she truly wished for it to be directed towards a positive direction, yet her veiled eyes flashed the moment she saw this being's smile become even wider. She realized nothing that she had uttered had reached him. Adjudicator of dissolution, I assure you that even if I take a step back, my enemies will not. His figure pointed to the war zone below as he continued, even now as this war has reached a precipice. I have a sense it will not end with a simple victory or defeat. I wouldn't be surprised of interventions. I wouldn't be surprised of a hyperversal extremity or two making a move and breaking even the rules of this apex war for the reason of saving their elders. You see, I am a lover of peace. But when things like that happen, I will not be able to help but retaliate. Boom, his words were explosive as the adjudicator of dissolution blazed with an astonishing authority thereafter. She didn't reply. She couldn't reply as the words he had said could not be refuted. The thought had instantly risen the moment the flow of the battle tipped towards the side of Osmont. If the Apex War was tipping towards the defeat of the forces of the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers, would the hyperversal extremities that had authorized things here truly stay still? Could they answer to their factions as to why they lost a portion of their forces entirely even before the culmination step of extremity sanctification began? The adjudicator of dissolution knew the answer very well. For this, I have made a warning. For this I am prepared for. At her words, Noah smiled. his eyes glimmered with a stellar light as he had truly spent too much time with the adumbrative viewpoint of the oraculum dynamis of extremity. He seemed to see many things others couldn't as he wondered. Did the adjudicator of dissolution truly have things in her grasp as she believed? Chapter 2560, A Path of No Return. 2. Truthfully, Noah himself did not know much about the unrecorded histories of hyperversal extremities, as rarely did he coke across their histories when utilizing a adumbrative viewpoint, and when he did, the information was very little, as the level of secrecy hyperversal extremities held was too profound for what his current soul values and access into the ionic annals of extremity could allow him to view. But the fact that his quintessential hyperversal mana value was substituted for nearly all of soul values usage meant he could utilize the authority of the oraculum dynamis of extremity with unimaginable frequency. Hyperversal extremities with dynamis like this that could speculate or foresee possible records existed in large numbers. But they didn't spend their whole days doing so, as it wasn't possible. But with his infinite mana, Noah had no trouble doing so, and since the unrecorded histories of hyperversal extremities were not easily gazed at, he focused on the powerful apex ionic lifeforms from their factions, the scions watching in the distance, the scions hidden in the dark, the beings who planned and plotted, ever so slowly. Noah was able to expand what he knew about them, as this apex war of annihilation would only be a stepping-off point for what was to come. Immense silence was the only thing in the region of nothingness that the hyperversal extremity of destruction was in. He watched the scenes of a solemn Apach who ripped apart Emperor Tyr Thanatos vassals with obscene strength and apocalyptic destruction. And yet even more of such undead vassals continued to appear as his authority was ever so slowly being sapped. It wasn't dredges of weak existences that he was facing, each one was equivalent to a grand elder of an inheritance as apart from them. Goh, the roars of some of the 7 grotesque-looking lifeforms emanated out towards him as the one with a pulsing gluttony on his back was the first to surge towards Apach. More and more followed, as even with the frightening power and destruction he wielded at the 16th boundary layered, it may not be enough. That is, unless that he can use this terrifying pressure to break through. All this time, the hyperversal extremity of destruction was not worried about Apach's life, as no genius who had accessed vacuous hyperversal authority as an apex ionic lifeform would be allowed to die, especially one of the Avernus clan. Even if Svetlana dared to, he or other Avernus hyperversal extremities would not sit still. But there was the current problem that it wasn't just Apach. There were 200 Avernus clan elders on the field, as dozens had perished. At this reality, destruction let out a sigh as he felt the will of the hyperversal extremity with fiery purple hair and 2 burning purple horns begin to blaze with light. What does the Senate say? His hyperversal extremity clone was currently not within the Avernus domains for a reason, as his records were not supposed to be associated with them. So he had to rely on this baleful Tier 3 hyperversal extremity beside him to communicate with the other powerhouses of the Avernus clan. There are some disagreements, but it has been authorized for us to use this chance to probe them, WAA to them. Destruction heard this word as he instantly understood what it meant and who it referred to. Really? We do not know many things yet. It matters not. Blazing hyperversal purple flames rose as the woman beside him waved her hands. We can make a move, as once we do, we shall be able to judge just which inheritances or clans have been influenced. It is as good a chance as any to find out who our adversaries are and who our allies are. And since we are using this opportunity, we have to be sure the sprouting weeds are rooted out early, as this Osmont and his forces have tremendous potential. But their open hostility and disrespect towards the Avernus clan means they cannot exist. You were granted the task to eliminate the record of this Osmont and his strongest commanders by the Senate. If even this fails, you know the consequences. Shocking words emanated out as Destruction's eyes turned cold. He thought carefully and connected to the Ionic annals of extremity as he recalled the scene of extremity cobble and devouring not too long, as well as the power Svetlana wielded. He was mute for a while before he replied, "Okay. But if you have contacted the others, let them know not to underestimate the adjudicator of dissolution. She may have attained the zenith of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity with the power I've observed so far." BZZT, zenith of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity, a set of terms that may not mean much to apex ionic lifeforms, but they were extremely crucial for hyperversal extremities. The purple flames beside Destruction blazed as the voice emanating out was sharp. Are you sure? 60% sure. When I faced her before, the unrecorded paths I could take were extremely limited. Destruction's reply was quick as after a brief silence, the other voice came out with a chilling light. Then I shall ask for Emperor Shao to make a move. Emperor Shao. Other beings like to be adorned with grand titles when spoken about as most held extremity in their title to distinguish just how far they had come. But there were some beings who did not need to remind others they had achieved extremity by placing the distinction in their name. Some beings simply went by a single name, while others were known widely by one moniker. Then there was Emperor Shao. When the hyperversal extremity of destruction heard this name, he couldn't help but think of another being entirely as he wondered about the future. He thought of the hyperversal extremity of chaos who still hadn't returned to the Seven Havens. You should have been here for this. His gaze was filled with innumerable light of destruction as he planned for the future. His mission was a simple one. Amidst the chaos to come, his main objective was singular. The true emperor of quintessence, Noah Osmont, at a certain point in time, once one had stepped on a certain path, they had to stay on it and follow it to the end. At this moment, the Avernus clan remained on the path they had chosen as they were following a fantastical direction. Chapter 2561, A Path of No Return. 3. The Apex battlefield showed a hellish scene that left many wide-eyed and surprised at the sheer capabilities of an absolute dynamis of extremity. But there were beings within the Apex battlefield who didn't even feel like they were a part of it, like they didn't even need to be there, with some of them almost being in a sorry state had the abilities of Dr. Hall not befallen them as well. These beings were the figures of Grand Primeval Elders Silas and the other Shadow Elders, as well as Roan and the few Apex Ionic Lerneans who followed him. They were in the periphery of the battlefield as they watched blankly, a sense of silent fear ever present that the terrifying titanic figures of Emperor and King Tyr Thanatos Vassal would at any time turn their burning verdant sockets towards them. And through the eyes of Primeval Elder Silas and the few hyperversal extremity shadows who had set off and brought the core Apex Ionic lifeforms of their cult of endless shadows in the haven of dissolution, everything that was occurring was also being shared towards those who remained in the haven of penumbra. Frankly, many of the watching eyes were recording what was currently happening and transmitting it to other locations as for the time before the culmination step of extremity. Sanctification began. There was nothing more exciting and worthy of their time than observing this shocking battle that held absolute dynamis of extremity flying around, in the Ionic haven of penumbra. Within the domain surrounded by darkness and shadows, the figure of Extremity Gabriella no longer held a playful smile as she stared at the images of scenes being transmitted from multiple sources that fed into the ranks of the cult of endless shadows. It showed the unbelievable prowess that had Apex Elders of the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers on the defensive as one by one they slowly fell. All by the hands of the forces of a single being. You kept me waiting because you were waiting to see the results of the Apex War. What hidden backing I had! Whether the adjudicator of dissolution would truly step in to save me as my lineage was being decimated. You sent less than a dozen Apex Ionic lifeforms from your cult of endless shadows to assist as how many thousands do you have? From all of these actions? Do you think the cult of endless shadows has shown me any sincerity? The voice of the being she was containing in a shadow domain within the shadow fortress rang out as vibrant hyperversal extremity authority of shadows pulsed from Gabriella. She stopped looking at the illusory screens before her and turned towards Noah as her eyes pulsed with countless unknown thoughts, but the most obvious ones were those of scrutiny and caution. Cautioning this being before him that no matter how magnificent he was, the one standing before him was still a hyperversal extremity. Extremity Gabriella portrayed this emotion clearly as Noah shook his head with a sigh. I know I'm supposed to feel some sort of reverence and watch myself under the allure of a hyperversal extremity. But the vast majority of the ones I've met so far have just been so disappointing. I do not see the greatness and majesty you all should portray as in fact, the vast majority of you just seem so little. Arcs of interminable shadows instantly erupted as the surroundings seethed, Noah's face seeming like a lowly boat in a tumultuous sea as he didn't even bat an eye. He instead rose up and placed his hands behind his back as his body became suffused with the glorious multicolored light of quintessence. He glimmered of stellar and celestial luster as he gazed at a hyperversal extremity calmly amidst hyperversal authority pulsing around him. I came here because of an oath. I have fulfilled my end of the bargain. Is any more delays in this oath, and will call forth the adjudicator that acted as the witness. I take your actions as representative of the cult of endless shadows as even with your recent malfeasance, I shall be the bigger being and leave the door open for cooperation. As he spoke, he took steps towards Extremity Gabriella without fear as he continued, I warned the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers but they did not listen. You can now see me butchering their elders in high resolution as. What is the cult of endless shadows compared to something like the Avernus clan? If I dare to make myself an enemy of one of the 7 clans, do you truly think I would fear a hyperversal extremity of an inheritance like this? You need to look past your pride in magnificent achievements and not gaze at me like some junior who was playing tricks or making outlandish claims. When I receive a gaze like that, I tend to return it right back. WAA, now, what shall it be? As silence reigned as the grandeur of quintessence bathed Noah's clone, he stared at a hyperversal extremity head-on as the hyperversal extremity authority of shadows began to die down and fade around him. Extremity Gabriella stared forward wordlessly towards this entity as this whole time, this pristine existence did not say a word. Who was he? What magnificent lineage did he come from? What grand inheritance was he a part of? He was Apuch, a genius of the Avernus clan who moved directly under a hyperversal extremity. Very few beings would ever be taken as direct disciples of a hyperversal extremity, their path already outlined as they only had to follow it. Apuch had followed it. He attained vacuous hyperversal authority just like his master. He crossed the boundaries of destruction just like his master, and just like his master, he would attain hyperversal extremity authority as the enemies he faced now would only be fuel towards his path. This was but a given. Boom. Luminous crimson locusts of destruction rotated around him as they ground down the bones of Emperor Tyr Thanatos' vassal every moment, cylindrical flames of destruction. Erupting from them ever so often as his surroundings were only filled with chaos, he had been destroying these undead entities with soul values a bit more than a fourth of what he held as this whole time. He preserved his power. He used the reality of the destruction around him to regenerate the lost soul values as it felt like after forever. His soul cried out as the capability of domain expansion he couldn't call out this whole time had finally returned and could be employed again. This capability took a great toll to call out as it drained over half of one's soul value, with Apuch paying a heavy price to regenerate enough to finally be able to call out to it again, and this time, he wouldn't allow it to be taken away as his enemy with much lesser soul values would in no way be able to do something as magnificent as that again, and so for the second time, just as he saw the face of the first commander appear behind a bellowing Emperor Tyr Thanatos vassal, Apuch called out grandly, Domain Expansion, Interminable Destruction, Chapter 2562, A Path of No Return. For Apuch called out this terrifying ability again, as with it, he could senselessly call out waves of destruction without a strain on his soul. His enemy should in no way be able to afford the toll of erasing this domain like he did before, with Apuch's absolute dynamis of extremity tightly wrapping around the erupting domain expansion as he wanted this to be the end of this war. He would erase the countless undead entities running rampant and focus most of his wrath on the caster. The visage of the first commander and the cackling Haven Lich was in his sights as Apuch felt the crimson flames of destruction begin to proliferate out. Dazzling crimson pillars beginning to manifest and even battle for superiority with the mountains of bones as it seemed two expanded domains were about to be overlapped. The stronger of the two would come out on top as Apuch was ready to lay his cards on the line. He utilized the 9 cycles of destruction modus operandi as he felt all his 16 boundaries of destruction, and he got ready to unleash it as, His perceptive eyes caught the visage of the first commander who was looking towards his direction while shaking his head as if he was looking at a fool. At the same time, the first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven raised his crystalline skull staff and nudged upwards as if he was telling Apuch to look up. A foreboding sensation pulsed and raced within Apuch as his eyes and will turned up. Surely not. In the dazzling verdant skies that were about to be overlapped with the crimson interminable destruction domain expansion, a gem-encrusted illusory golden hand formed again, a hand similar to before and with just as much brilliance. When he saw it again, Apuch's mind buzzed. The most powerful of Avernus clan elders who were giving orders and trying to mitigate as much damage as possible with the swarming undead, enders, and those adorned in the quintessential loot seekers' regalia sets had their faces turn extremely sour as they had thought they would have some leeway to recover and go on the offensive if Apuch's domain could cover the battlefield again. And yet reality seemed to hold an entirely different path in mind. As he gazed at it, Apuch's thoughts were grave ones as he thought coldly, fucking how, there were rules and common sense, and this applied even to existences reaching the 16th, 17th, and ultimately the 18th boundary layer. Domain expansion was an ultimate move that drained one's reserves of resources. Forcefully nullifying a domain expansion should cost even more to accomplish. If the enemy Apuch faced was stronger than him and had reached a greater boundary layer, maybe it would be understandable, but it was someone that Apuch felt at most had achieved the 13th boundary layer, someone weaker than him. So how is what he was currently seeing possible? Bzzz, the golden hand plucked, and the interminable destruction domain that was just laid out trembled before ridiculously it began to disappear before it could even fully set. Apuch was silent as he watched the jeweled hand begin to disappear just as quickly as it came. The infinity Thanatos domain in the surroundings only becoming more potent as even more droves of Thanatos vassals rose. As much as he hated to admit it, Apach knew he was defeated in multiple areas against this being before him. And even though he didn't like this situation, he didn't turn fearful or ever begin to worry about his life, as it was never in question. After all, he was an apex ionic lifeform with an absolute dynamis of extremity and had also attained vacuous hyperversal authority. He knew sooner or later there would be an intervention, and since the battlefield was getting increasingly chaotic, he knew exactly where to be before the intervention by his master or others came. Bzzzt. His body pulsed and released tendrils of vacuous hyperversal authority, the area around him beginning to melt away as a massive crack of nothingness appeared, a crack that seemingly held an endless pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority. Apach slowly disappeared into it as he gazed with might and challenge towards the visage of the first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven. As if to tell him, "Come if you dare, the manifested domain expansion interminable destruction has been plundered for the second time. The recorded history of domain expansion has been entirely erased from the plundered target. The authority of domain expansion has been elevated." His soul experienced a wondrous euphoria, as legions of different tiers of Thanatos vassals ran rampant. His enemy actually laid out his domain expansion once more under a very wrong assumption, an assumption of logic and reasoning that he then applied to him. The moment Apach applied logic and reason to Noah, he lost, no matter his greater power, no matter the more advanced boundary layers. Lotra's wonder showed itself once more as befitting a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. The second time that Apach's domain expansion was plundered, it was actually forever erased from his recorded history, as Noah's own domain expansion was made even grander. In the surroundings, the massive bone mountains radiated a deathly crystalline sheen as the vertical cylindrical pillars erupting from their peaks began to change. They became mobile as fantastically they turned into multiple rivers of poisonous deathly light that now sought enemies from the earth and skies. The Thanatos vassals already on the field had their bones becoming larger and even stronger as they burned with furious flames. All of this was just a part of the benefits, as at this moment, the last set of prompts relating to the effects of hyperversal plundering, cast for the second time, unfolded. The reason for his soul feeling euphoria: 14 boundary layers of destruction have begun to be deduced. The plundering of the soul of the current target will allow for the deduction of more advanced boundary layers. Traversing across the boundary layers towards extremity was immensely hard. With Lotra, Noah wanted to make it easy. His eyes eagerly stared at the crack of nothingness and the pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority that Apach had carved out. He thought he had entered a domain where he was the strongest in. A domain for him to continue testing out destruction against Noah, as the only paths he saw were either him breaking to the 17th boundary layer, or the interference of hyperversal extremities to stop this war, as no apex ionic lifeform with a hold of vacuous hyperversal authority would ever be allowed to perish. "Let me show you another pathway." Noah's eyes released a blinding radiance as his visage of Alexander King stepped towards the crack of nothingness. Emperor tier Thanatos vassals followed him, as on the apex battlefield, the Haven Lich Arezon would be the one to finish off the struggles of the rest of the enemies. Chapter 2563 Emperor Shao, in the Ionic Haven of Oceanus. There was no earth or sky, all around. There was only an endless stellar blue sea that filled everything. Cerulean beauty and wonder was stretched throughout, as in a small corner of this vast haven known as Oceanus, there was a plane of existence that shone with a milky white hue. The entire plane was utterly empty and void of life except for a single being within it, and yet outside of it, in the endless cerulean sea, millions of multicolored sea beasts swam peacefully. The single existence within this milky white plane was currently in a seated position, as around him, streams of potent hyperversal extremity swirled with wonder, the auras of over 20 absolute dynamis of extremity at the very minimum swimming around him, as one never knew how many more were hidden within. He was adorned in a simple white robe, his facial features handsome, but not exceedingly so, as his extremely light caramel skin radiated purity and wonder. His dark hair brilliantly stood with a light fade on the sides, as he seemed like a distinguished man barely in his prime. His pupils were constantly spinning with multicolored light, as if a whole stellar system moved within, and a small sword lay on his lap that he was stroking calmly. He was a man of many names, but the vast majority knew him as Emperor Shao. At this moment, he stopped stroking the sword on his lap as his head turned to gaze towards a certain direction. Thereafter, the over 20 auras of absolute dynamis of extremity head turned to gaze towards a certain direction. Thereafter, the over 20 auras of absolute dynamis of extremity faded, while his vibrant force of life became many times less than what was originally being given off. Not too long after, the blaring aura of another hyperversal extremity bloomed as from the skies, purple flames that transformed into the figure of an exquisite woman formed. Everything about her blazed purple with heat and regality as her fair figure descended onto the milky white plane of existence gracefully, her gaze slightly somber as she approached the seated figure of Emperor Shao with a hint of caution. Emperor Shao gazed towards this being calmly before he went back to stroking the sword on his lap, his voice ringing out first.
Ariana of the Avernus clan.
Are you here representing yourself or your clan? Each of his words were filled with a profound sense of power and dominance as Extremity Ariana floated far away from him while she replied, I come representing the Avernus clan. We are redeeming one of the two remaining favors. Her words were straightforward and to the point as she pulled out a radiant extremity relic with the word, Avernus, etched on it. Emperor Shao nodding at her words as he spoke while putting the sword on his lap away. You know the drill. Extremity Ariana nodded at his words as from her multiple bubbles of light flew out, each one occupied with memories accumulated from many beings as well as intelligence reports gathered from all of these memories. As she handed them off, she began to speak. The request this time deals with an apex war in the haven of dissolution. We have to move soon to end the war without allowing our elders to suffer too many casualties, and since we're doing so we have agreed to use this opportunity to see which of the inheritances and clans have fallen under the influence of them. There is the possibility that the adjudicator of dissolution has reached the zenith of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity as due to her and the difficulty of this venture. We seek your services to ensure utmost success. The way she spoke towards him was uniquely indicative of the power that Emperor Shao held, with Extremity Ariana not even being able to put on any airs as she spoke. Emperor Shao absorbed the droves of recollections placed before him as this was his first condition before agreeing to any request. He had to gain all the background knowledge on it, who was involved, and what their goals were. If he didn't have all of this information and more, he wouldn't make a move. In the bundle of information he received, there was the history of what ushered forth this apex war, who the commanders on each side were, what their levels of power and recorded histories were, and who they were connected to. As he perused through everything, Emperor Shao's stare sharpened as he asked lightly, is there any more information on this Noah Osmont? His origins, any history that doesn't date back to just a few days? Extremity Ariana blinked at the questions as she shook her head while continuing her pulsing purple flames. The recollections of his movements within dissolution and the initiation step are all included. This is all that was able to be gathered on him. But Emperor Shao, he is a minor part that will be taken care of by destruction. We just need Svetlana to be reined in while we save our forces and they reveal themselves, and our hyperversal extremities will do the rest. Her words were sound, and yet when Emperor Shao heard them, he shook his head while gazing at Extremity Ariana with evident disappointment, a stare that Extremity Ariana saw clearly as she continued to rein herself while Emperor Shao spoke. Your biggest obstacle this whole time has been this Osmont. One of your goals in this is to save the apex ionic lifeforms from your clan and singularity overseers. You will fail in this as they should all be dead soon if they aren't already. You aren't worried too much about this direct disciple Opich as saving him would be the easiest? This is also a wrong thought. It is likely he is also about to die. You all should have begun. Your milky white light of purity and power burst out grandly as shocking words were carried with them. Chapter 2564 Corpse Explosion. What are you a dash? The words of Emperor Shao caused Extremity Ariana to turn somber as she had just begun when she was cut off. Emperor Shao raising his hand for her to stop as he continued, this is all for your redeemed favor. My services have already begun. If you want to ensure success as per your request, you need to follow every single thing I say. Pass this along to the others as well. Otherwise do not blame me if things do not go accordingly. His white-robed figure rose as he radiated immense grandeur that even other hyperversal extremities would pale in comparison to. You all have made many mistakes in this whole venture, but the biggest one is treating this unknown being who seems to only have records of a few days in the Ionic annals of extremity, and yet he has embroiled a clan and a major inheritance in a war as he has placed himself center of the extremity. Sanctification. Your goal to kill him by sending out destruction. Will also likely fail. Boom, like a thunderclap of reality, his words came down. Extremity Ariana looked at him incredulously as the spinning pupils of Emperor Shao flashed, a majestic light blooming with them as a moment later, a second figure that looked just like him appeared, and subsequently disappeared an instant later as it shot out towards the horizon. My clone will make its way towards dissolution as the moment it arrives. You all can begin. If you want to save whatever remains of your forces in this war, especially this Opich, you all put a level of importance and then make a move before I even get there. The number of hyperversal extremities you and your allies were putting forth in this. You will need to double it at the very least. And have those coming later wait to move under my command. One command after another flew as if one looked at the two hyperversal extremities. They would think that one extremely powerful lifeform was giving commands to another, as it didn't seem like the two of them were on the same playing field at all. Extremity Ariana was confounded as she wanted to say this was excessive and over the top. That it would require too many of their hidden forces to move, as the exposure would be too much, but Dachi held it all back as she knew Emperor Xiao's identity, the undefeated extremity, the extremity of war, the extremity of conquest. These were just some of his titles. He had never led them wrong in their last two requests, as if he believed this was how they should move. She would pass this word along. Her will had already passed along all commands as tendrils of authority leaked from her and flowed towards Emperor Xiao, establishing a connection to a communication channel filled with the wills of specifically chosen beings, as all of them could communicate seamlessly no matter where they were in the Seven Havens. The countenance of Emperor Xiao held a pondering look as he gazed up, past the milky white plain he was in. He gazed into the endless cerulean sea, as if he could see the very records of everything there. He shook his head with a complex expression that seemed to hold a sense of appreciation and curiosity at the same time. Your objective of eliminating this Osmond, who is pitting himself against your Avernus clan, is unlikely to succeed at this moment, it seems. Very few traces of records of him can be found in the Ionic annals of extremity, as he has likely structured an authority capable of masking himself. Killing him carries the same level of difficulty as killing a hyperversal extremity, as one will have to get a hold of his body directly and see whether his recorded history will be obtained through his body. Without scorching everything about him in the Ionic annals of extremity, he will never truly die. A pristine assessment was given by a truly peculiar existence towards a being he had yet to meet. On the true throne of quintessence in the center of the apex battlefield, Noah's figure was surrounded by tendrils of light, as even though he didn't make any moves personally, he constantly monitored everything as the oraculum absolute dynamis of extremity pulsed around him powerfully. Everything was flowing in a somewhat expected path as he had arrived at the edge of his victory. At the peak, where a few moves were all that were required for a magnificent conclusion, and yet a moment later, he felt droves of his quintessential hyperversal mana value burn along with a portion of his soul values as, a dumbrative viewpoint, was passively activated, the ability stemming from the oraculum absolute dynamis of extremity that could be triggered passively when any unfavorable or important unrecorded history pertaining to Noah or his people unfolded. Within the depths of his soul, innumerable records flowed. A golden book rose as its pages fluttered. A heavy record then began to unfold as Noah's eyes flashed, his soul buzzing with brilliance as a moment later, his will buzzed in the minds of all his forces, in the mind of his son and the squadron he led, in the minds of Aurelia, Orion, and even the Enders led by a roaring draconic elephantine beast. In the mind of the Thonian sinners of Thanatos who didn't really get a chance to shine in the Haven Lich Arazon. Wrap it up, BZZT, 3 words. But they sufficiently conveyed the will of the true emperor of quintessence. The bodies of Henry and all others began to suffuse with astonishing brilliance as all their soul values were drained to unleash everything they held. While the Haven Lich Arazon, its skeletal figure was enshrouded in a deathly light as an aurora of verdant black wings expanded behind its back, the flames within its sockets dancing as it released the bone staff in its right hand. The bony skeletal hands beside it then came together as their digits intertwined in front of its bony chest. A surge of authority erupting at this moment as 2 words emanated from the Haven Lich, words directed towards the corpses within the battlefield, words directed to the prince, king, and emperor tier Thanatos vassals, words granting the ultimate form of death for even the Thanatos vassals, as their authority even caused the myriad of bony mountains to crack and splinter as if they were ready for their last eruption. The Haven Lich Arazon called out, "Corpse explosion." The voice rang out at the same time as in the skies, out of nowhere and with utmost brilliance multiple hyperversal extremity authorities blazed with glorious horror. Chapter 2565, A Flicker of Brilliance. Moments before an utterly irrevocable history played out, in an isolated domain, a marbled golden floor could be seen forming the earth as the skies were tinged stellar white. Within this domain, the aura of 2 beings could be felt as one was a hyperversal extremity, and the other radiated quintessence. I was looking forward to seeing how the hyperversal extremities of the Genesis Institute of Extremity came to an entirely different potion. But why isolate us from all the others? Noah's voice rang out as when he had sent this will forward, it had initially been brought into a space with the auras of multiple hyperversal extremities, yet now, they were in a separate domain by themselves as the hyperversal extremity before Noah smiled while replying, "Some things need fewer audiences." especially what I have to say. Oh, Noah's brows rose at the words of extremity Marcellus as this being's eyes seemed to hold endless light. His aged visage seemed like an ancient being full of vitality and contained power as he spoke in a somewhat pondering tone. Your curiosity as to why the forces of the Genesis Institute of Extremity pulled out at the last moment can be satiated very simply. It was partly because I had learned about you much more than others. It was because you were scouted as a possible candidate. Cryptic words rang out as they came with many questions. Noah's will about to delve into what exactly this being meant by him being apparently scouted as a candidate, none of this information appearing from the myriad of pages he read in the past day. He was about to. But this was when his eyes became sharp as his main body relieved a flow of heavy information from adumbrative viewpoint. This was when, bzzzt, the cries of multiple hyperversal extremity authorities cried out gloriously and with wild abandon as before him, the figure of extremity Marcellus sighed while his body began to suffice with white gold light. They truly chose this path in the end. The white gold light radiating from him caused a grandiose change as on his face, a mask that was half white and half gold appeared as on the right side, the numerals, 3, could be seen gloriously. And just as this mask and change appeared, the aura that extremity Marcellus portrayed completely faded as it felt like he wasn't even there. His voice came out again, but this time it seemed to be a mixture of voices of young and old as one wouldn't be able to make out his identity at all. I shall be back. Be careful for the next few moments. WAA, even his body proportions had changed to become a slender and tall male visage as the moment he finished speaking. His figure disappeared, corpse explosion. The words were enough to cause an immense force of terror to rise within the minds of the already dwindling enemies, with the remaining Avernus clan elders and Singularity overseers grouping together and pulsing with defensive reality-altering skills to survive what was coming, ever so briefly. Their souls flashed with happiness as they felt the auras of hyperversal extremities blare above them, the thought that finally, they wouldn't be stuck in this horrid domain of death and undead as their masters and protectors of their clan and inheritance wouldn't allow them to continue being killed in this insignificant war, and this moment was when the effects of corpse explosion activated. The effect of this ability from the Haven Lich Arezon was quite simple. For the sacrifice of the chosen quintessential undead Thanatos vassals to forever return to the embrace of death, their bodies would release one last final radiance of damage values that were equivalent to 3x their vitality values, simple, and yet extremely deadly. The distance covered was vast per Thanatos vassals, as there were already thousands of Prince-tier Thanatos vassals and a few hundred King and Emperor-tier Thanatos vassals. Their bones pulsed and radiated instability as an instant later, they were akin to collapsed singularities that pulled into themselves before exploding out with a horrific force of nature. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions danced wildly as it soon became a maddening symphony, turning into a wave of verdant obsidian light that expanded to eradicate all enemies on the battlefield. The leading Avernus and Singularity Overseer commanders turned ashen as their souls released their most protective abilities in wondrous planar domains, and yet when the waves of explosive light passed over them, minus 20,997, minus 20,997, minus 20,997, the statistical values that only the true Emperor of Quintessence could see flashed as their planar domains were shredded along with their bodies. All of this unfolded just as the terrifying auras of hyperversal extremities unfolded above. An angry voice erupted out at the unexpected actions taken as many perceptive eyes were made to watch in real time as dozens of apex psionic elders were forever swallowed by death, as if the one who had taken these actions knew they were coming. The voice that rang out carried with it authority that pressed towards the apex battlefield at amazingly fast speeds. At the same moment in time, in the center of the battlefield that held the crack of nothingness leading to an isolated pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority, chaos must have started out there, outside the scope of time and space. Apache's voice rang out calmly as he observed the approaching figure of Alexander King. He had felt traces of hyperversal extremity authority from the traces of his will he left behind as he knew everything was about to be over. He saw the figure of Alexander King being completely unfazed by the vacuous hyperversal authority around him, as it seemed there were two geniuses who grasped the same authority among his enemies. I'm inquisitive about the secret behind you and the Emperor you serve attaining the capability to use vacuous hyperversal authority, and how you forged multiple absolute dynamies of extremity. If you are forthcoming enough, I will ask my master to save you to live another bzzzt. As he was speaking, he amazingly felt dozens of Emperor-tier Thanatos vassal becoming painted with a cherry-colored light of an absolute dynamis of extremity that had yet to be shown. and their bodies were already shaking with instability as the voice of Alexander came out to cut off Opich. Even outside the scope of space and time, I still do not have time to waste on the likes of you. WAA. Chapter 2566, A Flicker of Brilliance. 2. Even outside the scope of time, he wouldn't waste any time on Opich. These words caused this direct disciple to burn with rage and power, as he didn't expect this being to not even bat an eye at the appearance of hyperversal extremities. Did he already expect death, and this was why he was rushing without care? The answer didn't matter, as Opich radiated the power of multiple 16 boundary layers and the interminable absolute dynamis of extremity, his figure also pulling out the life-saving measure his master had granted him for use only in the most dire situations, something an elder scion like him with so many achievements would always carry. Shirring, a one-time use quasi-extremity relic of utmost rarity, it looked like an illusory white wing that released an influx of light. It was a relic known as the Embrace of the Widowed Fairy Queen. It could absorb up to 10 times the vitality values of the user in terms of damage values, as with his power, Opich expected to be able to contain over 200,000 apex ionic damage values. The Embrace of the Widowed Fairy Queen flashed as a brilliant wing of protection appeared above his head, a pure white light of fortification covering him. This should be enough, as within the next moments, his master would arrive, as the anomaly before them would have to be studied later. Waves of destruction formed into roaring serpentine flaming snakes as they got ready to intertwine and break down the nearing Emperor Tyr Thanatos vassals. But this was when their ballooning instability became worse, as a moment later, boom! Boom! Their bodies exploded with massive force all around him, a force that simultaneously threw out over 20,000 Thanatos damage values. As to his shock, Opich felt the Embrace of the Widowed Fairy Queen waver when over 10 of such explosions shook his surroundings. At the same time, hyperversal plundering. WAA, his soul vibrated as he saw the visage of Alexander appear above him, an illusory bejeweled hand that had caused him the most problems appearing for the third time as the target. This time Dot seemed to be directly him. The fact that the wills of hyperversal extremities were descending was entirely ignored by this being, as he seemed intent on devouring a single thing before him. And that was Opich. The word came with a blazing authority that brought everything to a halt. The expanding explosive waves of the corpse explosion, the cycling of boundary essence and authority in everyone's bodies. It felt like everything was brought to a halt as just before this hyperversal extremity authority fully descended, dazzling black light erupted and nearly blinded the wills of those watching. A black light. It carried utmost majesty and authority with it. As the moment it appeared, the multiple descending hyperversal wills had their advancement stopped. This black light bloomed as the visage of the adjudicator of dissolution appeared in 3 skies. Her body radiating this brilliant light even as the skies were darkening and turning murky. She was akin to a flicker of a blinding brilliance that no others could match, as her will pervasively overpowered all the defending wills. Her veiled figure expressed immense disappointment and anger as in the skies. She gazed at 5 hyperversal extremities veiling themselves tightly with authority appearing. They appeared to interfere with the apex war of annihilation as she stood against them all. Fearlessly, with her might seeming indomitable as if she could take them all on, she was the adjudicator of dissolution. Shirring, her body began to cry out with unfolding authority as it seemed she was about to establish her might and show all those here that the rules could not be so easily broken. But an instant later, a crack in space bloomed as from it, a massive milky white gold finger descended, a single finger, and yet it carried with it obscene hyperversal extremity authority. As the veiled figure of Svetlana revealed a trace of shock, all of her authority being released, forced to focus on this descending finger. As if she didn't fully deal with it, it would utterly eviscerate everything below. This single move forcefully grabbed all of her attention as the 5 hyperversal extremities moved in sequence the moment it appeared, seemingly knowing it would come as their authorities bypassed the adjudicator of dissolution. 2 moved with veiled crimson radiance as they surged towards the isolated pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority where Opich and the first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven were. The 3 other hyperversal extremities continued to extend their authority towards the apex battlefield as they reached out to the remaining Avernus clan elders and singularity overseers. This sudden progression of events was utterly shocking as it caused all beings to rise in shock and cry out. The scene of the adjudicator of dissolution being occupied by an immensely powerful dominance of an unknown hyperversal extremity, while 5 other hyperversal extremities appeared to interfere with the battle being imprinted in all minds. Noah watched all of this occur as he remained seated on his throne. Reality was never fair. He didn't expect to have a fair fight by any account, and so he prepared. His vassals all had clones representing them here, as they couldn't be traced even in death. And he himself was unkillable as he could leave at any time. he just did all this because he wanted to expose these grand clans and inheritances for what they ultimately were, beings that moved with their own goals and ideals they would achieve no matter what rules lay before them. He depended on his own power to get past even the interference of these beings, as the two hyperversal extremities, one of them undoubtedly being destruction, would at most arrive to find Apach halfway. Through being plundered, and the vast majority of Avernus and Singularity Overseer elders were nearly torn to pieces under the grandeur of his forces. So let them interfere, because in all this, it seemed he would get to see a reality play out that revealed much more of the Seven Havens. Events were playing out extremely quickly, as just as it seemed the interference of the veiled Avernus and Singularity Overseer extremities would succeed, the auras of multiple more hyperversal extremity authorities bloomed. One bloomed right before the crack of vacuous hyperversal authority, as it was a humanoid visage adorned in a white robe. Their face covered by a half-white and half-gold conceal that carried the inscription, 3. This entity stood against the coming figures of extremities veiled in a crimson light as tendrils of a unique absolute dynamis of extremity erupted from him. Before the grandeur of the three other hyperversal extremities who were going towards the battlefield, three more beings adorned in half-white and half-gold masks appeared to stop their advancement. Their masks were inscribed with the numerals 2. Their appearance was an unbelievable sight, as nobody truly understood what was going on at this moment. Above the apex battlefield, Emperor Shao released his dominance in the form of a single illusory finger that forced the adjudicator of dissolution's attention on only this. This was how potent he was, powerful enough to alone rival an adjudicator of dissolution. As he saw the scene unfolding below, he sighed while his voice rang out only for him to hear. The ones who barely leave traces across history, the beings exceeding the bounds of lineages and factions and act independently to maintain the order of the Seven Havens, you wasted one of the last few favors collected from me for this? To probe and see which inheritances have fallen under their influence? How useless. His words were callous as they thought of a recollection in the past, memories of beings in the same half-gold half-white masks that entirely erased their identities and existence appearing before him as they offered inclusion into their secretive organization that spanned across the most potent factions within the Seven Havens. He had denied them then, and he would even deny them now if they were to manifest before him once again. This was not his path, and now, he could be considered to be moving against them, even though he was only keeping up his end of the bargain after the Avernus clan paid heavy costs to gather favors from him. Fate could be so fickle. Emperor Shao shook his head as seeing the advancements of the battlefield. It correlated with the reality that the Avernus and Singularity Overseer hyperversal extremities would lose if they only sent forth this number of pieces. It was why he had told them to double it at the very least, as after these 5 were deployed, his will stretched out to 10 other hyperversal wills that Extremity Ariana had connected him to. They tried to conceal their identities within the Ionic annals of Extremity. But Emperor Shao could easily tell who they were the instant he connected to their hyperversal wills. Extremities from the Heavenly Church, the Kisiliae clan, and surprisingly even some extremities from the Plum Sword of Extremity were among the reserves waiting for the commands of Emperor Shao. It showed off the machinations and alliances formed behind the scenes as Emperor Shao paid attention to all of them before his will commandingly spread out. Chapter 2567 The Incursion of Dissolution. Shock. This was the emotion that many of the watchers felt as for some, rousing anger exploded forth. In the far distance, the figure of Erickson rose up with tendrils of grandeur pulsing around him as he stared at the veiled hyperversal extremities invading the apex battlefield, as well as the unknown extremities adorned in half-gold half-white masks whose identities could not be made out. They were all powerhouses of the Seven Havens, as their actions represented the wills of major factions and powers whenever they moved. For them to move like this now, Erickson's soul buzzed as either a somber gaze. He sent out a message: "Uncle, we cannot sit back as this event unfolds." His words traversed into the mind of one of the Sima clan extremities in this haven, as the scene he saw was something that breached everything they stood for, those with more power very clearly committing wrongs regardless, simply because it served their best interests, even though it wouldn't make any difference. Erickson had already grabbed his slippers and held them tightly into his hands as if he would jump into the battle himself. But what could a recently advanced apex ionic lifeform who was merely distorting probability to converge his first dynamis of extremity do against the majesty of hyperversal extremities? As his eyes buzzed with brilliance, he received a reply: "Be at ease, young master. I have already made a move." The words were unexpected ones as Erickson's eyes flashed with brilliance. His uncle had already made a move. It meant that he was one of the hyperversal extremities on the battlefield, as Erickson's heart didn't waver on which side he would have been standing on, his intuition ringing as he came to focus on the figures of the 3 extremities wearing masks that had the inscriptions of 2. Beside him, the form of Iam had the same look as her main body in the domain with her grandfather had already turned to him, only for her to see his body divide in two as another one adorned in a white robe and carrying a white gold mask with an inscription of 3 on it. I've told you before that you will be inducted and begin missions after you become an apex ionic lifeform. You haven't been officiated yet, but you can observe how we move and why we move now. Because reality is not black and white, because the seven havens are not perfect vaults of peace and prosperity as they may seem on the surface. Her grandfather's face was filled with an age and interminable power at the same time as he adorned the white gold mask on his face. Everything about him changing and becoming different as he turned into a man of short stature with a bulky build where if she hadn't seen this body of his change before her, she wouldn't have known it was him. Her expression was grim as her grandfather continued, "It is not yet time for me to move yet, because if the words of Guardian Recorder are true, they have yet to fully reveal themselves." Words of mystery and wonder erupted out as some of the prominent scions saw what was happening. And didn't sit still, reaching out to those above them to make a difference, but it didn't always play out the same way for all. Besides Erickson and Iam's soul clones, the soul clone of Atlas of the Plum Sword of Extremity also reached out to those above him when he saw the shocking scene unfolding and remembering the favor he owed Osmond from the initiation step. He waited for a reply as when he got one, BZZT, his body buzzed and stumbled back on the throne he was just sitting on as shock flashed across his face, shock that was replaced by outrage as when he turned back on the ever-changing battlefield. It turned out that those above him were on the side of the veiled extremities attacking. It was a devastating reality for him to affirm as the apex ionic lifeforms gazing in the surroundings tried their best to follow what was happening before them. When hyperversal extremities fought, the havens cried and were torn to pieces. On this day, the skies of dissolution fractured as the widespread hyperversal extremity authority bearing down felt as if these very skies were weeping. The Son of Destiny looked at this scene coldly as even in the face of this might, he was unfazed. What is written will only come to pass. No matter who tries to interfere with it, he had already seen a glimpse of destiny through his destined absolute dynamis of extremity as he gazed at the clashing hyperversal extremities around him. His calm demeanor and Noah's unfazed form of the true throne of quintessence filling those around them with confidence as they weren't broken down in their willful ignorance of decorum. At this time, the crying sky shuddered as the booming voice of none other than the adjudicator of dissolution rang out, her hands pointing up as an instant later. Crack, the skies quite literally shattered, as if they had been cleaved. A horizontal fracture spread out as the authority of the white gold finger descending was obliterated, with the form of the adjudicator of dissolution pointing out again as the other half of the shattered haven was forcefully pulled down, its immense weight pressing on selected targets here with utmost scrutiny. In tenfold violation of the investiture of extremity, her voice buzzed out again as thereafter, she brought her hands close to her bountiful chest, her veiled chest that she pressed on to feel her beating heart as she coldly voiced out, hyperversal extremity expansion, an utterly dreadful voice seeping of tyranny and grandeur. An action that caused even some of the veiled hyperversal extremities to be shocked as they didn't expect her to call out such a thing here with so many lives in the distance having the chance of being affected, but she finished her words with immensity, adjudication, hyperversal extremity expansion adjudication, for words were uttered, and yet in the next moment, everything turned dark. As of whatever was lighting up the ionic haven of dissolution was turned off, as if reality itself closed its eyes the moment that the hyperversal extremity expansion adjudication was called out. Chapter 2568 The Incursion of Dissolution. 2. Immense darkness descended as if reality itself was closing its eyes. And in this darkness, a white light shone as dazzling round scales rose, scales that seemed to be there to weigh and judge the weight of the actions of all beings here. In addition to this, a massive white gavel radiating pure white light appeared above this scale, a gavel that was seemingly there to pass down judgment. It was the extremity expansion of adjudication, without so much as a delay. The white gavel swung down with immense power and pressure as very few could actually wrap their minds on what would happen with the advantage of this extremity expansion. In the pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority, over 200,000 Thanatos damage values erupted from all around Opich as they shredded apart the one-time use quasi-extremity relic, the embrace of the widowed fairy queen. The wing disappeared from Opich's visage as he bellowed out with torrential flames of destruction that absorbed the remaining tens of thousands of damage values, but in the midst of these flames, the formed bejeweled hand had come ever closer and appeared right above his head as it actually minimized itself. Opich raging out even more flames as he saw the figure of Alexander appear before him to superimpose itself, his hand reaching out as it overlapped with the bejeweled golden hand that was appearing for the third time. the corpse explosion of Emperor Tyr Thanatos' vassals made the way. The torrential flames around Opich continued to be annihilated by the deathly force of nature until TSS, the bejeweled illusory golden hand entirely became superimposed on the right hand of Alexander King as a tight-fitting glove that came to land on Opich's face. His glaring eyes of destruction felt blinding brilliance after that as his body surged with interminable absolute dynamis of extremity, but the authority descending was above it as Lotra roared out with utter fervor, hyperversal plundering. It could plunder anything as at this moment, it sought to plunder Opich himself, his soul, his very existence. Hyperversal plundering of the target aspects of existence has begun. The 13th boundary layer of destruction has been obtained. The 13th boundary layer of the barbarian has been obtained. The 14th boundary layer of destruction has been obtained. When Noah had plundered the domain expansion of Opich for the second time, he had begun to deduct the first 14 boundary layers of destruction. Now as he plundered the very spirit of this being, the subsequent layers were obtained as Opich bellowed out as he felt like core parts of him were being pulled out, and his defenses, vitality values, and everything were at their absolute lowest as he couldn't resist. The 15th boundary layer of destruction has been obtained. 15th, the further one went, the more indecent and hard it was to climb across the boundary layers as all the boons Noah had obtained were only viable to bring him to the 13th boundary layer for his 81 boundaries coursing in his meridians. After devouring the fruits of extremity from his Yggdrasil of extremity, he had begun to make some progress towards the 14th boundary layer of quintessence as he didn't manage to reach it, and yet now the plundering of a single being had granted him both the 14th and 15th boundary layers of destruction as the moment Noah was able to include this boundary as part of the concepts that defined him in his hyperversal extremity meridians. 80 more concepts would reach this level as well. The only ordeal here was the inclusion of a different concept to define oneself. The concept or concepts that one defined himself with were set in stone as the ones with the strongest connection in their meridians. This was why what one defined himself with was likely the concept to be taken to extremity. It was an ordeal for others, but was it really the same for Noah? Could he really not do anything with the 81 boundaries making up his meridians? BZZT, his eyes pulsed with tendrils of radiance as the roars of Opich were ignored, great resistance coming from him as he felt like a core part of himself was about to be stripped away. The accomplishments of the 16th boundary layer, if this was lost, he would have utterly BOM, at such a crucial juncture, the vacuous hyperversal authority surrounding them seethed. I hate whenever that guy is right. A voice filled with shocking power erupted out along with an overwhelming hyperversal extremity authority that caused a singularity to bloom between Opich and Alexander King. Noah's will cold at this development as the moment the singularity bloomed, a heavy impact erupted that cancelled out the dazzling bejeweled golden hand. Hyperversal plundering was forcefully cancelled by a type of hyperversal extremity authority. Further plundering of the target has failed. Reality truly was never fair throughout history. The good lived and died in poverty, while the ruthless and selfish beings enjoyed riches and wealth. Set rules were violated by those more powerful as they didn't worry about the consequences, with the current reality showing a hyperversal extremity actually bypassing the shocking actions of the adjudicator of dissolution outside as after she separated Opich and Noah's figure. Her hyperversal extremity authority turned into a purple flaming claw that sought to grab Alexander King. Noah's will gazed at this shocking attack with apathetic eyes. His absolute dynamis of extremity raged around him, and right before the moment of impact, not today, crimson radiance unfolded in front of Noah. Another hyperversal extremity authority showed itself as in the next instant, a short and stout figure adorned in a white gold mask with the inscription of 3 appeared as his visage seemed filled with limitless brilliance. Before the figure of Opich, a woman bathed in purple flames appeared as she blazed with scorching brilliance. Her flames reached out to stabilize a ragged Opich whose eyes bulged with boundless anger and a trace of fear as the two sides looked at each other without a word. And an instant later, boom, the figures of the two hyperversal extremities moved to confrontation with each other. It was a sequence of unfathomable chaos as in the midst of all this, Noah counted his gains that were stopped before he attained the grandest prize. He couldn't plunder the 16th boundary layer from his enemy after the interruption of the hyperversal extremity, but he still plundered the 15th boundary layer of destruction. It meant that he could do many more things. It meant that he could put the boundary layers of 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th boundaries of quintessence to use as his power increased another level even amidst this chaos. Chapter 2569 The Incursion of Dissolution. 3. Emperor Shao gazed at the devastating battlefield. Battles with hyperversal extremities were always unique as in their stage. It didn't matter too much in terms of statistical values when accounting for who was stronger. A lot of the time, it was the concepts that one took to extremity that were determinants of power and whether one could win against another. Of course, unique concepts taken to extremity also greatly altered one's soul and granted them a tremendous hyperversal extremity. Authority that would make other beings feel weak in their knees. The concept of adjudication. Was something all 7 adjudicators of the 7 havens held as one of the tools under their belt, something they were granted when they were elected to the position of adjudicator. Why would one ever seek this thankless job? His body was covered by profound layers of authority in the hidden folding of space as he looked at the extremity expansion that Svetlana had released. Truly powerful extremity expansions released a domain that rejected any other extremity expansion from being expanded in that region, with adjudication being one of the concepts that was especially deadly as it made adjudicators at their peak of power at Tier 3 hyperversal extremity, even with this as a boon. Emperor Shao never saw the appeal of becoming an adjudicator, a glorified position that if you take seriously, you only make enemies that make plans to hunt you. If you turn the other way, a stream of extremity treasures flow to your side as you forge connections across the 7 havens. It could be seen which path Svetlana had taken by the actions today, as there were many hidden pieces here today. One was the fact that somehow, the Avernus clan and others had found out or theorized that the adjudicator of dissolution was influenced by the faction behind the extremities adorned in white gold masks, and they already planned to smoke out just how far the reach of these beings extended past an adjudicator. This apex war just became a perfect chance to do so, as many audiences from multiple factions were here, and they would achieve their goals of saving their disciples as the ruse behind it if any were caught or questioned. And the consequences of this incursion into dissolution today would be the names of multiple factions having been verified or suspected of having their extremities connected to the veiled organization moving for their own gains. These suspected factions would face scrutiny and begin to be ostracized ever so slowly. Isolation, growing conflicts, more enemies than allies, until ultimately a faction begins to dissolve as its core powerhouses are picked off one after another. The 7 clans had been established for eons, but a few had changed names over the vast recorded history. The Ionic inheritances of extremity were numerous, but some behemoths had risen and fallen in the past. Because the 7 havens were never short of conflict and opposing goals, and the beings that stood at the peak of power. Constantly played games of life and death that granted the winner even more pieces of extremity, but this isn't the way to go. Emperor Shao shook his head and sighed. He didn't block the expansion of Svetlana's extremity expansion as with its emergence, he moved multiple pieces into the battlefield for them to achieve their secondary aims. One was into the pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority where a supposed genius Avernus scion was under the threat of death, and the other was the remnants of the Avernus and Singularity overseers on the battlefield being whisked away from the deathly authority spreading across the battlefield. It was a calculated move that also caused more of the selective existences on white gold masks to come out as they achieved their goal of probing, but this would come at a cost. The extremity expansion of adjudication was not something to take lightly, especially when cast from a zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity. Someone was bound to feel some pain, as Emperor Shao would only make a move to clash against it when their goals were accomplished, using it as the chance to have them pull out their forces entirely away from dissolution after that. Let's see, who shall be the unfortunate piece? His eyes spun endlessly with grandeur as even though others couldn't see anything in the extremity expansion below them. His eyes, covered by layers of unique absolute dynamis of extremity, saw too many things, and at this moment, they flashed to see one of the attacking extremities covered by a crimson light forcefully be shifted across space as they appeared on one of the 2 massive golden scales meant to judge others. The veiled extremity was none other than destruction as the voice of Svetlana thundered out. Did you think this meager disguise would mask you? When I gave you a warning not too long ago, the thundered out as shockingly. The massive golden gavel above the 2 scales swung down, as of the decision on the extremity on the scales was already decided. Thereafter, shockingly potent hyperversal extremity authority converged on all sides of the scale. Destruction was on as the further down the gavel swung, the deadlier the power would be exerted, as escaping this would not be something done lightly. The figure of the hyperversal extremity of destruction swayed with a gloomy light as shocking brilliance erupted from him to withstand someone he already knew he wasn't a match for. Uniquely, he would be one of those who paid a heavy cost for this incursion. Zeitgeist had half of his body eradicated as his soul barely hung by a thread, a few dozen Singularity overseers around him having used their astral leviathans as sacrifices to save themselves, as the laughing of a lich could still be heard in this darkness that gave them a sense of fear. At such a critical junction, he felt the warm aura of his master actually appear as the hyperversal extremity of devouring passed over this region, his authority descending to wrap around the remaining Singularity overseers as they disappeared from the battlefield. Amidst the cover of darkness of adjudication, he moved and swiped any Avernus science he also came across as the battlefield was rapidly being cleared with those who had made critical moves today beginning to achieve their aims. Their plans came at the expense of ruining the golden path of the true Emperor of Quintessence, as he was also covered by the immense darkness of the extremity expansion of adjudication. His gaze luminous as his will sent out multiple commands. Chapter 2570. The
Incursion of Dissolution.
4. The 11th boundary layer of Quintessence, the strength of the true Emperor of Quintessence is not set in stone, as it can be interchangeable within his aspects of existence. This layer allows you to alter 3 statistical values, being able to move up to 75% of your vitality and defense values to become a part of your soul values, or vice versa. Do not be restricted by the bounds of logic of others on what your strength can or cannot do. Instead, let them experience a new reality through your own hands. The 12th boundary layer of Quintessence, Quintessence disdains being restricted to the crimson consummate tier, as it opens a pathway to an ever greater type of ranking that will stand to make a concept truly grasping extremity. With enough authority, it is now possible to bypass the crimson consummate tier of a boundary and achieve the quintessential zenith tier. Boundaries of such ranking far exceed others, as their difficulty in achieving extremity is even greater, but when an existence achieves extremity with quintessential zenith tier concepts, his standing as a hyperversal extremity can't help but stand at the very zenith. The 13th boundary layer of Quintessence, just as your values are interchangeable, the concepts that you define yourself with are even more so. At the cost of 50% of your current soul values, you can change one of the 81 concepts that define you within the quintessential hyperversal extremity meridians. The defined concepts taken out of your meridians retain their boundary layers, as they cannot be placed back as defining concepts thereafter, a limitation that can easily be resolved when quintessence becomes ever closer to extremity. A truly quintessential being is changeable and adapts to the ever-changing landscape, always seeking more definitions for themselves. Yes, Quintessence always showed the path forward, as Noah could truly put the means of the 13th boundary layer of Quintessence to use at this moment. There were also the grand achievements of being able to alter his statistical values that he already utilized before this battle began to be skewed as much as possible with his soul value, and there was also the wonder that was the ranking past crimson consummate tier, quintessential zenith. It was an arduous task to overcome, but it was merely an inevitability for Noah. At this very moment, his will expressed through Alexander watched as a clash unfolded between 2 hyperversal extremities. The figure of Opich seemingly getting further away from him, as if he had more strength. He could have overpowered this being even before any hyperversal extremity appeared to save him, and so, strength he would attain. His will buzzed as the shocking reality of 2 extremities fighting with their hyperversal extremity authority was tuned out. His commands then thundered out within his mind. Replace the boundaries of the sword and essenceology with destruction and infinity. Destruction was deduced and reforged under Noah's quintessential banner, Opich's understanding being entirely plundered and reforged under Noah up to the 15th boundary layer, with its inclusion as a defined concept in his quintessential hyperversal extremity meridians. It would allow all the other 80 boundaries to also climb towards this highest 15th layer. This would include quintessence, this would include infinity, this would include the boundaries that made up his dynamis of extremity. Whenever boundaries went ever closer to extremity, their dynamis would become even more powerful, as he could look forward to the fantastical upgrades of their features. His strength would grow by another level, as if was ever in front of an enemy that he could plunder. The boundary layers in very existence, he would ensure that everything was plundered. It was uncertain if he would get the chance with Opich again, with hyperversal extremities appearing, but however this war concluded and its consequences thereafter. There were still an innumerable number of apex ionic lifeforms from the 7 havens that were converging on dissolution. Some were direct disciples of hyperversal extremities like Opich, others exceeded him in strength as they were already at the 17th boundary layer. These would be his nutrients in addition to the boons that were yet to be uncovered in the culmination step of extremity sanctification. As these thoughts passed and his foundation buzzed at new changes, the reality around him also changed as the power of hyperversal extremities was shown. My purpose isn't here to fight, you old dredge. Blinding purple flames in the form of hyperversal authority erupted and formed into blooming flowers of singularities. The veiled woman standing before Opich, placing her hands on his weakened and rageful figure as this direct disciple disappeared. The hyperversal extremity moved quickly as she didn't grant even the possibilities of second chances. She seemed to know the difference in power between her and this being before her, as she didn't erupt in a life and death battle. her authority forming into an incandescent wall as she quickly began her retreat the moment her aims were achieved. It was precise, quick, and some might say that it even showed traces of cowardice, but this being had thought of the larger picture and what they were here to do as she decisively made her moves. The short and stout figure with the white gold mask was radiating a crimson gold aurora of light that caused the purple flames to fade the moment they neared. His gaze piercing as he didn't chase, he knew that the moment he did so, this genius behind him would be targeted by another hyperversal extremity as his actions would be for naught. The one you follow was targeted by the veiled destruction as he is being taken care of by the adjudicator. Since our goal is to currently protect, we are restricted somewhat, and I know this may be a disappointing result for what you all envisioned in this war. The short and stout hyperversal extremity spoke lightly as the purple flames faded, Noah not saying anything at this moment as he watched this being turn around and face him. Was he just the tiniest bit disappointed? Yes. But he had attained booms that took others millions or billions of years in the span of minutes. The 14th and 15th boundary layers alone were enough to make this war a tremendous success, as it didn't just mean getting a single boundary to the 15th layer for him, it meant getting 81 boundaries to the 15th layer, a ridiculous reality that any beings who learned of it would cry out unfairness. And then, there was the fact that Haven Lich Arezon and his vassals had eradicated over 80% of all the forces of the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers, the prompts for all of their loot. They were enough for him to browse through for hours, as he took on the gaze of the hyperversal extremity before him. Noah's voice came out calmly as Alexander King, this war is far from over. It is an apex war of annihilation as at this very moment. The infinite hyperversal haven has not achieved the complete annihilation of all of its participants. His words carried a terrific will that caused this extremity before him, who was seeking a type of infinity, to state with innumerable thoughts. When the Avernus clan and Singularity Overseers are reduced to nothing but rubble and bones like the noblesse, then they have our authorization to deem this war done. Alexander's skeletal armaments shone with a profound luster as he waved his staff, the few remaining Emperor Tyr Thanatos vassals crying out with bony jaws as outside of this pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority. Shocking events continued to unfold, events that were flowing in a certain direction because of one person's commands as his appearance changed many possible paths today. One of these paths was a particular hyperversal extremity. Even though his direct disciple was saved, Destruction himself had landed in a dangerous dilemma as he was coercively placed on the scales of adjudication while the gavel of adjudication continued to press down. Chapter 2571. That sword, in the hidden folds of space near the apex battlefield, the visage of Opich was spat out of purple flames with an ashen gaze as the figure of Extremity Ariana appeared soon after, her gaze ferocious as she spoke. Did you manage to track all the extremities that made a move? The question was not for Opich, but towards a communication channel that held the will of another hyperversal extremity who had not even appeared on this battlefield, and the answer Extremity Ariana received was a special one, for the most part. The Genesis Institute seems to be tainted along with an unknown portion of the Sema clan, Infinite Extremity, Immeasurable Mystery, and two more that I need to verify the signatures to be 100% sure. The reason for their actions, the purpose of their probe. Extremity Ariana's eyes flashed as she heard these words and she nodded while replying just as quickly. Then we can begin pulling out now. Remember, our goal isn't to fight today. She allowed this message to flow freely across the multiple hyperversal extremities she was working with as when she gazed at the complete darkness before her brought about by the extremity expansion of adjudication, she could see the struggling figure of destruction as she snorted without feeling too sorry. Mind you, this was a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity. His authority was raging around him and barely hanging on as the gavel of adjudication swung down. But if it was a Tier 2 hyperversal extremity that was placed on the scales, Svetlana would have been able to easily crush them and erase their recorded history by now. But, continue to be weak, she didn't target any of the Tier 2 hyperversal extremities, as the moment she did so, it would mean that an adjudicator had actually made a move to kill a hyperversal extremity of the Seven Havens. How grand would such an occasion be? How fantastical of an opportunity would it be? They could have utilized such a reality to actually shake her seat of an adjudicator, as thereafter, someone they favored would be supported to step up and be elevated to this grand pedestal, but Svetlana moved carefully as she chose one of their stronger combatants and pressed down adjudication unto them. This authority seeping directly into the soul of hyperversal extremities as its damage was directly on the concepts one expanded to extremity. This was the type of power awarded to adjudicators, one that made them powerhouses nobody wished to go against in the Seven Havens, because of their granted hyperversal extremity authority that didn't touch one's vitality values. But they simply attacked one's records and scorched even concepts that had achieved extremity to oblivion. It was utterly dreadful. Even extremity Ariana felt a sense of apprehension when she gazed at it, as at this moment, she reached out to the person moving behind the scenes. Emperor Shao, can you move to provide an opportunity for retreat? Destruction seems to be in a tight SPO dash. Oh, before her words could even finish, the situation seemed to change dramatically on the scales of the expanded extremity as Destruction cried out in immense shock and anger, his voice chilling and seething as it echoed out, "You would actually dare." It was a voice of shock as it realized the length that this adjudicator was willing to go. It was because at this moment, the hyperversal extremity of Destruction felt the gavel of adjudication swinging down, targeted none of the concepts. He had achieved extremity in but a single one, the concept he defined himself with, the concept that became his moniker, the concept that was his name, the The gavel of adjudication actually had its unstoppable authority attack the very concept of destruction within him. You all seem to think I will not act as you move rampantly. So let me show you. Svetlana's voice was cold as even while her figure couldn't be seen, the gavel above seemed to press down with even more gravity as Destruction screamed out. Destruction's body was bathed in crimson splendor as he roared out maddeningly. But he seemed to be anchored onto the scale he was on, as he could not leave being forced to watch as the authority of adjudication seeped into his soul and burned his most prized concept. It was stably entrenched in extremity as he had elevated this concept to stand far above any others at the same stage, yet now, it seemed to be forcefully burnt from his very soul while the defenses he set up continued to be bypassed. This was the terror of a Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity. Once one made their mind and faced another existence that was also Tier 3. Their victory would be a certainty. Destruction's roars continued to resound as in the next moment, all sound was cancelled. In the center of the extremity expansion of adjudication, Svetlana raised her head as her eyes turned sharp. There, in the midst of all this darkness, a point of light appeared. It very quickly brightened as its appearance was seen by all, taking on the form of a dazzling white sword that seemed to be formed by tendrils of multiple unique absolute dynamies of extremity that had at their base terrifying concepts that had achieved extremity. The moment this sword appeared, all hyperversal extremities present felt as if their souls could be cut the moment it swung, with the weaker ones getting a feeling that it could eradicate everything about them and their history with a swing. It didn't seem like an illusory sword, it seemed as if an armament of extremity had come to life as an instant later, it swung down, blinding endless light radiated from it as shockingly, the moment it swung. The vast and endless domain of adjudication laid out was cut cleanly. A brilliant slight of light formed in the skies and only expanded from there as from a reality of immense darkness. It seemed like this sword shimmering with endless white light was the only thing that was here. A single sword of white light cut through the extremity expansion of adjudication, the cornerstone of an adjudicator. When seeing this scene, the scalps of all hyperversal extremities present tingled. The being behind that sword strike, it seemed like very few if any of them would be his matches at this moment. Complete white brilliance covered everything. Chapter 2572 overpowered at its best. In this moment of blinding brilliance, hyperversal extremities began to make their retreat as barely any senses could be perceived, even sound seemed to be cut off, and yet towards the last moments a hoarse cry could be heard echoing out across the lands. 17th layer. 17th layer. A voice cried out amidst the blinding whiteness, as it was not a joyful one, it was one of utter shock and pain, as if it was a parent witnessing the death of their child, as if a poor pauper had suddenly gained all the riches in the cosmos only to lose it all a moment later. As if a sentient pig could see the butcher's blade while they were being led to slaughter. Very few people understood what this cry meant, but those who did were shocked at its significance. It was the voice of destruction, as it was in so much pain because incredulously, his main authority that granted him his very distinction and standing. Svetlana had used adjudication to take it from its standing within the grandeur of extremity to the extent that it came down to the 17th boundary layer. 17th, and it would have been erased entirely if the blinding white sword didn't come. The cries were full of pain to hear, as with this single action, it was hard to say whether Destruction could keep his standing as a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity. It was hard to say if he would even keep his distinction. The blinding white brilliance that cut through everything seemed to also reach the pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority that Noah's visage of Alexander and the short and stout white gold masked extremity were in, thus being seemed like he wanted to converse with Alexander a bit more, but the blinding sword strike caused him to make another move as his body began to fade. As for Noah's will and Alexander, it was entirely focused on within, as a quintessential change was about to take place. An astonishing feat that utterly rejected nature was the only way that Noah's path could be described. The closer one went towards extremity, the more arduous and slower it was. but it seemed that Noah was becoming even swifter as he had crossed the thresholds of the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th boundary layers far faster than when he scaled the 1st to the 9th boundary layer. But the moment that the 16th layer was in sight, a hyperversal extremity had intervened. This didn't matter, as regardless, Noah had swapped boundaries and infused infinity and destruction into his meridians. The effects of this bloomed now as in the body of Alexander. He looked at the gradually disappearing figure, white gold masked hyperversal extremity before him, while his visage turned crystalline and translucent. Infinity has been added to the concepts that define you. Destruction has been added to the concepts that define you. BZZT, the upper layer of all boundaries in the quintessential hyperversal extremity meridians, has been set to 15. Now, the changes of achieving the 15th boundary layer of destruction were being applied as Noah's quintessential hyperversal extremity meridians activated their function, the 80 other boundaries within breaking past the 13th boundary layer with utter ease. And one must remember, common existences raised a few boundaries across layers at a time as they slowly grew in power. Accomplished apex psionic lifeforms who held ranges of 10,000 to 20,000 apex soul values would slowly scale towards 30,000 and 40,000 values over the years as they further refined their souls with the concepts of extremity through pristine circulation modus operandi, even adding dynamis into this as they became more powerful. Noah took a different route. Instead of a few boundaries slowly crossing the layers, 80 boundaries did so all at once as the explosive rise in power was utterly obscene. So obscene that his foundation made his body seem like a celestial treasure, turning crystalline and translucent as the 81 meridians within could be seen clearly only under Noah's will. The concepts of extremity within the meridians were akin to rivers of blood flowing through them, each of them taking a different color as they circulated with profound fervor at this moment. A boundary layer for any of the heightened boundaries could add a few hundred values, if not more, as they became elevated. Other boundary layers unlocked unique features that would only make Noah more broken, and of course, the layers of the decreta, natural laws, and fundamental natural laws getting closer to extremity meant grand transformations for the infinite hyperversal haven as well. The 15th boundary layer of quintessence has been achieved. The 15th boundary layer of loot has been achieved. The 15th boundary layer of mana dynamics has been achieved. The 15th boundary layer of blood has been achieved. The 15th boundary layer of dreams has been achieved. The 15th boundary layer of infinity has been achieved. Every time that one of these shockingly pristine consummate boundaries arrived at an even higher stage, his body pulsed and exploded with a shocking aura as either entirely broken abilities were being granted, or heavy increases to soul values and other values were being added. And in addition to all this, all dynamis of extremity converged by your concepts are undergoing quintessential elevation. New features have been forged in all quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. Prior features of all dynamis of extremity have experienced a quintessential advancement. His body shone with incandescent splendor as he seemed like a reborn celestial creature from the early eons of the eonic annals of extremity. His meridians seemed like pathways for all creatures to follow as 81 dazzling concepts flowed within. A great deal of things coming to fruition as some were much more important than others. There was one thing that could not be missed. It flowed pristinely along with the countless other prompts, but Noah brought it up to the forefront as it appeared before his eyes at this moment. The 14th boundary layer of quintessence, boundaries are the foundation of your strength, and their convergence into dynamis elevates them to another level that allows the representation of what they stand for in unfathomable ways. For the expense of 75% of your current soul values, this layer of quintessence allows you to take already converged dynamis of extremity and be capable of modifying their perennial Yggdrasil of extremity by adding or removing any concepts, the only thing to be cautious of being the resonance and compatibility of the remaining concepts. Chapter 2573 overpowered at its best. 2. The 14th boundary layer of quintessence was simply maddening. Once a dynamis of extremity was forged, it was set in stone. If one wanted to create something similar but with additional concepts or different concepts, they had to converge a brand new dynamis and examine out its compatibility, but quintessence looked at such a reality and chose to give it the middle finger. It told Noah on its 14th boundary layer that he could add and eliminate concepts from perennial Yggdrasil of extremity as he wished, the only thing being a high cost as to him. The cost didn't matter. His quintessential hyperversal mana value took care of nearly all of his asset costs instead of the required soul values. He would be able to freely add and remove multiple concepts even if the cost was stated to be 75% of his total soul values per concept, as the main thing here was that he could enhance his absolute dynamis of extremity into quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. All of these surprises stemmed from a single boundary of quintessence.
what others may consider a dead path because it was simply too grand.
A path that could not be taken to extremity, it fell along the same lines as the concept of infinity. The boundary layers of this concept were part of the core reason that Noah's visage of Alexander was currently shining with translucent and crystalline light as if his very body was a young armament of extremity being forged. His fantastical changes had only just begun to unfold, but outside of this,
events continued to spill out around the apex battlefield as the blinding swordlight
that cut open adjudication continued to blind all beings for a few seconds, and when it finally died down, the scene revealed was one to stare at in wonder and wonder. Fantastically, the only figure to be seen in the skies was the adjudicator of dissolution, who currently had tendrils of profound authority raging around her, the auras of other hyperversal extremities nowhere to be seen. It was as if they were never here to begin with, as if a shocking battle had not just taken place. The ones veiled with hyperversal extremity authority who attacked were nowhere to be seen, and the ones wearing white gold masks who had appeared were also nowhere to be seen. The apex battlefield below showed rows of enders of nature standing fearlessly,
valiant apex ionic lifeforms adorned with white gold armaments floating in front of them with valor as around them deathly wheelies ran.
Rampant as a certain lich collected corpses nonchalantly as if nothing else was happening around it. A few massive Emperor tier Thanatos vassals could be seen in the background along with the sorry figures of primeval Elder Silas, Roan, and other remnants from the cult of endless shadows as they stared around them breathlessly. The spectators who were blinded by darkness and then light this whole time could finally see again as they drew sharp breaths when the scene became clear. On the battlefield, the only thing left behind of the Avernus and Singularity Overseer elders were corpses that a cackling Haven Lich was collecting with glee, all others being whisked away as approximately 15 to 20% of the forces of powerful apex ionic lifeforms were saved. But all others faced a devastating loss as the eyes of many beings couldn't help but focus on the man still seated on the multicolored throne. In all this, he hadn't moved a muscle. He had grandly sat and watched over everything as even now, his eyes seemed to gaze around their audiences with scrutiny as if he was looking for the attackers that had come and gone from among them. Far in the distance, the figure of Erickson grandly fell back on his seat as, fucking hell. He put his slippers back on his feet while rubbing his brows, this whole reality being an utter headache as too many significant things happened. Iam's eyes shone brilliantly as beside her. Atlas had a clouded expression as moments later, "You guys will have to excuse me for a while." He rose from the vessel of Erickson and disappeared into a burst of plum petals as too many things seemed to be on his mind. CAA, and at this time, a fearsome cry of authority rang out as the figure of the adjudicator of dissolution gazed at the masses. Her piercing eyes seemed to cross across all veils and land on the souls of all beings here as her fearsome voice reverberated out with a hint of clear anger. Today, multiple parties from a clan and inheritances violated the investiture of extremity as they believed their power and standing would mean there would be no consequences. WAA, you may disguise yourselves and use the darkness as a cover, but you know who you are. You know. Since today, I stripped the very defining concept of extremity from one of you. Since you do not seem to hold the decorum of a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity, you can back down to Tier 2. Her words were utterly callous as the skies seethed at her taunting. She knew who the culprits were. The culprits knew exactly what she was talking about. In the distance, one could almost hear the howls of a maddened hyperversal extremity who seemed to be getting held back from appearing due to the taunts of the adjudicator. As for the audiences across the myriad of inheritance and clans here, they drew sharp breaths at the words of the adjudicator. She had stripped the authority of a hyperversal extremity from Tier 3 to Tier 2. Very few beings even knew the true distinction between Tier 1 hyperversal extremities and those who were Tier 2 and Tier 3. But it was broadly known that the requirement for one to be elected as an adjudicator of a haven was to be at the Tier 3 at the very least. Such beings were the cornerstones of the 7 havens, and for one reason or another, the 7 havens had deprived a being of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity. Chapter 2574 overpowered at its best. 3. When one truly thought about it in the larger picture, it was a very, very sad day for the 7 havens, and yet it also seemed appropriate for the punishment of today's incursion to at least be this, as an example had to be made. If the adjudicator of dissolution had granted true death to any hyperversal extremities today due to this, it was hard to say what the outcome would be and what storm would be raised among those truly powerful. Yet her actions had shown her power and decisiveness cleanly today. She gazed at all those in the surroundings and then towards the figure of the true Emperor of Quintessence seated on a grand floating throne. He was akin to an ancient commander with recorded histories of countless victories, with the way he coldly gazed at everything, his eyes locking with the adjudicator as he made his intentions clear, and an instant later, the voice of the adjudicator rang out again, the apex war of Annihilation could have been considered over and done with had unruly beings not interfered, but because of their incursion, the war of annihilation between the Lernaeans' lineage and the noblesse, along with all those who supported them, has still not ended. The feud remains open until a clear victory is obtained from either side, and this time without the interventions of anyone. A shocking judgment was made as the adjudicator made something very clear for those listening. The noblesse were nowhere to be seen on the battlefield, and yet she proclaimed the war wasn't over. The only combatants remaining were the Lernaeans led by the true Emperor of Quintessence and the forces of the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers. She effectively claimed that there was an ongoing war with this small unknown lineage that held a grander faction name known as the Infinite Hyperversal Haven and the behemoth that is the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers too. A fantastical proclamation. After it was said, the adjudicator of dissolution gave a cold look to all those here as if she could see the faces of the hyperversal extremities who had pulled away and hidden as if nothing had happened, her gaze then turning up to where the white sword that had cut her extremity expansion of adjudication used to be. It was as if she could see the being behind it. It was as if she was committing it to memory and she would never forget. Thereafter, her figure disappeared into a flash of darkness a moment later, as only now did many beings feel like they could breathe again. The majesty and anger of a Zenith Tier 3 ultra-dimensional extremity was that terrifying. Yet not long after she left, the multicolored throne of the true Emperor of Quintessence buzzed as the watching wolves came to focus on him. Some observed what they saw with their eyes and transmitted it across the walls of different havens. It seems very easy for those unidentified and with no apparent backing to be bullied and even given the decree of death from others sitting on their high pedestals. His words began slowly as he gazed at the many peering eyes around him, continuing. With grandiosity as behind him, rows of ultra-dimensional extremities line up. Today, we make ourselves known as those from the Infinite Hyperversal Haven. For any beings daring to seek trouble with us or plot for our demise, you should be entirely prepared for the annihilation of your inheritance or clan. Just as the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers should be prepared for what is to come. He spoke without fear. Those behind him seemed ready and even thirsting for battle, especially the Seventhonian sinners of Thanatos who wanted to fully unveil their monstrous forms and power. The Infinite Hyperversal Haven. Their introduction into the Seven Havens was a grand one, as many knew them from this apex war of annihilation, with their entrance being paved by the blood of hundreds of apex psionic lifeforms and even the bloody authority of a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity being stripped away. At the untimely conclusion of the apex war, they stood as the clear victors. Victors that others dared not to even approach, since they had declared themselves along the same lines as an inheritance or clan, and they had even made the Avernus clan and the Singularity Overseers as their clear enemies. If they were associated with such a group, others simply didn't even dare to be others. But then there were the fearless and exceptional ones, SHA. Multiple flashes of light went towards the battlefield that had deathly energies being swept away by a cackling haven. Lich, who carried away the remnant corpses of apex psionic lifeforms who had reached the 14th or 15th boundary layer, these corpses not being turned into Emperor Tier Thanatos vassals right away, as the Lich seemed like it had something else in store for them. In the midst of such an atmosphere, let me be the first to congratulate you on your victory. The boisterous voice of Erickson thundered out as he arrived, Galilean beach attire, the figure of Iam not being too far behind, as they were among the very few who didn't fear being seen merely associating with the beings who made a clan and inheritance their enemy. On the surface, things seemed to be entirely done as the battlefield quieted down, but they were far from over, within the haven of Oceanus. In the white gold plane of existence where the main body of Emperor Shao remained, the Extremity soul clone of Extremity Ariana nodded with somber acknowledgement while beginning to leave. The favors Emperor Shao has to fulfill are nearly depleted, but we look forward to working with you whenever fate permits us to utilize the last favor. She spoke while her figure disappeared into purple flames, Emperor Shao's eyes calmly gazing forward while stroking a white sword on his lap. After a while, his head rose as he pondered at the vast cerulean wonder all around him, his voice serene and full of wonder as it portrayed his thoughts that were buzzing with how everything came to be. Noah Osmond, is it? Since they appeared in the brilliance you have shown so far, it is likely they have already approached you to be groomed into another guardian. When I come across you again, will it be as an enemy or an ally? His eyes were bright as the picture he saw was vastly different from others. The records he viewed were those that others had never seen, nor would they ever come to life. The future he sought was not something the likes of Extremity Ariana, Destruction, or even the Adjudicator of Dissolution could fathom. Chapter 2575 overpowered at its best. 4. 2575 overpowered at its best. 4. The Apex battlefield became abuzz with even grander activity after the war ended. After Ericsson, IAM, and others took the lead forward, the audience became even more active as this region lit up with discussions. It was to the extent that a moment later, BZZT. A hyperversal extremity authority bloomed as it nearly caused the calm wills of beings to buzz wildly again, their gazes coming to observe the appearance of a man surrounded by tendrils of shadows besides the figure of primeval elder Silas. His demeanor was calm as he seemed aged with authority, his figure beginning to float towards Noah's visage on the throne as Silas and the other shadow elders followed along with complex emotions. This was the first hyperversal extremity to have stepped forward after the battle had ended, as there were too many possibilities with what his actions meant. Had the cult of endless shadows decided on a path? And what exactly was the connection between them and the infinite hyperversal haven? Questions arose as the peering gazes talked of what had just occurred and continued to prepare for the culmination step of extremity sanctification. As all of this occurred, Noah's will in the body of Alexander continued to observe the wondrous changes caused by the advancement of 81 boundaries to the 15th boundary layer. There were many astounding changes, especially to the dynamies of extremity that were made of these boundaries. Many of them required Noah's will to peruse their details and understand just what shocking extent they had grown. But one boundary in particular could activate one of its features passively. It was the oraculum dynamis of extremity that held the adumbrative viewpoint. It had activated by itself to warn Noah right before the incursion of hyperversal extremities unfolded, and as the boundaries making up this dynamis received such a thorough advancement simultaneously, the abilities of adumbrative viewpoint became even more obscene. Hung in Noah's will contained in Alexander's visage, a blaring glimmer of authority echoed out as a golden book unfolded, taking a portion of his soul into it as prompts began to cascade down. Adumbrative viewpoint has independently enabled to show the glimmers of unrecorded histories waiting for the true emperor of quintessence. It wasn't due to an alarming cause. It had enabled simply because of his advancement as Noah's soul found itself drawn into the pages of the golden book. Due to the thorough advancements of the boundaries with oraculum, the feature of adumbrative viewpoint can now have you experience your own unrecorded histories in an unknown straightforward path of your choosing in a quintessentially in-depth fashion. As the notification faded, Noah's soul that was absorbed into the golden book felt 9 roads form before it. Roads that seemed like grand stellar rivers, as whenever he stepped on one of them, it would take him on a possible unrecorded history relating to his future. He gazed at the 9 roads of unknown futures and chose the one at the very center as his soul was sucked into it, and before even a moment could pass, his soul experienced passing through annals of extremity as he delved into a wondrous unrecorded history. His vision clearing up to find himself within the hyperversal haven. He wouldn't just be reading or viewing the unrecorded history, but it was like he was right there in the flesh living in it. At the same time, a booming voice narrated from above, as Extremity Gabriella took his clone to observe the shadow sword. Noah's will finally sought an even grander path of power as he turned into his infinite forge. There, days' worth of loot light that was withheld from ruination finally began to climax and build the fragments of none other than the 2nd volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi. The scenes were wondrous as Noah truly felt like he was living through this history. The sheer usage and possibility of what he was seeing being amazing as it felt like time was sped up on the path he chose. A day passed since the Apex War ended, and the wall of dissolution still did not relent as the extremity vein of dissolution continued to rise to the skies of the haven. It foretold of a culmination step of extremity sanctification unlike any other, as even the forces of clans and inheritances that continued to increase in number did not know what to expect. Noah's vision flitted through a great deal of memories and potentialities as what he lived through constantly changed, until soon after, he found his eyes staring at the glorious scene of 81 infinity symbols rotating in the forge within the depths of his soul. Waves of stellar loot light cascading down as 100 fragments of the 2nd volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operative formed into a grand scroll. He gazed at the 2nd volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi as he could already feel the nonsensical boosts from it. Instead of being capable of cycling 24 different boundary essences across his atoms with every breath, the number was now 48, as this was only one of its boons. The scene was one of wondrous achievement that Noah would only obtain on the 2nd day after the Apex War of Annihilation. The scene was about to pass as Noah's will gazed at the scroll right before him hungrily as. Wait, BZZT, the scene paused. The unrecorded history did not continue playing out as Noah gazed at the methodology of extremity circulation he would only obtain 2 days away after exhausting all of the loot light within his forge. His mind seemed to be shining with brilliance at this moment as a sense of profound revelation and potentialities surged within him. He wanted to try something unbelievable. Something others wouldn't even be thinking of, much less attempt. Thump. He felt his heart beat through his soul as once the idea took root within it, he could not let it go, as his soul stood in observance of an unrecorded history. His figure that should have only been an observer rose its hand as a unique golden light of a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity shone from it. And while looking at the second volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, his mouth moved within this unrecorded history, hyperversal plundering. Chapter 2576 Overpowered at its best. Boom. The unrecorded history Noah was gazing at shook dangerously as the fantastical authority of a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity unfolded. The authority of Lotra was blinding as it was truly carried over Noah's soul and into a history that had yet to happen. Below the dazzling spinning infinity symbols of the forge, a bejeweled golden hand formed as Noah truly tried to plunder a possible fabrication of reality in the form of an unrecorded history, and you are attempting to obtain something in an unrecorded history of the Ionic annals of extremity, a grand and impossible goal, and yet the authority of the Lotra quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity seeks to make it a possibility. The bejeweled hand pressed towards the completed scroll of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi as the unrecorded history around Noah shook with cataclysmic frequency, and a moment later, crack, the scene of the unrecorded history around Noah shattered under the weight of the actions he sought to do. Along with it, dazzling prompts came. The unrecorded history accessible through the oraculum absolute dynamis of extremity was not stable enough for the conducted action. Oraculum communicates with its master that its elevation to a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity may grant enough stabilization to accomplish the sought-after impossibility. Noah had simply tried an action of utter impossibility through his intuition. And it had actually failed as the final result of it all. Was the oraculum absolute dynamis of extremity telling him that what he tried to do may succeed so long as he adds more boundaries into it. Lotra was already set as it could do the plundering. Oraculum needed more power to stabilize the unrecorded histories as after that. There may actually be possibilities for him to plunder an unknown number in quality of things in the farthest reaches of the Ionic annals of extremity. Just thinking about the possibilities made Noah's mind buzz as he locked onto the oraculum perennial Yggdrasil of extremity and the concepts contained within it, his will moving along with dense soul values and mana values as the first dynamis to undergo elevation was decided. What was that performance today? Noah's voice echoed out from his clone as it hid the profound brilliance within its eyes that nearly radiated wonder due to what a portion of his soul had just tried to do in the Ionic annals of extremity. His clone was speaking towards none other than the adjudicator of dissolution. You call it a show. And I guess that isn't too far from the truth. The response you saw today was the crucial part in all this. The entities that stepped forth to prevent the injustice that would have occurred to you and your people. They were in the secluded domain above the haven of dissolution, stellar billowing clouds below their feet as while she spoke. Her environment began to pulse with spatial light that showed forming gateways emanating auras of hyperversal extremities. They have been known by few across recorded history as they do not move for fame or pride. They stretch across inheritances and clans as only the truly exceptional beings among all others are chosen. Geniuses outstanding in their stage and outclassing all others. Prodigies blessed by extremity in ways others cannot fathom. The portals around her flashed as in the next moment, 3 dazzling auras of hyperversal extremities unfolded as existences adorned in white gold masks and variations of white gold garbs appeared beside the adjudicator of dissolution. One of the extremities reached towards his white gold mask and slowly took it off as the visage of Extremity Marcellus of the Genesis Institute of Extremity revealed itself. His eyes were serene and filled with age as he was the next one to speak. We move in the shadows of extremity in order to protect it, only acting when all other measures have failed. We hold hyperversal extremities accountable even when adjudicators fail to do so. We are known as the Curregulus of extremity, the protectors of the 7 havens. The guardians of extremity. Noah's eyes squinted as he watched these powerful entities unveil themselves before his eyes, the Curregulus of extremity. Existences moving in secret across the 7 havens as their members were the most powerful individuals across inheritances and clans. For them to unveil themselves before Noah at this moment. He smiled lightly while gazing at them and the figure of dissolution. For you all to be here, shall I assume I made the cut? He smiled feebly even amidst hyperversal extremities as Marcellus stroked his white beard with a similar smile while replying, You're chosen as a candidate along with that first commander Alexander King, is it? Exceptional entities like you will carry the torch forward to make sure the Curagulus of Extremity remains a force of great power over the years to come. So long as you complete your first mission successfully and begin rising through our ranks, you will come to find that holding the position of a Curagulus has its own gains. Oh? His brows rose with interest as beside Marcellus. The veiled adjudicator harumphed while jumping in, You do not need to entice him like this. Just know that when you efficiently move to protect these havens, you can gain access to resources and even the armaments of Extremity within the vaults of Curagulus. With how you've made yourself an enemy of Avernus and the Singularity Overseers, you will come to find that you need all the support you can get. Her words carried the same cold authority as she revealed the grand notion of the vaults of Curagulus, caches of treasure vaults that even held armaments of Extremity. Noah found himself in the midst of such a grand reality as there were many questions that remained unanswered. How widespread was this Curagulus of Extremity? Just how many members did they have to even hold one of the 7 adjudicators among them? These questions and more buzzed in his mind freely, and as if they could see the questions through his eyes, the adjudicator of dissolution shook her head as she continued, As you gain more authority, you will naturally attain more information. For now, the crucial detail to understand is that the Curagulus of Extremity exists to keep in check existences who believe they are above scrutiny. Existences like those who carried out today's incursion. Existences belonging to the Center of Power of the Seven Havens, WAA, the Center of Power of the Seven Havens. The governing body that elects adjudicators to their positions and has retained dominance across the Ionic annals of Extremity. Held together by pillars of all 7 clans and major Ionic inheritances of Extremity, the Senatus of Extremity, Chapter 2577 overpowered at its best. 6. The Senatus of Extremity, a global group of powerhouses whose reach went across all 7 havens for as long as recorded history existed. They elected the adjudicators of the 7 havens and controlled things to an unfathomable level. Their reach extended across the majority of the hyperversal extremities within the 7 havens as they controlled all the infrastructure and the behemoth of an economy across the havens. The adjudicator of dissolution spoke about such beings as Noah's eyes shone brightly. Before him, hyperversal extremity Marcellus took out a white gold mask that shone with silent wonder, his wide eyes radiating light as he spoke. So long as you take the oath of Curagulus, the first thing you will be granted is this extremity relic that grants you whatever form you wish and entirely masks the hyperversal extremity authority emanating from you. Among its myriad of other functions. With it, you can navigate through different records as you will see the different tiers of missions you can take, as well as what the rewards for it will be once completed. Through it, you can obtain high-tier extremity circulation modus operandi. Records of concepts of extremity expanded over the eons, records of dynamies of extremity, records of the inheritances in clans along with much more. An extremity relic, it was nothing like an armament of extremity, but it was a relic that contained traces of extremity. Who could have made such a tool and mass-produced it? Noah's hands reached out to grasp the dazzling white gold mask as he saw a layer of hyperversal extremity authority covering it, and he wasn't able to obtain any information on it until this authority faded away. His question was answered with a dismissive head shake from the adjudicator of dissolution as she replied succinctly, a legend you may or may not know. If your achievements are high enough in the future, you may even be able to meet them and commission a genuine armament of extremity. WAA fantastical words rang out as up to this point, only the adjudicator and hyperversal extremity Marcellus had revealed themselves and spoken. The other 2 masked guardians that came with Marcellus remained quiet and mysterious this whole time as Noah grasped the vibrant and pulsing mask in his hands while pondering with a thoughtful look, his piercing gaze passed through all of these beings as he asked lightly, What if after all this, I turn you all down? Yes, they had unveiled themselves before him when they were this secretive organization. So what if he didn't join them in the end? Extremity Marcellus smiled at this moment as he shook his head lightly. I do not think this is an opportunity you will deny. One of the requirements for vetting potential candidates is already discerning what their choice will be. His eyes were filled with boundless light as he spoke, Noah's sharp eyes turning into crescents as he smiled. An opportunity he could not deny, was it? For him, it would merely be another tool for his path of glorious power. Let's do it, he gave the acknowledgement. BZZT, and hyperversal extremity authority erupted from the adjudicator of dissolution as another oath of extremity was about to be born. Repeat after me. I vow to utilize my authority for the benefit of the 7 havens of extremity and the guidelines of the curregulus of extremity whenever acting under their name. To not reveal anything of the curregulus of extremity to outsiders, a fairly basic and non-restrictive oath. Noah's eyes glimmered with the golden grandeur of oraculum as he spoke succinctly. I vow to utilize my authority for the benefit of the 7 havens of extremity and the guidelines of the curregulus of extremity whenever acting under their name. To not disclose anything of the curregulus of extremity to outsiders. WAA hyperversal extremity authority buzzed and raged wantonly as an oath of extremity was established and witnessed by 4 extremities. It was an oath from the true emperor of quintessence joining the curregulus of extremity as at this moment. Nobody knew just what drastic of an effect this would have on the history of the Ionic annals of extremity. With this, another exceptional member of the curregulus has been born, the adjudicator of dissolution proclaimed vibrantly as she radiated immense power and wonder. Her eyes beneath the veil shone with utmost majesty as they had innumerable thoughts and possibilities. Crossing through them, at this moment, a memory passed through these veiled eyes, a memory that seemed like an entire lifetime ago, and yet she could recall it as if it were yesterday. The environment were filled with darkness as a single obsidian crystalline disk of earth floated at the very center. A shadowy figure encased in utter darkness floated above the stellar obsidian earth that currently held a single life force that was pulsing with a distinctive authority. Around her, only ashes and dust of what used to be lifeforms could be seen as the voice of the shadowy figure thundered out. Sergei and Dmitri could not survive as they have now become fuel for your growth, little Svetlana. The ashes and dust around her were the 11 others who had been on the same path as her not too long ago as nothing about them remained. Her small figure now pulsed uniquely with an authority of distinctive quality. It felt devoid of life and reality itself. Svetlana opened her eyes as crackles of vacuous hyperversal authority erupted out. It was the same crackling authority of nothingness that had been surrounding this whole region they were in this whole time. Within her body, it seemed refined and docile, like it was natural. Like her very existence aligned and was meant just for it. Your innate vacuous hyperversal meridians will pave the way forward. Even though you have entered your second vacuous awakening, you are still far from extremity. You are still nothing. The voice of the hyperversal extremity shroud, in dense vacuous hyperversal authority boomed on all sides as Svetlana nodded with affirmation. Yes, Master. Chapter 2578 overpowered at its best. 7. 2578 overpowered at its best. 7. Her eyes were emotionless as she replied. The hyperversal extremity floating above her burning with brilliance as he continued. You raged against the dying light and became the champion of this batch as anticipations are high for you. Like all other champions, you only have a single mission for your existence. That mission is to infiltrate the bane of our existence. The antithesis who spread cancerously and encroach upon our very existence. The Vitalis malignancies that reject vacuous hyperversal authority in their very nature. Boom. They refuse what makes our very existence as their 7 Vitalis havens continue to spread their authority into our lands. We are greatly weakened when we are even close to their source of authority as you and all the other champions will be one of our weapons against them. You are a weapon that can withstand the Vitalis hyperversal authority in their lands as your only purpose is to climb across their ranks and prepare. Prepare for the time when we will reclaim what is rightfully ours. A light of zeal crossed the eyes of the veiled figure as towards its words. The reply of Svetlana was an emotionless one. Yes, Master. Not a single emotion could be seen on her face as she replied with affirmation. This memory, as if it were dust in the wind, quickly faded into nothingness. In the current time, the veiled eyes of Svetlana blinked as the memory in her mind faded and focused on the scene before her. The scene of a genius scion and ruler of a rising faction who had just joined the curregulus of extremity. Her mind entirely erased and blocked out the rising memories of a distant time as she spoke out. Familiarize yourself with the curregulus mask and choose your first mission soon. Some may be native in this haven, others might require you to go to other havens entirely. But after you are accustomed, bring your first commander so he can be granted the same opportunity. Her words and aura were perfect and free of any discrepancy. With her usual veiled demeanor, she continued to carry out her duty as her eyes swirled with innumerable complex emotions. The oraculum perennial Yggdrasil of extremity trembled as new branches sprouted out like branching stellar rivers of reality. Currently, the grandeur of quintessence was being utilized as massive amounts of quintessential hyperversal mana values and soul values bathed at every second, a new concept being added ever so often. It began with the concepts of destiny, providence, pathfinder, morai, fate, karma, fortune, kismet, wisdom, elysium, and quintessence, the first thing that Noah added to the mix was infinity. The endless blue of infinity caused the golden tree to pulse with an even brighter splendor as after that, the concepts of mana dynamics, continuity, causal nexus, dictum, opulent, kairos, and uncertainty were added. Multiple natural laws were added into the mix for their grand conceptual backing as the number arrived at 19. It seemed to be just one higher than the minimum required number of boundaries to form a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. The condition was 18 crimson consummate boundaries at the very minimum to be converted together for such a dynamis to arise. After such a grand addition of concepts. The oraculum perennial Yggdrasil of extremity released tendrils of halcyon grandeur all around. The requirements have been met to elevate oraculum to an even greater stage, the golden light. Within Noah's soul was retained in as thereafter, the aura of Alexander was retracted as obtaining any information from him would be immensely hard. The oraculum quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity has been born. The feature of WYRD has been born. All prior concepts of oraculum have undergone quintessential elevation. A monumental achievement was forged as Noah tackled it first for a single reason, a dumbrative viewpoint. WAA, his soul called out grandly. There were many things to explore as the newly obtained feature of WYRD was also something making his will buzz, but he focused on the reason for elevating oraculum first as a portion of his soul was taken into a golden book that seemed even more intricate and refined. His soul appeared before multiple paths as he chose the same one as before, and a pathway of an unrecorded history began to play out as he seemed to be living in the very midst of it. A myriad of scenes he had observed before passed before him. They continued to play out until he gazed at the second volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi as he could already feel the nonsensical boosts from it. Instead of being capable of cycling 24 different boundary essences across his atoms with every breath, the number was now 48 as this was only one of its boons. The glimmering scroll radiating pure majesty could be seen right before him as with a voracious light of tyranny, Noah's soul bellowed out, hyperversal plundering, torrential waves of glory suffused outwards. A bejeweled golden hand appeared within Noah's forge as it plucked down towards the completed fragments of the second volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi. You are attempting to obtain something in an unrecorded history of the Ionic annals of extremity, a grand and impossible goal, and yet the authority of the oraculum quintessential dynamis of extremity and the Lotra quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity seek to make it a possibility. An enormous amount of your mana and soul values are being drained. The unrecorded history remained stable. It didn't fracture and break down like before. All that was left now was Noah's own capabilities as his portion of soul drew from the source and erupted with magisterial glory. Your soul is being put under a great strain. His soul felt like it was drawing everything from his visage of Alexander. Even after endless seas of quintessential hyperversal mana values bathed everything, thousands of his quintessential hyperversal soul values were also drained unceasingly. The bejeweled hand pressed down with tyranny while supported by such grandeur as it grasped the vibrant scroll within it, and with vigor and unbeatable might, this hand plucked with force a single time. Time felt like it came to a stop. The circulation of essence and the beating of a heart felt like it stopped, until boom, golden light erupted from all around as if an endlessly burning sun had just been born, and with it, an impossible course of action. The second volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi has been plundered. Noah's mind buzzed as dense waves of information and authority began to descend, an achievement worthy of being heralded across the records of the Ionic annals of extremity. Through your actions, your soul has become exposed to an unknown hyperversal authority from the depths of Ionic annals of extremity. Chapter 2579 overpowered at its best. 8. Noah's main body and Alexander King's body were entirely separate, and yet they shared the same soul, two pieces of a single being. While the separation meant some things could only be utilized by one body, there were other things that Noah's main body benefited from. At this moment, a prompt blazed over the soul within the body of Alexander King about him being exposed to an unknown hyperversal authority from the depths of the Ionic annals of extremity. Due to the ridiculous actions of plundering something that did not yet exist, something from the unrecorded history of a possible future, it caused his soul to be exposed to a type of unknown hyperversal authority as a vibrant, colorless, transparent authority washed over Noah's soul. It didn't differentiate between which parts of him as the moment it washed over the soul within Alexander. It also washed over the soul within Noah's main body. The unknown hyperversal authority has tainted your soul as unknown effects are beginning to manifest. The colorless, transparent essence was filled with a profound force of life as Noah's soul cried out with fervor at its mere presence. and just as it began to express shocking effects onto Noah's soul. Bzzzt, a massive shock erupted within him, as if something utterly rejected what this authority stood for. Crack, fissures instantly erupted and began to spread across Noah's resplendent soul as the gazes of all of his bodies changed. The vacuous hyperversal authority within your soul is utterly rejecting the unknown hyperversal authority. A dreadful phenomenon unfolded as within Noah's soul. It felt like two utterly opposite authorities had interlinked with him, as at this moment, they utterly denied each other, as if they could never mix, as if one was the antithesis of the other. Boom. Crack, his soul across all bodies splintered as his expression became increasingly grim. Tendrils of two authorities raged and fought against each other with him as the vessel, threatening to destroy him completely. In the midst of all this, his multiple perennial Yggdrasil of extremity born from different dynamies of extremity shook and erupted with their authority to protect their master. But the instant the authority of the indefatigable dynamies of extremity that was the doorway which led to vacuous hyperversal authority joined the fray to help its master, and the transparent unknown hyperversal authority roared out as it was maddened even more, its tendrils ferociously smacking down to destroy everything with its abundant life force. The unknown hyperversal authority has been identified to be the Vitalis hyperversal authority. As his soul was getting utterly torn apart, he was at least able to learn of the identity of the authority ripping him apart. Vitalis, it was a concept that was the direct opposite of vacuous. Vitalis quite literally translated to life or life-giving, an authority hidden within the very depths of the seven Ionic havens as very few beings knew of it, and there was no record on whether any being could actually manipulate it, even though it was the basis of the makeup of the very havens. What was complicated to understand was the fact that this authority that was the very backbone of the seven Vitalis havens. Why was it that whenever extremities or even Noah called out vacuous hyperversal authority that rejected reality within the seven Vitalis havens, no rejection occurred in their aspects of existence? Why was it that one could unlock and gain access to vacuous hyperversal authority through dynamies of extremity or other means while they lived within the seven Vitalis havens, and now, both of these shocking authorities were in the depths of Noah's soul? The Vitalis hyperversal authority was also the backbone of the Ionic annals of extremity, as Noah's recent intrusion in action into obtaining something from an unrecorded history had caused him to be uncovered to this authority, its exposure being something that should have been a grand positive event as it washed over his soul, and yet, boom, even his quintessence rose in addition to all the authorities of dynamies of extremity. The raging polar opposite authorities utterly decimated everything as all of Noah's soul splintered apart. He didn't even get a chance to question why these authorities acted the way they did in regards to him as darkness descended. Your quintessential hyperversal soul has experienced a version of true death, true death, and yet, thump, like the beat of a heart, the countless fragments of Noah's soul shone with endless brightness as they slowly came back together. He died. But not really, because so long as the infinite hyperversal haven was not destroyed, he wouldn't die. When his fragments of souls were about to be entirely erased from existence, his record remained untouched as in the planar palisades of extremity. The infinite hyperversal haven roared out like an engine as sources of its essence flowed through the connection it held with its master, Noah's consciousness, and will felt like it faded for one instance and reappeared in the next instant as the moment his fragmented soul began to come together. Roar. The fucking tendrils of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority raged as the battlefield they were on was reconstructed once more, and their fight destroyed the very battlefield they fought on. As Noah's soul shattered into pieces once more, his concepts of extremity surged to try and repair the damage as the perennial Yggdrasil of extremity that were becoming shattered into pieces, the same as Noah's soul fought with every ounce of their authority as in a short period of time and a fraction of an instant. Your quintessential hyperversal soul has experienced a version of true death. Noah's soul was entirely shattered to the point of true death as once more as just like before, quintessence shone, his soul began to repair itself. His soul glimmered full of vitality as the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority raged once more, the same result occurring again as Noah found he could not even separate his soul from either authority. Your quintessential hyperversal soul has experienced a version of true death. Death came once more, but this time it took a bit more time before his soul was shattered to pieces, and not too long within the span of an instant. Your quintessential hyperversal soul has experienced a version of true death. It began repeating in a cycle. Chapter 2580 overpowered at its best. 9. Every time, his soul would heal as his concepts and dynamies backed him. And every time, he would be destroyed by vacuous and Vitalis hyperversal authorities. Fantastically, it took his soul longer and longer to be destroyed after every cycle, as ever so subtly. Traces of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority were being infused on the very soul they were constantly destroying.
The Vitalis hyperversal authority was originally only going to baptize Noah's soul and elevate quintessentially due to his actions in the unrecorded history, and yet now, it continued to flow into Noah's soul and fight with the vacuous hyperversal authority that had its source stemming from Noah's own foundation and the indefatigable dynamis of extremity.
It was a form of vacuous hyperversal authority as it differed from the potent authority of vacuous malignancies, the vacuous daimonicos who lived outside of reality, space, and time. The authority Noah was working with was barely at the level of potency that vacuous malignancies held before their first vacuous awakening. And there were many others over the eons who had attained different forms of vacuous hyperversal authority. None of them had been destroyed the moment they did so. Noah himself wasn't rejected or destroyed when he first accessed vacuous hyperversal authority, as the major powers of extremity even considered this authority the greatest tool to fight against vacuous malignancies. None of them talked about Vitalis hyperversal authority, none of them talked of it, as very few even knew of it. Frankly, Vitalis hyperversal authority was even greater than vacuous hyperversal authority. Whenever the two authorities met, they would repel or devour each other depending on the concentration. As always, Vitalis would come out on top. Rifts, spaces, or pockets of vacuous hyperversal authority created within the 7 Vitalis havens would always reduce and be erased naturally as they never expanded. Vitalis hyperversal authority was so potent that vacuous malignancies could not survive within the 7 Vitalis havens within the 7 Ionic havens. This was how distinguished and astonishing it was. The reason for Noah in his current state was him daring to have a foundation infused with vacuous hyperversal authority, for his soul to hold a source of it in the form of an absolute dynamis of extremity, and then coincidentally undertaking an action within an unrecorded history that awarded him a baptism of Vitalis hyperversal authority. It all concluded with these two authorities being enclosed within the core of a single entity, within the soul of a single existence, and these two authorities would never mix. One would always drown out the other, like fire and water, like light and dark. But to an even greater extent, if ever in any recorded or unrecorded history where any soul tried intentionally or by mistake to put these two authorities in the core of their existence, death was their only reprise, like the deaths that Noah was experiencing over and over again. Normally, Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority should have clashed, as another astounding genius would fall in the pages of the Ionic annals of extremity. Yet, your quintessential hyperversal soul has experienced a version of true death. The anomaly that was Noah came to be. His soul would continue to be fractured and he would die, but this same soul would be reforged an instant later. For him, death would only come when a massive infinite hyperversal haven perished. So during this battle where Vitalis continuously attacked and repelled vacuous hyperversal authority, unimaginable changes were forced to occur over and over again. The vacuous hyperversal authority that Noah held a minuscule potency of was encouraged, as after every death, its source seemingly became stronger as it came ever closer towards true vacuous hyperversal authority, and the Vitalis hyperversal authority that should have been cut off from flowing into Noah's soul continued to flow as it had yet to achieve its purpose. Your quintessential hyperversal soul has experienced a version of true death, death after death, cycle after cycle within the span of instants that were carried into nanoseconds. Every time, the potency of vacuous hyperversal authority increased. Every time, more of it was infused in Noah's soul as traces of Vitalis hyperversal authority were being infused the same. During all of these cycles, Noah withstood the tremendous pain of his soul being torn apart before it was put together again. He withstood it all while shouldering the pain because he could see the cycles taking longer and longer. He could see his soul being slightly different after every cycle, as this wasn't the only thing being forcefully altered. During the cycles of true deaths of his soul, many things were impacted. The perennial Yggdrasil of extremity, the 81 quintessential hyperversal extremity meridian seeds in his main body, the 81 quintessential hyperversal extremity meridians in Alexander's body, his hyperversal forge, and as these changes occurred within his soul, their effects to a lesser extent reached his body in origin as minute traces of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities made their way over. The cycles of his soul being torn had been so quick that they had occurred many times within an instant, but gradually, they began to last as long as a nanosecond, and then as long as 10 nanoseconds. 1,000 nanoseconds. 1 millisecond. On every junction of time past the passage of an instant alone, the number of true deaths exceeded a million, and they continued until,
Bzzzt, a second passed entirely as the two authorities raged within his soul, but his soul was not destroyed. It felt like a thick and viscous mass that absorbed the shocks of the two authorities. And every time they damaged him, he healed just as fast as his state no longer deteriorated. His soul breathed an exhale of tyranny. He gazed at the authorities still raging within his soul coldly, as because of them too many things had changed. An unfathomable quintessential alteration has occurred to your soul. His capabilities came back to life as the profundities around him were quantified. Prompts beginning to appear once more. He gazed at his current soul as its state was startling to look at. After millions of cycles of true death, changes had occurred every time his soul came back together, as the multiple perennial yggdrasil of extremity in his soul were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a single utterly massive and incandescent tree that screamed out ancientness power rose from the depths of his soul. The tree had multiple extending thick trunks that flourished into other fantastically massive trees, with the indefatigable, vitalistic, and other perennial yggdrasil of extremity seemingly now coming from trunks of this massive tree. The 81 quintessential hyperversal extremity meridians in Alexander's body underwent an astonishing alteration, but more than that, the 81 quintessential hyperversal extremity meridian seeds in his main body were altered to such an disturbing degree that the quintessential hyperversal extremity meridian seeds within your main body have transformed into the quintessential hyperversal extremity overlord meridian seeds. The authority of the 10th boundary layer of quintessence is now being expressed within the aspects of your main body. The authority of the 11th boundary layer of quintessence is now being expressed within the aspects of your main body. The authority of the 12th boundary layer of quintessence is now being expressed within the aspects of your main body. He did not undergo apexification with his main body, and yet the authority of the 13th boundary layer of quintessence is now being expressed within the aspects of your main body, with quintessence in the lead. The authorities of boundaries that his soul within Alexander had extended were being expressed in his main body in a disturbing turn of events. Chapter 2581, overpowered at its best. The changes were extremely subtle. They had occurred in the span of an instant that was then carried into seconds. Noah experienced them fully as he followed exactly what was happening, but others, in the center of the apex battlefield, Noah's main body had remained seated on his throne even as a hyperversal shadow extremity floated over with Silas, his demeanor and presence showering the level of respect he held towards this being. Erickson shook his head while chuckling freely, while Iam's figure was hard to read as she seemed unsure of exactly what to say to Noah. At such a juncture, the hyperversal shadow extremity smiled with sharp eyes as he opened his mouth to speak. And in the span of these few seconds, the cycles of true death occurred. Others only felt Noah's eyes dim and brighten millions of times a second, and when they brightened one final time, his seated visage of the true throne of quintessence exploded with shocking authority that erupted out like a storm. It shone with multicolored radiance as Erickson and Iam's figures that had come close found themselves pushed back by a seething sea of authority that they had only begun to be familiar with, as it was that of boundaries that had stepped into the 10th boundary layer and above. Ever so briefly, Erickson and others nearby thought they felt dozens of such pristine authorities flash before them, their grandeur causing the pressure Noah's main body released to outclass any apex ionic lifeforms nearby. Upon the throne, his erupting authority felt wild and primordial, as if he was a celestial beast lying dormant this whole time, along with the erupting authority that would dominate apex ionic lifeforms at the level of grand elders. His will emanated outwards as it represented his raging soul. And when it passed over apex ionic lifeforms, their gazes changed as they felt like an immense weight was pressing down on them, and this was only his will. It was retracted as soon as it had erupted, as the gazes of nearby apex ionic lifeforms remained changed. They felt like the being on the throne was sending out a message that he had not made a move this whole time, even though he was more powerful than his first commander in Dreadful Lich. None of them knew that he had yet to even undergo apexification. Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority continued to clash against each other in his soul, but the rate at which they destroyed everything was much slower, as if his soul had developed great resistance to these two authorities. And how could it not? It felt as if it was structured with wisps of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities at its very core, with the power of vacuous hyperversal authority being so vastly different from before, to the extent that it seemed entirely different. Amidst the hundreds of prompts about boundaries, there were some particularly shocking ones. As Noah gazed at his soul, he gazed at the quintessential hyperversal extremity overlord meridian seeds that had caused a tremendous change to his main body as more prompts appeared about it. Quintessential hyperversal extremity overlord meridian seeds are an unrecorded type of meridian seeds that can support the source of boundaries up to the 17th boundary layer. When the quintessential hyperversal extremity overlord meridian seeds bloom, the
concepts within will be nourished by their authority as within 10 days, they will be elevated to the quintessential zenith tier. Ridiculous prompts came as they shattered all established logic on the ascension of power. They took Noah on a path far different from everyone else's. Even at this moment, he felt like his soul was burning with power and grandeur, burning with an intense need to express itself as too many things within it were changed. The effects of 81 boundaries all the way to the 15th boundary layer for each were conveyed in his main body that had yet to undergo apexification. His statistical values shot through the roof as his aspects of existence burned with the tendrils of vacuous and Vitali's hyperversal authority, and his authorities in the form of absolute dynamis of extremity. The perennial wield of extremity has been born in your soul. Wield, it was a word that closely meant in primordial grove of trees or mystical forest. And this was what had begun to bloom in his soul as a single massive entity holding all the parts of the myriad of perennial Yggdrasil of extremity had sprouted within him, with all your sources of dynamis of extremity sprouting from the perennial wield of extremity. Their power and elevation are raised by a fundamental level. The highest number of concepts forging a single dynamis of extremity will be set as the basis for all other dynamis that are part of the perennial wield of extremity. With a 100% chance of a successful convergence achievable so long as more concepts of extremity are placed within the perennial Yggdrasil of extremity, with the perennial wield of extremity as the basis. The reified wieldian sources of extremity can now be called out, complete and utter splendor unfolded. Reified wieldian sources of extremity, reified dynamis of extremity. He could call out a representation of the indefatigable absolute dynamis of extremity, of the oraculum quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. Boundless possibilities were rising before his eyes, and he tried to navigate just how deep the changes were within his aspects of existence, in addition to all previously mentioned changes. His system that was within the depths of his soul had also undergone alterations as the infinite forge was being reconstructed with a light of splendorous loot, the infinity symbols gushing out seas of loot light being more than doubled as within it. Ruination was cheering the process on with fervor as her body absorbed the shocking display of authority. It was a thorough change, and a drastic one at that, as even his foundation was buzzing with change, and as if to solidify all of this home, your quintessential hyperversal soul has undergone a mutation of an unquantifiable nature. You are close to your first vacuous awakening. Chapter 2582 Shock and Horror. A new and dangerous concept appeared before him, vacuous awakening. The potency and purity of the vacuous hyperversal authority within him had become so pristine to the extent that he was close to an awakening that did not seem like something existences like him would undergo. But it also felt like it was simply another profound pathway of power as his soul tyrannically cried out for it. His transformation had yet to end, yet all parts of him continued to burn with power as even now, vacuous and Vitali's hyperversal authorities continued to rage within his soul. The only thing was that they couldn't destroy his soul like before. So wisps of their authority continued to transfuse into his very being. At such a juncture, Noah's buzzing mind wanted to see just which stage he had now reached with his main body. Mind you, the visage of Opich that he faced as the strongest foe so far had been holding an average of 20,000 apex ionic soul values. His body of Alexander had been slightly below these values, as only his soul value was close after he had used the authority of quintessence to move the values from vitality and defense into his soul values. And now the somewhat quantified status panel of his main body caused even his brilliant eyes to spin like emerging singularities. Name, Noah Osmont, realm, 4th Alathian haven of extremity, lineage, quintessential hyperversal emperor, titles, true emperor of quintessence, wrathful quintessential hyperversal demon emperor, one who gazes upon hyperversal authority, Alathian, indefatigable, tyrannical emperor, the tainted, anomaly, home of the wield, quintessential hyperversal. Mana value, infinite, quintessential hyperversal vitality value, 68,999, quintessential hyperversal soul value, 79,998, quintessential hyperversal defense value, 68,999, quintessential hyperversal damage value, 79. 998, hyperversal dignity, 27, hyperversal mastery, 27, absolute hyperversal authority resistance, 25%, dynamis of extremity, indefatigable, absolute, Alathian, absolute, vitalistic, absolute, oraculum, quintessential absolute, thanatos, quintessential absolute, lotra, quintessential absolute, Boundaries of extremity, quintessence, infinity, blood, mana dynamics, loot, reality, dimensions, anima, body, origin, soul, genesis, apocalypse, prana, dreams, Avalon. Noah took a moment of silence. He stared at the statistical values before his eyes as after another second passed, he saw the quintessential hyperversal soul value go from 79,998 to 79,999. They were increasing in real time. Sometimes it was small jumps, other times they jumped by the tens as Noah's metamorphosis continued, because his soul continued to be broken down and repaired even now, because his foundation was increasing his values unceasingly every moment. A reason for this was partly due to this recent change, but also due to the 15th boundary layer of infinity. The 15th boundary layer of infinity, your aspects of existence have truly embarked on the path of infinity as your circulation of life has begun to reflect that. Infinity makes it so that the process of circulation of all the authorities coursing through you will grant the highest possible parameters, as its goal currently is to achieve a number closest to infinity. The combination of the 15th boundary layer of infinity and second volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, the unrecorded ionic quintessential hyperversal extremity foundation, the quintessential hyperversal soul, and the authority of the indefatigable, alethean, vitalistic, oraculum, thanatos, and Lotra absolute dynamis of extremity coursing through you has caused the strengthening and refinement of your aspects of existence to reach a quintessential level, granting you an increase of 2,500 hyperversal soul values, 2,500 hyperversal damage values, 2,000 hyperversal defense values, and 2,000 hyperversal vitality values daily, infinity at the 15th layer. Its effects were expressed within Noah's main body as he couldn't help it. His body innately did it as it was only natural. He took a breath, a single fucking breath, and the very reality surrounding his main body was turned upside down as the skies of dissolution seethed. To others, his will had spread out seconds ago and caused them all to feel like a heavy weight was pressing on them. They were cautious and marveling at the power this being showed a glimpse of, as it truly seemed he was much more potent than any of his commanders or Apach. But a moment later, they saw his figure on the throne breathe in, and the moment he did so, an utterly horrifying and wild aura erupted out as all essences in the surroundings turned tumultuous and were drawn towards him like an endless vortex. Along with this absorption, a sliver of his soul erupted out as it was more than a will. It barreled out like an endless tide towards the audience in the distance and the vassals behind him, as all those who felt it had their bodies tremble before uncontrollably. They found themselves sinking to their knees, as if they were paying their respects to the sliver of soul that had flashed out, as if their souls had no choice but to do it. It caused them to blade with shock and horror as who were. They were scions of important inheritances, some here even stemmed from clans. It may not be their most potent scions, but they were still top tier, and yet, motherfucker Erickson cursed as he bellowed out. His legs about to buckle as he warped probability to such an alarming extent that the reality around him twisted. Feeling the sliver of Noah's soul about to bring him to his knees, he cried out and erupted with all of his potential as finally, the 9th boundary he had been trying to converge into 8 others was forcefully encased in a single seed as from him. The authority of an absolute dynamis of extremity erupted. From his sheer will and unwillingness to kneel, he warped probability that his knees didn't buckle. Not too far from him, infinite waves of heat erupted from Iam as her body seemed like an engine of flames, an ancient foundation crying out within her. This devourer of a crimson panacea also held off on not kneeling. And just as quickly had Noah's sliver of soul revealed itself, it faded away as he finished taking his breath. Around his throne, reality pulsed as all the essence in the surroundings seemed to be in chaos. As for him, his figure sat on the throne and opened his eyes again as the scene before him was a shocking one. A dense number of beings on their knees, behind the hyperversal shadow extremity whose eyes shone brightly. Silas and Roan could be seen with ashen faces as they were on their knees. Noah's vassals had calmly paid their respects as if it was natural, Henry gazing towards his father with an unfathomable light as he realized he was now much, much further away. The surroundings were filled with utter silence and disbelief as amidst all this, a sigh of frustration could be heard as Erickson's voice echoed, "My guy, please stop trying to break our confidence." A glimpse of the horror that was the true emperor of quintessence was revealed as many common scions were brought to their knees, and even now, they did not know just what a horror he was setting himself up to be. Chapter 2583. Who was Noah Osmont? The 15th layer of infinity had the goal of going towards a number closest to infinity, so it utterly broke the increase of daily values Noah could gain from all the various aspects that made him, with him being granted an increase of 2,500 hyperversal soul values, 2500 hyperversal damage values, 2000 hyperversal defense values, and 2000 hyperversal vitality values daily. Defense and vitality values used to rise much more proportionally, but this had changed as soul and damage values now took the lead due to the drastic changes in his soul. But thinking of it plainly, it was a daily increase of 2500 soul values. This number was the culmination of some apex ionic lifeforms for hundreds, or thousands, or tens of thousands of years to this day. It showed that Noah was simply built different. He monitored the many changes still occurring as while his main body benefited greatly from this ordeal. His body as Alexander had its own stupendous gains to observe. One of the bigger ones was the spark that began all of this. The plundering of unrecorded histories, as he breathed in with the methodology of the second volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi, his body beat like an ancient drum cycling different concepts of extremity as his soul focused on a set of prompts out of thousands of prompts. They were the relevant prompts regarding hyperversal plundering of unrecorded histories that were drowned out when the ordeal with the Vitalis hyperversal authority began. The action of hyperversal plundering of unrecorded histories is extremely out of the norms that the Ionic Annals of Extremity have laid out guidelines for any possible future actions similar to this. A constant output of 99% of your soul values is required every nanosecond to stabilize the unrecorded history and successfully plunder a targeted item or concept. With a strain being put on your soul depending on what you are targeting, 99% of his soul values every nanosecond, and constantly at that for as long as he needed before he succeeded in obtaining what he wanted. This was an impossibility for others, as unless they successfully plundered within a nanosecond, they wouldn't have any more soul values to give. But since 95% of Noah's cost of soul values was substituted by his quintessential hyperversal mana values, he paid less than 5% of his soul values every nanosecond of plundering, as even this was the highest resource costing ability Noah held to date. For the stability of records, a single unrecorded or recorded history may be the target of hyperversal plundering every 24 hours. Within a chosen history, different concepts of extremity can be plundered, but only up to the highest boundary layer of the boundaries that the dynamis of Lotra and Oraculum consist of. Within a chosen history, different dynamis of extremity can be plundered to obtain their pathway of convergence and their subsequent concepts of extremity and boundary layers, but only up to the highest boundary layer of the boundaries that the dynamis of Lotra and Oraculum consist of. Within a chosen history, different relics can be plundered up to the level of an extremity relic. The plundering of anything from yourself in a possible unrecorded history is subjected to the same limitations. One guideline after another was unveiled as the sheer atrocity of reality Noah had committed was something he could only do once a day, with a myriad of other restrictions attached to it to make sure all of reality wouldn't be flipped upside down. He went through the swaths of information with piercing eyes as the changes within his aspects of existence continued to be quantified. Extremity Ariana's extremity clone stepped on a long stellar pathway that was forged with materials pulsing with the light of quasi-extremity relics, this path not being the only one, as there were many others similar to it that extended endlessly and seemed to be converging towards a single, central location. The same location that Extremity Ariana was arriving at, as this was located in the depths of a plane of existence layered by hundreds of barriers of hyperversal extremity authority. It was a domain of space that any Avernus scions or elders with enough distinction could access from any haven with their wills or portion of souls. It was a point of space isolated from reality that was known as the Fifth Golden Chambers of Avernus, one of the locations that was like an extension of the Avernus Extremity Senate is here. The hyperversal extremities and a select number of apex ionic lifeforms could come. All the parts converged into a rectangular structure that shimmered with crystal and gold, purple, and red light. The magnificence of multiple thrones being seen inside it as the unique thing about them was how they were all the same. The thrones were lined up in rows left and right with a core hallway that led towards three isolated thrones where the most important existences would preside over the meetings here. Currently, the centermost throne among the three was accompanied by a man with golden flaming brows and flaming hair that pulsed with hyperversal extremity authority. He was known as Chamber Master Gyakis. The rows of thrones he faced were sparsely filled as at this moment, his head raised to see the entrance of Extremity Ariana into the golden chambers of Avernus as he waved his hands and caused the few discussions in the surroundings to quiet down. The last pertinent one is here, so let's get started. Extremity Ariana's eyes were sharp as her figure flashed to appear on one of the thrones at the very front of the chambers, her will passing around to see all the hyperversal extremities who had participated in the incursion of dissolution from the Avernus side, along with a few others who worked behind the scenes. Among them, The entity of hyperversal extremity of destruction could be seen with his direct disciple Apach. Their faces were hazy and filled with limitless fury. As before all this, these beings had the objective of Apach achieving the 17th boundary layer of destruction through the Apex War, Chapter 2584. Who is Noah Osmont? 2. Apach truly sought to achieve the 17th layer through this dreadful war, and he was unable to do this as his absolute dynamis of extremity was plundered and erased, and his records of his boundaries were fractured in missing major parts, as a great deal of treasures and time would be required before he would regain anything. The unique thing was that the goal of the 17th boundary layer of destruction was still achieved, as Apach's master had his hyperversal extremity authority erased all the way back to the 17th layer. It was a heavy reality. The eyes of about a dozen hyperversal extremities and their direct disciples apart from Ariana watched them while shaking their heads as the booming voice of the one leading this meeting resounded out. The task of organizing the information obtained from the incursion and how to move against suspected guardians is being handled by Chamber Master Jacobi in the third Golden Chambers of Avernus. Our task here is the mutated entity that steered much of the events that occurred, and the being likely to be initiated to become a guardian due to his power. Noah Osmont. As he spoke, illusory screen showing Noah unfolded en masse above the fifth Golden Chambers of Avernus. Alongside the entities he called out, especially Alexander in the Haven Lich Arazon, on his throne, Chamber Master Gyakis rose as his flaming brows and hair flowed like stellar rivers, waving his hands thrice as 3 more screens unfolded before everyone here. This is a being who had declared war against our clan and much more, but before we begin to talk about him, I want to bring your attention to 3 recorded histories before us. WAA, the 3 screens he called out showed the images of 3 different beings, 2 men and 1 woman, who all radiated utmost beauty and valor. Their faces full of confidence and power, as they seemed like the center of reality merely from their visages. Chamber Master Gyakis pointed to the first screen that expanded to fill everyone's was the figure of a man with a cold gaze and snow-white hair, an entity under the name of Herndon from the Nine Mountains Inheritance. His betrothed caught the eye of an extremity elder from one of the most prominent inheritances in the Ionic haven of Andromeda. This elder moving to break their engagement after finding out Herndon had only undergone apexification with 6 meridians. He took Herndon's woman forcefully, as when he tried to retaliate, his meridians were shattered and he was left for dead. As he spoke, scenes constantly shifted and showed a man beaten and broken. At his lowest, he vowed revenge and to destroy all those involved in their inheritance, with his claims being laughed at as what could a broken man do? Later on, he participated halfway through the culmination step within Andromeda. Nobody truly knows what happened, but he reappeared at the end of the culmination step, a new man, his foundation reforged, as he wiped out the scions of the inheritance he promised revenge against. This enraged them as they sent their strongest scions over the next few years, all of them being killed one after another until in the extremity step, Herndon became the first to attain extremity, instantly turning his sword towards the elder who took his betrothed and killing him in a single strike, erasing his records in the Ionic annals of extremity instantly. On the illusory screen, a scene showed reality being cleaved apart and rewritten as a hyperversal extremity fell. The adjudicator of Andromeda had yet to interfere when the enraged hyperversal extremities of this inheritance clashed against Herndon for revenge, and in a shocking turn of events, he erupted with the unbelievable power of a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity and butchered every single extremity that surrounded him. It utterly devastated the inheritance, as until today, it has been erased entirely from history. Later, it was found out that Herndon was actually a sliver of the soul of a Zenith Tier 3 hyperversal extremity that had spread himself out through death to seek a grander path, but by that time about everything was over and done. Chamber Master Gyakis finished his recollection calmly as he moved on to the woman on one of the illusory screens. Then, there is the record of the Sword of Elera. As an apex Ionic lifeform, she had dealings with the Grand Elders of the Gehenna clan as they scoured the extremity vein of Elera together up until they discovered a hyperversal extremity panacea that could aid one in forming their 18th boundary layer. She discovered it, but the Grand Elders of the Gehenna clan betrayed her, as when they couldn't overpower her, a Gehenna extremity made a move and she was nearly killed. She barely escaped when an extremity from her inheritance intervened. But since that moment, great hatred was formed as she vowed to destroy those that betrayed her and the clan they belonged to. They laughed at her words as she belonged to a minor inheritance. But do you all recall the name of the Gehenna clan among today's 7 clans? WAA. His golden flaming brows radiated intense hyperversal extremity authority as he asked a rhetorical question. No, the Gehenna clan was no more, as it wasn't one of the 7 clans of today. She single-handedly brought down the clan over the span of 1,000 years, as it just so happened that she attained the inheritance of a failed Tier 4 hyperversal extremity, using this as a tool to systematically break down a force with hundreds of hyperversal extremities. As he spoke, his voice became more and more pronounced as he brought up the third screen. Then, there is the record of the extremity of madness that I can also go through. But my point should be crystal clear. Across history, there have been existences that have risen in unclear paths and means, sown hatred with major forces, and either they are squished to nothingness. Or they make true to their threats and against all odds. Major inheritances or clans fall, an immense silence descended. Chamber Master Gaiacus was filled with wisdom and age as he looked at the ashen and rage-filled figure of destruction as he continued. We do not know this Noah Osmond, nor do we know whether he's a nobody, or had some unknown history or inheritance that grants him the power he wields. Maybe he is a genuine threat, maybe he isn't, we simply do not know. What we do know is his very brief history dating back to mere days ago, and yet he had made himself a prominent name on the haven of dissolution. In this apex war, his power was measured below Opich, and yet not too long ago, we just received the intel of him erupting with power close to 3 times that of a genius Grand Elder. And even this may not be the true extent of his power. The aim of this 5th Golden Chambers of Avernus, as directed by the Avernus Extremity Senate, is to know Noah Osmond, understand Noah Osmond, and eventually formulate a thorough plan to thoroughly eradicate him or bury the hatred with him. The latter will likely never happen with the nature he has displayed so far, so much of our planning will be for his eradication. The forum is now open for discussion. The Chamber Master Gaiacus introduced the task at hand as he then opened it up for discussion, a collection of over a dozen hyperversal extremities, all geared towards answering the question of who exactly Noah Osmond was and the thorough means of eradicating him. After the discussion was open, Extremity Ariana burned with purple flames as she spoke out coldly. From the words of Emperor Shao, the recorded history of this Osmond is already concealed in the Ionic annals of Extremity. To truly kill him, we will need the power of a hyperversal extremity in contact with his main body to burn all his records away entirely. The words were shocking ones, as those here knew of Emperor Shao. For Emperor Shao to speak of him, we have to raise his threat level even higher. Chamber Master Gaiacus proclaimed with authority as the environment buzzed with grandeur. Opich was a direct disciple of the extremity of destruction. We have many more direct disciples in the Avernus clan who have attained the 17th boundary layer. Their power is also multiple times more than the average genius Grand Elders, as a few are capable of affecting records of one's existence in the Ionic annals of Extremity. Can we not mobilize them? A burly figure shrouded in a blue robe spoke out as his words caused the Chamber Master Gaiacus to shake his head. You missed the whole point of me beginning this discussion with the examples. Beings like this have a factor of unpredictability, as it is better to overvalue them than to underestimate them. Direct disciples may be able to take him down, but why take this risk and leave a reality where unexpectedly, he ends up butchering them somehow? No, against him, all plans need to include a hyperversal extremity at the very minimum. WAA, now, your tasks are to know and find out everything about him. Where did he originate? Where is this infinite hyperversal haven he is mentioned? Where is he stationed now in the 7 havens of Extremity? I want to know every damn thing. Where does he eat, sleep, and fuck? Gather every ounce of information as whether he is genuine or not. Our mission is to nip this threat in the bud. We have 3 extremity seers among us in this meeting, as they shall scour the Ionic annals of Extremity for anything relating to Noah Osmond. Keep in mind that any plans made will treat him with utmost severity. Our scions about to move in the culmination step of Extremity sanctification and dissolution will move in large groups and support each other, along with working with the scions of our allied inheritances and clans if they ever come across Osmond. Never shall anyone move against him alone. Oh, and find out what the hell this tiny cult of endless shadows has to do with all this as well. And to what extent his connection goes with the Sema clan scion and the scion of infinite extremity. Dense discussions erupted and continued. All of them circled around a single existence, as hyperversal extremities from the Avernus clan sought to answer the question: who was Noah Osmond? Chapter 2585, The Reified Wieldian Sources of Extremity. I wonder if young Master Osmond has time for a discussion regarding the current state of affairs? The voice of primeval Elder Silas's master, a hyperversal shadow extremity, rang out in the surroundings as many eyes tried to refocus amidst the shocking display of power from the very existence that was being addressed now. Young Master. A title granted to distinguished scions of the 7 clans or major inheritances holding great sway over the 7 Ionic Havens factions that had many of their people embedded within the Senatus of Extremity that oversaw these vast lands, the Hyperversal. Extremity called Noah with such a title as his hands waved out to enact a shadowy veil that apex Ionic lifeforms could not pierce through with their wills. It covered the apex battlefield and added a sense of mystery as to what exactly the relationship was between this being representing the cult of endless shadows and the lineage emperor of the infinite Hyperversal Haven. Young Master Ericsson and I am of the infinite extremity were enclosed in this shadowy cover as the few others that had come close, with Ericsson actually letting out a harumph at this moment while fearlessly gazing at the Hyperversal Extremity. Extremity Laos, you didn't make a move to aid when Hyperversal Extremities attacked, but you're the first one to appear after the conflict has ended to reap the recognition and reward? What, to let the outside factions speculate what grand connection the cult of endless shadows has with my friend here? That's some stellar sincerity there. Ericsson spoke freely against an extremity like so, and why couldn't he? In the Sema clan, he was around tier 2 and 3 hyperversal extremities that could squash this hyperversal shadow extremity under them in a second. He was distinguished as his status allowed him to talk in such a manner towards such pristine beings. And he even called this being by his name as when it came to the cult of endless shadows and anything else Noah was involved in, Ericsson had already put the resources of the Sema clan to use to gather all the information about them including this extremity before him. His body pulsed with tendrils of his newly forged absolute dynamis of extremity as towards his words. Extremity Laos raised his brows while coming closer, his hands behind his shadowy back as he shook his head. I've heard of young Master Ericsson's carefree demeanor. I didn't expect it to be even wilder than the story dash. Before Extremity Laos could finish his words, Noah's visage of the throne that hid a terrifying exploding power waved his hands and interrupted. Let's stop with all the bullshit and say why you're here. I'm already talking with Gabriella in the Shadow Fortress. Is there anything else to discuss between us? Noah's voice was filled with tyranny as there was no ounce of fear when he looked towards Extremity Laos. The cult of endless shadows had shown their hand and how far they would go as at this moment. Noah only waited for the oath to be upheld and for his mind to wrap around an armament of extremity. Seeing his demeanor and words that didn't hold an ounce of respect for his standing, the Extremity Laos became reserved as his stare was a calm one filled with an ecstatic power. I simply came to give congratulations. Since the atmosphere isn't particularly welcoming, I will let Extremity Gabriella continue guiding you in our cult of endless shadows. As he spoke, a veil of shadows covered him, Silas, and the other shadow elders as they disappeared into smoke that quickly faded away. A hyperversal extremity was still an extremity. Their wills would never be subservient to others as when Laos saw Noah didn't plan to give him any recognition, he simply left. Tisk. Ericsson shook his head at this as his gaze returned to Noah who at this moment focused on him and I am with a light smile. Towards his enemies or unworthy beings, he would be as cold and callous as he wished. Towards those showing goodwill, he had no qualms about being welcoming. Now with you too. He rose from his throne as he spoke, Ericsson looking at him cautiously as his body pulsed with power. I'm getting ready to withstand any sudden bursts of your will trying to make others kneel. And also here to lend my aid in any way possible. As I told you before, the Sema clan appreciates true geniuses on the path of extremity as I can represent the clan to welcome you. Since you have made Avernus clan your enemy, they may even stoop as low as sending hyperversal extremities against you. I mean, they literally did just that not too long ago. Ericsson spoke vibrantly as his tan visage and beach attire made him one of a kind in this location, but his words were serious as he continued, before you say no, why don't you simply let me give you a tour? We can take one of the clones you've displayed in the abyssal sanctimonious lands over to the Sema clan branch within the Haven of Genesis. Information on the Avernus clan among other things might be on the table as I show you what a true clan should be like. Ericsson's words were genuine as Noah's smile became sharp when gazing at him, his reply succinct. There's never a free lunch in any reality. No, nothing is free. Ericsson nodded his head with seriousness and continued. Consider my payment of this the reality of watching an exceptional entity who doesn't have the backing of a clan or major inheritances and yet exceeds even someone like me. Getting to make sure your path isn't unfairly cut short is my payment. Besides, very few existences are those I can call friends due to my position. You seem like an being I would lose out on if I don't make you into a friend. Young Master Ericsson didn't mince his words as Noah nodded with a sharp light while turning towards Iam. Her horn radiated crimson gold light as her beauty was dazzling even amidst the beautiful women among Noah's people discussing amidst themselves far behind him. She opened her red lips with calmness. I'm here to fulfill the promise we made. We can head to the Helios branch of Infinite Extremity now if you can spare another clone. Before her words even finished, arcs of light erupted from behind Noah's throne as two figures looking exactly like him stepped out, one adorned in a golden robe of dreams while the other was adorned in a verdant robe of life and majesty. Let's go. The culmination step won't begin in the next day or two anyways. So let's make the trips. He released shocking words with utter confidence as the perceptive minds of the two beings before him buzzed sharply. The way Noah spoke came with utmost surety as if he had already foreseen such a capability, reminding Iam of how she had attained her extremity panacea while Ericsson's eyes were hard to read. The dream Alathian chassis went towards Ericsson, who raised his eyes suspiciously at Iam and what deal she could have made, with Iam remaining silent as golden flames erupted around her that took her in Noah's prana Alathian chassis to another location. Ericsson looked upwards as he communicated with someone, a hyperversal extremity authority descending soon after and wrapping around him and Noah's replica as they also disappeared. Thereafter, Noah's figure looked at his people behind him as with his hands behind his back and his stellar adornments shining majestically, he spoke while gazing into the far distant lands of the noblesse. Go and claim the planes of existence we have fought for. His forces pulsed with light as led by Henry, they turned their gazes to the lands of the noblesse whose commanders had all but perished. Chapter 2586 The Reified Wieldian Sources of Extremity. 2. Ignoring the peering gazes in the distance, Noah's vassals acted as the tool to claim the hundreds of planes of existence under the noblesses at this point in time, and meant that two of the four aboriginal lineages within the young haven of dissolution had fallen under Noah's reign. Even though a dense number of lifeforms had now swarmed into dissolution, the only true aboriginals left were the planeswalkers and Quasarians, with Noah's next sidequest being the Quasarians. As for this, he gazed towards the mad apex emperor, who caught his gaze as if he was waiting for it. He nodded a moment later as he flew like a meteor towards the Quasarian lands. 100 Enders of Extremity following behind him, Aurelia and Orion were facing the figures of Roan and other Lernian apex psionic lifeforms who sided with him as they seemed lost for words, with the pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority still containing Alexander shining with a dull light. At such a moment, the cackling of a Haven Lich could be heard as Arazon appeared before Noah with a legion of Thanatos vassals, the 7 Thonian sinners of Thanatos grandly following behind him as he communicated with his master. Noah heard its will and gave a light acknowledgement as a multicolored light radiated from his true throne of quintessence, the Haven Lich, and all other Thanatos vassals being hit by this light and pulled towards the throne as they disappeared entirely. Not too long after, Noah's figure also didn't remain as with a blinding light and a cold stare towards all eyes gazing in the distance, he also disappeared. The apex battlefield now seemed empty as the forces were either dead or dispersed, the only thing left behind being a pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority and a forever altered reality that held broken mountains of bones and a deathly chill of poisonous verdant smoke that still wavered even now. Those who had come for a show realized that everything was done, their discussions plentiful as many of them talked of the ramifications of the war and the incursion of hyperversal extremities while waiting for the culmination step of extremity sanctification to begin. In the infinite hyperversal haven floating silently in the swaths of the planar palisades of extremity, anomalous entities and other oddities passed across Noah's home that was as small as a speck of dust in this region of nothingness, and yet it remained unperturbed as wondrous changes occurred within it. It seemed like there were constant changes and seas of essence blooming as at this point in time, seas of natural laws raged out cheerfully as their master returned with his main body. He had to monitor the changes happening with him and just what exactly the results of the continued clash of the Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities was going to be, along with Noah's return. The figure of the Haven Lich Arazon appeared in the Prana Alathian haven as he breathed in with his bony skull the lively aura of life. He chose this location over Nibelheim as he himself could already spread an overabundance of death. With the counterpart of life right beside him, his goals were much more likely to be achieved as he looked at the Thanatos vassals beside him and the bodies of Avernus and Singularity overseers apex psionic lifeforms that he had yet to change into deathly abominations. In a raspy voice, the Haven Lich began while gazing at the sinners of Thanatos and all other vassals around it. Death and necromancy are tricky as legions of endless undead always warms my dead heart. But champions of utmost power and quality will be able to aid master the most. Here. We shall test with death to produce Thanatos champions whose mere appearance on the battlefield will shatter the wills of master's enemies. As the Haven Lich spoke, the adornment on the Lich's body changed as after reading the records of the region nearby and seeing the white coat of a certain doctor who was experimenting with life force not too far away, a similar white coat formed around the bony exterior of the Haven Lich as the verdant flames in his sockets stare at the Thanatos. Vassals around him with glee. Let us begin. The deathly essence of Thanatos spread out as a mad lich sought to create not just endless legions of undead, but a few central forces with the Chthonian sinners of Thanatos as the basis to create champions of Thanatos. In another region of the infinite hyperversal haven, Noah's main body materialized above the massive and ever-expanding haven that continued to look grander by the second, the number of lives and existences within it continuing to expand as all of this was what he had to protect. His power was great, with his limits being tested even now as his main body veered off the path that others took greatly, and yet even now, he didn't become complacent as sought of ways of overcoming threats that had yet to even appear. It wasn't that he was paranoid and wouldn't enjoy the small victories he attained by feasting like the old times. He simply liked to over-prepare so that his enemies would only ever continue guessing what his power and capabilities were, and so, he called out, reified wieldy and source of oraculum, in the depths of his soul, the perennial wield of extremity pulsed and expressed fantastical brilliance, the oraculum perennial Yggdrasil of extremity that was now a part of the perennial wield of extremity shone.
The oraculum quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity took center stage as part of his soul.
Flowed out, blinding halcyon light erupting out like a singularity before him, tendrils of oraculum danced wildly around this singularity as they formed into a massive humanoid stellar gold visage similar to Noah. But every part of this entity was forged from oraculum as he was the representation of this dynamis. His size and stature were far greater than Noah's main body as he seemed to be hundreds of times bigger, his skin flowing with stellar gold light as his face only held two blind white eyes that radiated ancientness, no nose,
no mouth,
no hair. Brighter shades of runic etchings could be seen on his front as from his legs. The outline of a celestial tree tattoo could barely be discerned as it ended with the weaving of an Yggdrasil on his chest, his visage being one of utter majesty that most existences would kneel towards. The white singularities that were his eyes blinked as they flashed like blinding suns. These eyes staring at Noah's main body that seemed like a grain of sand in the distance as when their eyes connected. They were one and the same existence, and yet the reified wieldy and source of oraculum felt unfathomable waves of power coursing through it, and how could it not? Quintessence along with many more concepts made its core as its capabilities were shocking ones. The reified wieldy and source of oraculum has been born. Under it, all abilities requiring the authority of oraculum have their resource requirements reduced by half, with the source of oraculum being closely interlinked with the ionic annals of extremity as it can move within akin to the annals being a second home. Prompts and waves of information washed over Noah as the capabilities of the first reified wieldy and source of extremity began to be extrapolated. Chapter 2587 The reified wieldy and sources of extremity. 3. The reified wieldy and source of oraculum costs no resources to keep active apart from taking a portion of your soul. The reified wieldy and source of oraculum is capable of expressing 9x of your current statistical quintessential hyperversal soul, vitality, defense, and damage values.
This augmentation remains up until your values undergo evolution when attaining extremity. Hyperversal extremity values cannot yet be augmented as future modifications will be dependent on which concepts achieve extremity. When pondering on extremity with the concepts it is made of, oraculum's rate of progression towards higher boundary layers is increased by 10,000%, a ridiculous being. This was what the reified wieldy and source of oraculum was, as if everything else was stripped from it and only its grandiose capabilities of expressing 9x Noah's values were retained. It would still be a game changer similar to Noah's quintessential reified source of extremity. Noah stared at himself and the will within the wieldy and source of oraculum as it seemed calm, ancient, and aloof, this reified source taking his personality and amplifying a few parts that fit it best, as even though he was looking at himself, he felt like he was looking at a different version of himself. His eyes flashed as he gazed at the profound status panel of the reified wieldy and source of oraculum. Name, reified wieldy and source of oraculum, Noah Osmont, realm, fourth oraculum haven of extremity, lineage, quintessential hyperversal oraculum emperor, titles, true emperor of quintessence, the tainted anomaly, home of the wield, the oraculum, quintessential hyperversal mana value, infinite, quintessential hyperversal vitality value, 626,391, quintessential hyperversal soul value, 723,591, quintessential hyperversal defense value, 626,391, quintessential hyperversal damage value, 723,591. Hyperversal dignity, 27, hyperversal mastery, 27, absolute hyperversal authority resistance, 25%,
absolute hyperversal authority penetration, 25%. The numbers didn't lie, absolutely disgusting values showed themselves as truly. They were 9 times Noah's current values. And this was before he had undergone the traditional pathway of apexification. When the time came that he did this. Would be even better considered to be following the same path as others? When his results were so drastically different, this question caused Noah to smile as a moment later, he placed his right hand on his chest to feel his beating heart that glimmered like a singularity as he called out. Reified Wieldian source of Lotra, reified Wieldian source of Thanatos, reified Wieldian source of Aletheon, reified Wieldian source of Vitalistic, reified Wieldian source of Indefatigable. One after another, he called them out, and why not? There was no cost to bring them out, as only his soul would be stretched to multiple other bodies that would then express even more power greatly above his main body. These EZT, the essence and the surroundings, see that as 5 other singularities bloomed on the sides of the reified Wieldian source of Oraculum, titanic forms of entities beginning to be formed, as each one blazed with their own unique grandeur. For Lotra, dazzling jewel-like grandeur overflowed as a being whose body seemed to be forged from stellar crystalline jewels appeared. His form also humanoid, with a celestial head that only held a pair of dazzling multicolored eyes. Around him, illusory treasure caches began to materialize at a speed visible to the naked eye, as its sheer authority alone caused the condensation of loot, as he seemed like a wealthy ancient entity from times of old. To his right, the visage of the reified Wieldian source of Thanatos could be seen as it throbbed with obsidian verdant glory. A quintessential verdant skeletal structure flashed briefly before it was covered with a massive obsidian robe, the head of this entity being a terrifying skull radiating beauty and power as the sockets released tendrils of green flames. In his right hand, a massive obsidian weapon in the shape of a scythe could be seen, as it seemed like an extension of this being. Deathly energies raged around him, as his appearance had caused a faraway Haven Lich in the middle of his experimentations in the far distance to turn his will over this direction. On the other side of Oraculum, the figure of the reified Wieldian source of Aletheon could be witnessed as he carried a black gold splendor, his skin glinting with a stellar hue of purple-blue light, as every part of him seemed to be forged from broken down planes of existence, his whole body seeming like a massive haven that could hold quintillions of lives within it. The only thing was that the body of the reified Wieldian source of Aletheon seemed smaller than Thanatos, Oraculum, and Lotra. To its right, an emerald light dominated as the reified Wieldian source of Vitalistic triggered the force of life in the surroundings to be raised by another octave. Its size, also similar to the reified Wieldian source of Aletheon, is within its body. The illusion of an endlessly dense verdant forest spanning countless light years could be seen. Lastly, there was the reified Wieldian source of Indefatigable, the dynamis that was formed first. This one held an enticing and yet terrifying beauty, as the head of the humanoid visage of Indefatigable held 4 faces. Each of them shone with Noah's devilish beauty, but they seemed much colder and callous, even cruel to an extent, as all 4 faces only held pulsing stellar cherry-colored pupils that spun endlessly with a light of destruction. Around it, pulsing rivers of vacuous hyperversal authority formed and swirled with beauty and danger, with the rivers of vacuous hyperversal authority circling around and then being drawn into the stellar cherry-black colored body that emanated a profound sense of danger and ancientness. The size of Indefatigable was also titanic, but it was the same as Aletheon and Vitalistic, as the dynamis that were not quintessential absolute were not as large in stature. This discrepancy was witnessed clearly as Indefatigable domineering gazed down at the larger visages of Lotra, Oraculum, and Thanatos, as its many pairs of eyes emanated a light of tyranny, as if Indefatigable should already be a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity right now. 6 reified Wieldian sources of extremity bloomed in the infinite hyperversal haven. Each one conveyed profound power and uniqueness, as Oraculum had its nature more in tune with the ionic annals of extremity, as others had their own uniqueness. Chapter 2588, The Wieldian Council of Extremity. Noah looked at the 6 different versions of himself and smiled. They formed a circle above the very heights of the infinite hyperversal haven, as around them, seas of multicolored authority flowed serenely. He was all of them, and yet each of the reified Wieldian sources of extremity had their own distinct versions of his personality. When looking at them, Noah couldn't help but turn playful as when he gazed at the circle of titanic reified Wieldian sources of extremity. He proclaimed grandly, "For the first time in recorded history, we shall convene the quintessential Wieldian Council of Extremity." On a whim, Noah enacted such a council as he gazed at the different personalities of himself voiced in the Wieldian sources of extremity. The voice of the stellar crimson Indefatigable Wieldian source had his voice buzz out next grandly, as the rivers of potent vacuous hyperversal authority around it pulsed with majesty. The aim is quintessence. The inevitable result is extremity. The inevitable result was extremity. A mere inevitability, the other Wieldian sources of extremity expressed Noah's will in different forms as through the Wieldian source of oraculum. Noah smiled and expressed his thoughts with the other personalities as a dense number of possibilities unfolded before him. The first task of this path of inevitable extremity is survival and safety against any measures that hyperversal extremities may bring against us. Death is not a possibility. With the only weakness being the infinite hyperversal haven. The infinite hyperversal haven, if found by his enemies, this was the only thing that could jeopardize his path. He was able to survive against the clash of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority due to his connection with the infinite hyperversal havens, his death being an impossibility unless this haven was destroyed. So naturally, his enemies would inevitably be seeking his home in order to destroy him. Noah wanted to take that option away from his enemies and be proactive in making a move before even they did. Noah's will gazed at the vibrant haven and the wonders it contained through the Wieldian source of Aletheon as he spoke grandly through it. Its capabilities and features are being elevated along with the advancement of the natural laws towards extremity. At this moment, it can deny entry to apex ionic lifeforms, but a hyperversal extremity can still barge in and reject the absolute authority from this haven. It was already astounding that a domain could entirely reject even apex ionic lifeforms by itself. And this capability may even be expanded to hyperversal extremities in the future when manodynamics and other natural laws began to step onto this stage as well, the planar palisades of extremity. In an ancient and deep voice, Noah's will and the Wieldian source of Thanatos spoke out while surrounded by death. Are no longer safe. The infinite hyperversal haven has to be moved. The planar palisades of extremity were no longer safe. Noah planned ahead and thought of any possible futures where things could go wrong, and this was the decision he arrived at. The question was, where does one hide a haven away from the prying eyes of hyperversal extremities? In the fifth golden chambers of Avernus. Extremity Ariana had a pondering look as she scanned through the dense amount of information on the little history of Noah Osmont they gathered in his movements in the haven of dissolution. Soon after, her voice rose amidst the vibrant discussions. It says here that the planes of existence that his Lernian lineage were in are all gone from their original locations. Paired with the fact that these Lernians only appeared a few billion years ago in dissolution, they should have stemmed from any of the endless swaths of space and the planar palisades of extremity. There are still countless minor planes forming across the palisades who have yet to enter the folds of the seven havens. He may have his current base somewhere there. Her words were resonant as they were ingrained by all before Chamber Master Gyakis nodded with a brilliant light. We shall send out the reserve apex ionic Avernus legions to wade through the regions of the planar palisades, forming the most wormholes with the haven of dissolution, and spread from there. You all also send out either your main bodies or other clones to make this process even faster. Let us see if we can locate him in the planes of existence that disappeared from the Lernian lands within the planar palisades. Decision was quickly made as the Avernus hyperversal extremities moved quickly. Chamber Master Gyakis turned towards Extremity Ariana with sharp eyes as he asked, "Where are we with the cult of endless shadows, an insignificant connection at most? They have increased their number of Tier 1 extremities recently, as it is likely they have attained some type of hyperversal extremity treasure. Both sides are likely using each other, as there are signs of an oath of extremity having been made between one of their people and Osmont." Extremity Ariana replied succinctly while waving her hands dismissively. With a domineering light, the voice of the existence who used to have attained extremity and destruction hissed, "Hate next, suppress them and the inheritances they make dealings with. Cripple their capabilities to obtain resources in the dark to the extent they cannot complain to the adjudicator of penumbra. Suppress them until they turn their backs on this Osmont." Ideas continued to bounce from one extremity to another as some spoke with much more emotion than others, but the chosen participants of the fifth golden chambers of Avernus made headway in their search of Noah Osmont, the forces of the Avernus clan being mobilized based on their findings. Where does one hide something away from the prying eyes of hyperversal extremities? This question whirred in his mind and the minds of his collective will as soon after, his soul and the reified Wieldian source of Oraculum smiled. "Well, that when it comes to places others cannot even look at, I can think of one." The faces of the reified Wieldian sources of extremity had no mouths or noses, but their eyes gave off a devilish smile at this moment as Oraculum continued. "Since we can take things out, it should naturally be possible to place something in." A dreadful silence fell amidst the discussion of the Wieldian Council of Extremity. It was soon broken by the tyrannical voice of the reified Wieldian source of Indefatigable as he stared at Oraculum. "Simply take the infinite hyperversal haven into the Ionic Annals of Extremity, WAA." The answer that Noah's will reached as different versions of his soul gathered. Was to take him home into a place of
Countless Records and Possibilities, Chapter 2589 Relocation.
I take the infinite hyperversal haven from the planar palisades of extremity and into the ionic annals of extremity. This daring idea was brought forth from Noah's will as the eyes of the reified Wieldian sources of extremity radiated profound tyranny. As the idea took root, all eyes came to land on the reified Wieldian source of oraculum. The prompts that had come during its advent were simply in nature as among them. There was one unique one in particular that appeared first. Under it, all abilities requiring the authority of oraculum have their resource requirements reduced by half, with the source of oraculum being closely interlinked with the ionic annals of extremity as it can move within akin to the annals being a second home. The reified Wieldian source of oraculum could treat the ionic annals of extremity as a second home due to its nature. Noah now wanted to take this even further and actually make such a saying into a reality. The body of the reified Wieldian source of oraculum vibrated with tendrils of authority as the gazes of all other parts of Noah's will waited for his words, and the words that came were mighty. Plundering something from an unrecorded history was already an ordeal, as I can already speculate that placing something in an unrecorded history will be an impossibility at the current stage. But a recorded history should be stable enough, since it is a reality that has already been established and played out. I shall place the infinite hyperversal haven in a recorded history. Noah's will through oraculum stated straightforwardly that it would place the infinite hyperversal haven into a recorded history. These words were said without question as the moment it was decided. The figure of oraculum rose upwards and disappeared into a glimmer of light an instant later, outside of the infinite hyperversal haven. In the planar palisades of extremity, oraculum materialized with all of his grandeur as he looked at the barely discernible object floating like a speck of dust, his hands reaching out and grasping it in his palm. Even now, as Noah observed such an action, he was amazed at how this minuscule speck of dust was actually a treasure that held countless light years worth of planes, realities, cosmos, and other stellar bodies within it, and yet somehow, it was condensed to such a small size that fit into the palm of his reified Wieldian source of oraculum at this moment. Thereafter, the golden authority of oraculum wrapped around the infinite hyperversal haven as the singularities that were the eyes of oraculum blinked with concentration. The ionic annals of extremity, they were records of things that had come and gone, and they were also records of things to come. They weren't something tangible, as those with pristine concepts of extremity relating to it could view the ionic annals of extremity and learn of many profundities within them, but one didn't normally obtain something conceptual from an unrecorded history within the ionic annals of extremity like Noah did, and beings didn't normally attempt to place something within the ionic annals of extremity as the next thought process after all this. Noah didn't question whether he could actually do it or not. After inherently knowing unrecorded histories would be an impossibility, he turned towards recorded history as at this moment, his authority bloomed as he silently cast a dumbrative viewpoint. The casting this time had a goal in mind, as Noah wasn't viewing things to come, he was instead looking backwards to records that had already occurred, and this time around, his body did not release a sliver of his soul to enter the ionic annals of extremity. Instead, the whole visage of the reified Wieldian source of oraculum moved forward and disappeared into a blinding flash of light to step in. Tendrils of authority flashed. The infinite hyperversal haven was still in his palm as when his vision reacclimated, he found himself amidst the vastness of countless records all around him. His records occupied everything before his sight like a blinding singularity, while smaller bubbles of records were attached all around it as these represented his vassals. Noah's destination in the ionic annals of extremity was actually his own records, his soul knowing that this would be the easiest thing to manipulate and control. For him to truly succeed in placing the infinite hyperversal haven inside the ionic annals of extremity, his records were now hidden from others similar to beings who had attained hyperversal extremity, as he was the only one who could view them. With his steps being heavy as he moved to instantly explore into the massive singularity that was his recorded history, all this time, the infinite hyperversal haven continued to be wrapped in the dense authority of oraculum, as it seemed like a part of the reified Wieldian source of oraculum whose very existence was allowed to naturally be in the ionic annals of extremity. Noah delved into his recorded history as now came a question of which record exactly did he want to hide the infinite hyperversal haven in. For him, it was something sentimental, as he already had in mind right where he wanted it to be. He had two top options, as the first one was actually in the frozen lands of the beast world, where he attained the spiritual land first. But this ultimately didn't make the cut as Noah went back further. The body of the reified Wieldian source of oraculum moved across countless sheets of history, paying attention to none of them as the reality around seemed like glimmering golden pages just moving past him one after another. He continued until seconds later, a particular golden page unfurled before him that he delved into without a second thought, and then, his vision changed, he materialized inside a fantastical recorded history. He was in the skies above a dilapidated apartment building. As far behind it in the distance, a small field and the beginning of a forest could be seen. On the field, a thin youth had his right hand raised as he called out,
"Fireball." It was a record of Noah's home, Chapter 2590 Relocation.
2. Noah smiled while looking at the scene of his young self beginning his experimentations of casting fireballs as he turned towards the apartment complex that held his old room. With a flash, he disappeared into it. The room was nothing to marvel at, with its single bed, worn-down desk, and a chair that could barely hold someone over 200 pounds. A blinking computer that he used to browse the news of hunters was on the table as beside it, a globe of what the blue planet used to be could be. Seen with its fractured continents, Noah's reified Wieldian source of oraculum appeared within this room after all these years, as this record told him just where he came from. This was his home for some time after the apocalypse began, as at this point in time, oraculum brought his hand that held the infinite hyperversal haven forward and onto the center of the globe on his old desk. Now came the most crucial part. The infinite hyperversal haven completely left his body and became anchored atop the globe of the blue planet as a moment later, BZZT. Tendrils of authority erupted as this chronicle buzzed. A foreign object has been brought into a recorded history. It does not belong in the recorded history. Trembled, but it remained stable as Noah felt his soul and mana values leaking out en masse. His soul values for the oraculum were in the 100,000s. A large amount of your soul values are being utilized to hold the foreign object placed in the recorded history. The foreign object will never be assimilated into the recorded history, as the authority of oraculum will always be required to wrap around it. Noah never questioned whether he could do it or not. He knew he would, as the only thing to wonder was what the cost would be, if he could even plunder things from a possible future that hadn't even happened. Simply placing something in a record that had already occurred seemed mild to him in comparison. 25% of your soul values will be required every second to maintain the foreign object within the recorded history. Any living beings within the foreign object cannot come in or out unless they are encased in the authority of oraculum. An astonishing achievement worthy of being echoed in the Ionic annals of extremity. Your actions have caused your soul to become more intimate with the records of extremity, as your standing as a quintessential hyperversal Ionic curator has become even more distinguished. A dazzling set of prompts flashed before his eyes as he pulled his hands back. The authority of oraculum floated serenely from him and around the infinite hyperversal haven as it was truly anchored in a recorded history. Inside his old home that was only accessible through a recorded history, his grandiose construct, which was the infinite hyperversal haven, stood silently. Within this haven was his main body, as unless an enemy grasped this body, they would never be able to find his records in the Ionic annals of extremity. So if his main body and hyperversal plane were both hidden inside records that nobody could access, the reality of utmost safety Noah wanted was created. From now onward, any time he or his people needed their bodies or clones to enter or leave the infinite hyperversal haven, they would need the authority of the oraculum quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity to do so, as the level of protection was pristine. Good. With bright eyes, the oraculum gazed at the old dilapidated room that now held an astounding treasure one last time before he flew out. His gaze lingered on the scrawny figure in the fields releasing hundreds of fireballs as after another second, the oraculum left this chronicle to quickly return to the vast and endless Ionic annals of extremity. He could only plunder recorded or unknown chronicles once a day, but it didn't mean he could continue gazing at and exploring all the unrecorded histories. And with the advent of the reified Wieldian source of oraculum, his reach into the records of extremity was even more intrusive, as there were many things for him to observe. In the infinite hyperversal haven, the Wieldian Council of Extremity was one man short, as the reified Wieldian source of indefatigable nodded with its four faces while voicing out, "With that done, there is the optimization of concepts and dynamis, as indefatigable shall be next in becoming a quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. Everything else follows." The words were filled with tyranny and seemed inviolable, as the other parts of Noah's will had no problem with this. He needed to elevate the remaining dynamis to the quintessential absolute level, as well as organize his own strength before the culmination step of extremity sanctification began. The reified Wieldian sources of extremity had their own strengths, as two in particular needed to come into play apart from oraculum, who was already moving. One was Indefatigable, which needed to have a clear standing with vacuous hyperversal authority, and the coming first vacuous awakening as the clash between Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities continued in his soul. The other was Alethean, and exactly to what extent its advancement would affect Noah's Alethean havens and the havens of the infinite hyperversal haven itself, the other dynamis were already playing their parts, with Lotra being extremely exceptional at this. As even now, I shall quantify what stage the forge has reached, the voice of the reified Wieldian source of Lotra echoed out as he disappeared, moving towards a position within Noah's soul that was also affected by Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authorities and the cycles of true deaths they caused. The infinite forge, it no longer depicted the old forge as within it was the blinding radiance that was ruination at the very center, constantly absorbing the loot light that would have gone towards making the fragments of the second volume of the quintessential breath of extremity modus operandi. But apart from it and the swirling mountains of normal loot, there were two particularly dazzling points of light that foretold the appearance of relics far exceeding the quasi-extremity rank. Chapter 2591 Curregulus Mask. Noah's will and the reified Wieldian source of Lotra appeared within the infinite forge that had been forced to undergo its own changes during the cycles of true death. As currently, a dazzling array of prompts belonging to it rain down, the quintessential hyperversal infinite forge has been reborn anew after millions of cycles. In addition to accumulating quintessential hyperversal loot light of extremity, the forge will now randomly spawn versions of items deemed significant enough to be recorded in the Ionic annals of extremity in the form of recorded and unrecorded history. Countless possibilities have opened up for the usage of the quintessential hyperversal loot light of extremity and what it can be transformed into. The entity residing in the forge has been bathed with the loot light of millions of cycles and has undergone an unknown mutation. Prompts came down one after another as there were multiple important ones, but one prompt in particular explained why there were two dazzling lights apart from ruination in the infinite forge. It was the loot, stating that apart from the accumulating loot light, the forge would randomly spawn versions of loot that were significant enough to be in either recorded or unrecorded histories, and the crucial word here was versions. It wasn't the item itself, but a version of it recreated by Noah's forge, and the two blinding lights that had appeared after his soul was fractured millions of times by Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority were of utmost majesty. The structure of the current forge had changed as 162 radiant infinity symbols releasing seas of loot light followed the pathway of a single radiant illusory infinity symbol. As it seemed in the entire forge, there was only a single massive lemniscate symbol gushing out loot light. In the center of the massive illusory infinity symbol was ruination, and towards the middle of the two circular portions of the symbol the two new blinding lights floated serenely amidst the sea of loot light. Noah's will within Lotra beckoned towards both of them powerfully as their identities were unveiled before him. One looked like an enclosed umbrella as it held arcs of purple light around it, and the other was a white gold spear with a point at the very end that constantly clashed with reality. Nine Mountains Umbrella, an extremity relic that was utilized in the culmination step of extremity sanctification within Elera by the young hyperversal extremity of combat, Spear of Beginning, the 67th extremity relic to form in the unrecorded history of the culmination step of extremity sanctification of dissolution, extremity relics. After all it had been through, his forge actually spawned extremity relics at this moment. Their stats were slowly revealing themselves before Noah. As one was from a recorded history stemming from the haven of Elera, and the other was a version of a weapon that would appear in the unrecorded history of what would happen in dissolution. From this, many things could be extrapolated, as one of the main ones was the fact that in this upcoming culmination step of extremity sanctification of dissolution, extremity relics would be forming by the dozens at the very least, among the many more things that had yet to occur. As Noah gazed at these two fantastical loot termed extremity relics, the question of what exactly such a loot stood for came. To truly understand this, Noah's will had to delve into the first extremity relic he had received. The relic he was given after swearing the oath of Curregulus, the relic he was about to adorn on his face at this very moment far from here, in the haven of dissolution under the gaze of the adjudicator and three other guardians of extremity. A white gold mask. Noah's clone turned it around as he felt the hyperversal extremity authority on it disappear, bringing the mask towards his face as even though it shone with stellar darkness, the moment it settled on his face, everything brightened up as the scene before his eyes was as if he was seeing a new transparent illusory reality. Identity confirmed: Noah Osmont, unofficial guardian, no rank. A feminine voice rang out from the Curregulus mask as Noah adorned it, a dense amount of illusory numbers and data flashing before Noah as the mechanical voice continued. Welcome to the Curregulus mask, unofficial guardian.
Here is all the information you will need to understand my workings as you get started.
In front of Noah, a trace of essence flew out into a bundle as it waited to enter his will. He sent out a trace of his will to accept this bundle of information as the details of the Kyrregulus mask unveiled themselves. Kyrregulus mask, a mass-produced series of extremity relics forged by the extremity of steel. Its most basic feature is to release a type of weakened hyperversal authority that can absolutely veil one's authority and identity from the gazes of beings up to the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity level. Its more advanced features relate to the workings of Kyrregulus as it acts as the key to connect you to a database of records usable only to existences with pre-approved signatures. As an unofficial guardian, access is currently limited to the most basic information and the Missions tab that lists possible first missions that, when chosen and completed, more advanced information will become available. The Vault of Kyrregulus is only visible under the view-only feature as nothing can be bought or traded currently. The bundle of information was extensive as it listed many possibilities of the Kyrregulus mask, but the most astounding feature was that this simple mask forged by the extremity of steel could actually mask one even against the gazes of Tier 3 hyperversal extremities. This feature alone was powerful enough to make any relic an extremity relic, but then the Kyrregulus mask went even further to include dozens of other features. This included missions, currency of Kyrregulus 0, Vault of Kyrregulus, records of clans, records of inheritances, records of extremity, and more. All of this flashed before Noah's eyes like holographic blue-bordered tabs that were grayed out, the only thing shining with a bright cerulean hue being the Missions tab and the Vault of Kyrregulus tab that, when he focused on, bundles of information unfolded. Chapter 2592, A Cryptic Future, Vault of Kyrregulus, was the most dazzling one as when this feature was expanded, a myriad of fantastical borders of different colors showing a vast array of different items unfolded. Some were labeled hyperversal extremity treasures, extremity relics, extremity circulation modus operandi, ionic treasures of extremity, unidentified relics, vessels, armaments of extremity. There were many, but Noah focused on armaments of extremity, as over a dozen square tabs shining with gold light made themselves apparent to him, each one shone with utmost radiance as these were armaments of extremity. An image along with a brief description was all that was present for each one as Noah breezed through them. Record cleaver amatel, an armament of extremity forged by the extremity of steel. 10 billion Kyrregulus coins to buy, or trade an item of equivalent value. Hyperversal pursuer, an armament of extremity forged by the extremity of flames. 8 billion Kyrregulus coins to buy, or trade an item of equivalent value. Genesis sword, an armament of extremity forged from the apocalypse in Genesis of 100 planes of existence. 10 billion Kyrregulus coins to buy, or trade an item of equivalent value. Vacuous moonshadow scythe, an armament of extremity found in the stretches of vacuous hyperversal domains. 11 billion Kyrregulus coins to buy, or trade an item of equivalent value. Leviathan Spear of Calamity, an armament of extremity forged from the bones of 10 hyperversal extremity leviathans from the extremity step of Andromeda. 11 billion Kyrregulus coins to buy, or trade an item of equivalent value. The relics shown were mind-numbingly glorious as each one had a high cost attached to it. A cost in terms of Kyrregulus currency, something one could attain from completing missions of the Kyrregulus of extremity or by trading items into its vaults. When he arrived here, Noah's eyes shone with a profound brilliance as many possibilities rose in his mind. The relics he mass-produced, like the quintessential loot-seekers' regalia sets, were considered quasi-extremity relics. If he mass-produced more relics like this and traded them into the vaults of Kyrregulus alongside ionic treasures of extremity and spiritual herbs from the infinite hyperversal haven, would the sufficient currency required to obtain some of the more astounding things here be obtained in a smooth and quick manner? The idea had only just risen as there were still many things to consider, but Noah took his eyes away from the Vault of Kyrregulus and went towards the Missions tab before him. He would first choose a mission to complete for the Kyrregulus of extremity to gain an official tank in the coming days before the culmination step of extremity sanctification fully unfolded. With the focus on missions, waves of new information rose. Missions for Guardians are filtered on current location, connections, and difficulty based on your current power. Golden tier mission, surveillance, observe and report the movements, conversations, and observable histories of the Avernus clan scions and elders for the next 3 days without being seen. Obsidian tier mission, information. Rumor has it that the cult of endless shadows has luckily attained an armament of extremity. Infiltrate and obtain information on this armament by observing it personally. Golden Tier Mission, achievement obtain 10,000 Kyragulus coins through exchanging for treasures or relics. A whole page of missions unfolded before Noah as they were filtered specifically for him, with the second one clearly being pointed towards him as the Kyragulus wanted to obtain the details of the shadow sword that the cult of endless shadows had attained. These introductory missions were easy enough to complete as he would be considered an official guardian thereafter, with numerous more boons becoming accessible to him after that as he would use the Kyragulus to further his own gains. As he became familiar with the Kyragulus mask and its features, the voice of the adjudicator of dissolution rang out in front of Noah. After you're acclimated, the inclusion of your first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven will be next. Thereafter, missions will be issued depending on how the culmination step begins to unfold. Oh, Noah took off the Kyragulus mask as the adjudicator's words as he asked lightly, and does the Kyragulus know anything more about what is to come in the last culmination step of the Seven Havens? The Kyragulus of Extremity was a massive organization spanning several inheritances and even beings from the seven clans. A behemoth such as this should have compounded a dense amount of information, as with its motto being the inclusion of prodigies across the Seven Havens, there should be numerous hyperversal extremities proficient in traversing the Ionic annals of extremity among them. Noah's words caused the surroundings to become utterly silent, as it wasn't the adjudicator of dissolution who replied, but Extremity Marcellus, who adorned his Kyragulus mask and spoke in an ancient tone. We know of a single sentence relating to the culmination step of dissolution, and that is as above, so below, as above, so below, a cryptic sentence about the culmination step that immediately caused numerous new options to rise in Noah's mind. With him giving a simple nod as the adjudicator of dissolution continued, many seem to have forgotten or dismissed the mystery surrounding extremity sanctification. Why did it occur for every haven? Why in sequence from oldest to youngest haven? The objective of extremity sanctification is extremity, but for what purpose? The existences within the seven havens are being ushered towards extremity for a purpose, and the extremity sanctification of dissolution is the last chance for this purpose. It will not be simple, as even what we have discovered from the Ionic annals of extremity may not come close to understanding just what is about to happen. Words of utmost wisdom echoed out as Noah's eyes shone. Countless thoughts passing through and going towards the Wieldian Council of Extremity to discuss. As far down below from this location, the figure of Alexander King stepped out of the pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority and looked up towards the endless skies tinged with death. The power emanating from his body was utterly brutal. Chapter 2593, The Shadow Sword. The figure of Alexander stepped out of the pocket of vacuous hyperversal authority and gazed at the apex battlefield filled with a deathly light. Any beings that had remained nearby after the war had ended felt a sense of suffocation even from afar, with Alexander King being the culprit of Noah's recent overhaul of strength. While Noah had transformed his 81 quintessential hyperversal extremity meridian seeds into quintessential hyperversal extremity overlord meridian seeds, the prompts that came for Alexander were just as illustrious, since this version of Noah already had his seeds sprout into genuine meridians. The quintessential hyperversal extremity meridians within your main body have transformed into the quintessential hyperversal extremity overlord meridians, with the quintessential hyperversal extremity overlord meridians. All concepts flowing within will be nourished by their authority, as within 10 days, they will be elevated to the quintessential zenith tier. Noah's main body would have had to wait for an unknown amount of time until he chose for the seeds to bloom into meridians. But Alexander's already existing overlord meridians made it so that the counter of 10 days to bring his boundaries to the quintessential zenith tier had already begun. Now, all that remained to do was wait. The levels of the boundaries within both the bodies of Alexander and Noah were now the same. Within Alexander, there was also the perennial wield of extremity. The only thing unique was the fact that since both bodies shared Noah's single soul and he had already called out the reified Wieldian sources of extremity, they couldn't somehow be called out again from Alexander, as these reified forms were singular in nature, as Alexander's oppressive pressure caused the surroundings to seethe. A hyperversal extremity authority erupted moments later to wrap around his body and cause him to disappear. Thereafter, he appeared far above the skies of dissolution as the figures of an adjudicator, guardians of extremity, and his other self in the form of Noah's clone were all there. The first commander of the infinite hyperversal haven. Has the one you follow briefed you already? The voice of Svetlana rang out as the figure of Alexander and Noah's clone gazed at each other. Within their eyes, a devilish smile formed that only they could see as Alexander nodded. With this, Noah was about to attain a second identity as a guardian of extremity. with the boons of this not yet apparent as only time would tell what would unfold. Back in the Infinite Forge, Noah bejeweled reified wieldy and source of Lotra stared at the two extremity relics to have been spawned in the forge and compared them to the Curagulous mask, the former seeming like crude items in comparison to what the extremity of steel made, as Noah didn't give them too much time before he motioned for them to float towards ruination.
This would be the entity to devour even extremity relics, as what Noah wanted was one truly powerful weapon, not many
average ones. At this stage, ruination had changed so drastically that currently, she looked like a massive sword light years in size as her blade held crescent curves glinting with a sharp light. The person to hold her hilt had to have the power to lift up an entire plane of existence just to wield it, as it was approaching an entirely profound stage. When the two extremity relics moved towards it, Ruination's blade turned mobile and stretched out far faster than the speed of light, intercepting the two relics halfway and devouring them with a flash of light. A flash of light that caused it to radiate crimson gold splendor after retreating, its makeup becoming even more dominant as layers of celestial light covered it. Come. Noah then smiled and beckoned towards Ruination, this entity appearing before him in an instant and presenting its hilt towards him. Up close, the crimson gold sword with crescent notches of its blade looked utterly magnificent as next. Noah's stellar gold hand wrapped around its hilt as he truly gazed at it, and before him was brilliance. Name, Ruination, ruined blade of quintessential extremity, lineage, extremity relic, titles, Ruination, multiplicator, Emperor's armament, ruined hyperversal apex mana value, 250,000, ruined hyperversal apex durability value, infinite, ruined hyperversal apex soul value, 250,000, ruined hyperversal apex defense value, 250,000, ruined hyperversal apex damage value, 250,000, features, hyperversal rupture, hyperversal proliferation, hyperversal armament replication, hyperversal outburst, miscellaneous, a unique relic that is on the glimpse of extremity. Arriving here was already arduous enough, as taking the step from a glimpse of extremity to become a relic expressing genuine hyperversal extremity is nearly an impossibility that only the most perceptive existences that have achieved hyperversal extremity can overcome. A weapon of ridiculous proportions, apart from Noah's infinite hyperversal haven, this was his greatest achievement that he was cultivating in his very own soul after seeing Aurelia nurturing her own relic, Aurelia. Noah smiled as he thought what this loot lover would be like if she could glimpse this absurd weapon in his hands. She and all other vassals with their clones stretching out within dissolution still had their main bodies in the infinite hyperversal haven as in the days to come. They would be absorbing the exorbitant duration of loot obtained from the Apex War of Annihilation to elevate their boundaries and realms. The loot was of little consequence to Noah, as among his abilities from Lotra was a singular one termed Lotra's claim, all loot courses through you, even from those who share the simplest connection with you. When your vassals defeat any enemies that drop loot, it is automatically replicated into your vaults of quintessence. This is a passive ability that is of no cost to remain active for as long as you exist, one of the abilities of a dynamis of extremity that held the shortest descriptions, and yet it was overbearing, as even if Noah didn't directly kill an enemy, beings he shared connections with, defeating any enemies generated loot for him in his expansive domain that were now renamed as the Vaults of Quintessence, Chapter 2590 for the Shadow Sword. 2. The loot his vassals received was replicated in his vaults, as it meant any forms of panaceas, ionic treasures of extremity, or any loot that aided in the advancement of boundaries and convergence of dynamis. Noah gained it freely in addition to his vassals having it themselves, and then, Noah had already begun collecting all the loot his vassals received, as in addition to loot generated in his vaults of quintessence, he would have the daring weapon before his eyes multiply all of them. Results would naturally be an overabundance of loot that would be more than enough to take his vassals across the boundary layers with ease. Over the next few days before the culmination step began, there was a great deal to be done, as the speed of Noah's advancement would not only be limited to himself. Apex ionic lifeforms waited with bated breaths for the culmination step of extremity sanctification to begin, the changes of the extremity vein continuing as it rose to the skies and pulsed with a breathtaking authority. The mountains of bones and deathly verdant black authority remained even after the hours began to pass on the apex battlefield, the name of a single being and his faction slowly spreading amongst the scions who witnessed the war. Noah Osmont, Alexander King, the infinite hyperversal haven, these terms spread as ever so slowly. It was known that a single being and his lineage had pointed their swords towards the Avernus clan and Singularity overseers. More and more forces from different havens began to arrive into dissolution at such a time as, no matter how many hours passed, The culmination step did not seem ready to begin as across the endlessly stretching extremity vein of dissolution, a low hum resounded akin to a foreboding beating heart. Each pulse coming out caused alterations in reality as the spacetime continuum was twisted and expanded, changes leading to unknown phenomena blooming, and during this passage of a day, the true emperor of quintessence had his forces stretching out into different havens along with the optimization of strength his main body was carrying out in the infinite hyperversal haven. He had the dream Alathian chassis move with Ericsson towards the ionic haven of Genesis, a branch of the Sema clan located within this haven, just like all the 7 havens. The 7 clans had their reach extending into each haven as before extremity sanctification fully unfolded within a haven, they couldn't occupy it and make impenetrable domains within. He had the Prana Alathian chassis moving with Iam as it was already in the Helios haven towards a corner of it where a branch of the infinite extremity could be found. Each of these clones enjoyed traversing across the cracks between havens with the aid of hyperversal extremity authority of extremities supporting Ericsson and Iam, but the wonders of these clones and what they would attain in their respective locations had yet to show themselves. Instead, one clone was finally making strides, and it was the clone within the haven of Penumbra, in a corner of Penumbra. Within the domains of the cult of endless shadows, a massive shadow fortress light years in size stood with might and power as within it Noah's clone was finally allowed to move as he followed Extremity Gabriella into the depths of this heavily fortified domain that seemed to blaze with auras of hyperversal extremities in every corner. They had already passed through a dozen doorways that each led into domains as vast as plains, each of them showing intricate structures and clusters of civilizations within that showed a glimpse of just how large an inheritance like the cult of endless shadows was. At this time, Noah walked behind Extremity Gabriella atop a sea of completely inky black water as their destination was a torrential swirling of this dark sea that formed into a circular rift in space, the brilliant aura of a hyperversal extremity authority standing before this shadow sea rift, a shadow extremity adorned in an obsidian tight-fitting shirt and loose pants, with a dark straw hat adorned on his head as at their arrival. He raised his gaze to lock on Noah and spoke with raised eyes. The oh-so-famous Noah Osmond, who was challenging the Avernus clan, is honoring us with his presence. The words were laid back as this existence seemed to be having fun with them, not paying too much heed to Extremity Gabriella, as this shadow extremity was one of the second most powerful hyperversal extremity within the cult of endless shadows, the flashing shadow. An existence that had earned his name in the vacuous domains. With an array of accomplishments from the Crimson Haven albatrosses he carried, his status could best be shown by how he currently guarded the only area that would lead to the armament of extremity in the hands of the cult of endless shadows. The shadow sword. The Extremity Gabriella gazed at the flashing shadow with a composed gaze as she spoke. It is just to uphold the oath of extremity that the primeval elder under extremity Laos made with his permission. How is the progress of Muna? She asked about the being who should be alone with the shadow sword at this very moment within the torrential swirling portal ahead of them. The being who was already halfway through extremity and should simply be stabilizing their hyperversal extremity authority of shadows very soon, in action that would put their inheritance alongside behemoths like Singularity Overseers or the Genesis Institute of Extremity. The flashing shadow smiled at the reference of Muna as he nodded with pride. He will be emerging out soon. He needs the time to absorb his recent gains anyways, as this Osmond can enter the shadow seaplane then. Though I can't promise how long he will even be able to last before the authority of an armament of extremity before he is thrown out. Yes, before the might of the shadow sword. Many apex psionic lifeforms couldn't even last a few seconds, as only the most clever and powerful apex psionic lifeforms who had grasped the 16th boundary layer of the shadows or higher had any sufficient gains. The protecting extremity protecting the shadow sword concealed within the depths of the shadow sea plane suggested that Noah may not even be able to last a few seconds. Chapter 2595, The Shadow Sword. 3. The inky black sea formed into a massive rift portal that led into the shadow sea plane. Within, an existence on the cusp of genuine hyperversal extremity would soon step out, as Noah could then go in and face the grandeur of the shadow sword. The length of time he would be able to hold on and the possible gains he could make being unknown at this moment, in the fifth golden chambers of Avernus. Tendrils of hyperversal authority cascaded over this ancient structure as the thrones that were filled with distinguished existences used all of their power and might to come up with means against a single existence. Currently, multiple scions and elders of the Avernus clan were dispatched into the planar palisades of extremity. Their purpose was a singular one, to find Noah Osmond. At this time, another hyperversal extremity rose from his throne to obtain the attention of everyone here. His voice was an astounding one, filled with power. Since the records of this Osmond are veiled, I've been looking through the records of those near him that are not hidden within the Ionic annals of extremity, and the records of the elders of the cult of endless shadows have been more than helpful. It seems that the boldness shown by the cult of endless shadows lies in the fact that they actually got their hands on an armament of extremity. The record of the primeval elder I have seen shows that they have in hand the shadow sword forged by the very extremity of steel. Boom, magisterial information entered the minds of the Avernus extremities in the fifth golden chambers of Avernus, an armament of extremity. Chamber Master Gyakis uttered with a profound expression as many possibilities rose in his mind. At the side, the figure of extremity Ariana had an even more thoughtful expression as with a pondering and yet cautious gaze, she spoke out slowly, an oath of extremity was made in the haven of dissolution. And the cult of endless shadows has something as pristine as an armament of extremity, with the clone of this Noah Osmond seen leaving with the elder of the cult of endless shadows into the haven of penumbra. All of this seems connected as likely. Osmond might just be getting entry to the armament of extremity himself from an oath he made with them. After all, there are the records of his clones leading the Shadowlings in the initiation step of dissolution. A terrifying amount of information was collected, an incredible genius who could already rival and beat down a direct disciple of a Tier 3 hyperversal extremity, if he was given free access to an armament of extremity. Just how terrifying could he become? The possibilities were dreadful to imagine as the minds of many beings here thought of the three examples that Chamber Master Gyakis had given at the beginning of this meeting. At such a juncture, the voice of the existence that was formerly known as the hyperversal extremity of destruction thundered out, "We already made a move to act against an adjudicator of a haven. Why can we not send some of our forces against a lesser inheritance that hasn't even entered the folds of the most powerful inheritances? We can simply make a move against the cult of endless shadows, possibly gain access to a body of this Osmond, and at the same time obtain an weapon of extremity from a small force undeserving of it." Rage and wildness can still be felt from the past hyperversal extremity of destruction as he seemed to truly want wanton destruction at this moment in time. Yet his idea caused the minds of extremity Ariana and the Chamber Master to shine with the light of possibilities. A silence descended. Nobody spoke thereafter as the words of the past hyperversal extremity of destruction had too many profound implications. It wasn't until a few seconds passed when the voice of the Chamber Master rang out, "An action such as this is not something I can decide upon myself, with it being very unlikely to be allowed. I will send this proposal upwards to the Avernus Extremity Senate and see what the results shall be." Hyperversal Extremity Authority glimmered. The eyes of the Chamber Master released a profound light that instantly disappeared from this domain and shot out into the vast unknown. Reaching out and communicating in an unfathomable way towards a far distant database, before his eyes, the vision of the Chamber Master changed from merely gazing at the figures of those in the fifth golden chambers of Avernus as he appeared in a stellar blank void that had a single blinking singularity of consciousness. The singularity seemed more massive than what the Chamber Master had achieved in all his life as he respectfully sent the information of the suggestion that was just made towards the communication channel that would be passed on to the Avernus Extremity Senate. He knew that it came from the part of anger and rage within the past hyperversal extremity of destruction as it was unlikely to be adopted. But he thought he might as well try before he received the rejection. After all, the blatant attack towards an inheritance of extremity was something that even one of the seven clans would not freely do. Something like this clearly breaking regulations set forth by the Senatus of Extremity, and yet not even a few seconds passed before the blinding singularity before Gyakis' eyes came out with an answer. And the answer wasn't from the voice that he was normally used to communicating with when he sent his proposals to the Avernus Extremity Senate. It was the voice of someone who sat at the very peak of the Senate. It was the voice of the Avernus Extremity Overlord. "Proceed with this suggestion and acquire the Shadow Sword. Extremity Blue will be sent forth to join you all in leading this incursion." The voice was callous and filled with authority, and it carried a decision that Chamber Master Gyakis was shocked at, especially due to the one authorizing it. Chapter 2596 The Shadow Sword. 4. The words buzzed in Chamber Master Gyakis even now as the authoritative voice stemming from the brilliant singularity before him actually approved the proposal brought forth by the past hyperversal extremity of destruction. It was because choosing to go forth with the proposal would make many things problematic, especially the standing of the Avernus clan in the Senatus of Extremity, which was made up of the most powerful existences within the Seven Havens. Their standing in the Senatus of Extremity would not allow them to blatantly conduct an act of aggression against an inheritance of extremity. It would subjugate them to scrutiny and allow their enemies within the senatus of extremity to move against them. Because this proposal had nothing to do with the guardians of extremity that a majority of the hegemonies with the senatus of extremity were now cautious of with their rise in power over the years, it dealt with an inheritance and the very laws of the investiture of extremity crafted by the senatus of extremity. So, if a force ever did anything against an inheritance or clan, it would be behind the scenes where their name could not be traced to any actions concretely, the cult of endless
Shadows openly accepted and didn't deny the close ties with Osmond as they weren't afraid of the Avernus clan openly dealing with them, and the light of infamy would put their inheritance in the spotlight as they rose to prominence with an armament of extremity backing them.
At least, this is what the cult of endless shadows believed. Sire, are you sure? It was a hesitant question emanating out from Gyakis as the voice of authority from the other side was as stable and powerful as before. Yes. There is a great deal of chaos coming. To the extent that even the hands of the senatus of extremity are about to be tied. Minor incursions like the incursion in the haven of dissolution and what is about to happen in the haven of penumbra will be insignificant incidents in the face of what is to come. The voice thundered down. Chamber Master Gyakis listened and bowed without another delay as he moved to carry out the will of a being that he had been serving even before he became a hyperversal extremity. A being whose wisdom and talent knew no bounds as he took a small and insignificant inheritance years ago and raised to the stature of a clan. A devilish smile bloomed on Gyakis as he moved to accomplish this being's will. The incursion this time was a unique one. Their target was an armament of extremity as a secondary target was the existence that the fifth golden chamber of Avernus was targeting personally. Their incursion would lead them to the doorsteps of the cult of endless shadows. In the haven of penumbra, atop the churning sea collecting to form a radiant black rift portal that led into the shadow sea plane, the figure of the flashing shadow stared with languid eyes at Noah's figure as his authorities seemed to meld with the surrounding sea. His obsidian strawhaw glimmering with the light of an extremity relic as before he could say any antagonizing words, the portal behind him trembled. Bzzzt, it was a pulsing stemming within the very depths of the rift as moments later, a middle-aged man radiating unstable waves of hyperversal extremity authority was spat out. He cut a sorry figure, and yet his face showed happiness as he laughed boisterously while waves of shadows crackled around him. The 18th boundary layer. The 18th. I've half grasped it as I just need to ponder on shadows a little more before I can fully claim hyperversal extremity authority for myself. The man showed immense emotion as he was none other than Muna, the last genius elder of the cult of endless shadows to be granted the chance to observe the shadow sword as extremity was in his grasp. Yeah, you need the demeanor of a hyperversal extremity before you can become one. Control yourself in front of a guest, the voice of flashing shadow emanated out as Muna raised his eyes while looking towards extremity Gabriella and Noah's visage. Oh? Fresh fish to be crushed by the weight of the shadow sword? This boy barely gives off waves of boundaries at the 14th or 15th level. His soul is going to face a severe backlash and be thrown out within a few nanoseconds. You know, Muna spoke with a smile while containing himself, the shadows around him forming in a dazzling robe as he depicted a refined figure of a scholar at this moment with his scrutinizing eyes. He knew better than others how terrifying the pressure of the shadow sword was as he was on the 17th boundary layer of shadows and he could only remain in the periphery of the hyperversal extremity authority of the shadow sword for days before slowly moving forward and coming in contact with it, and this was when he felt his mastery in shadows accelerate as he was now half an extremity. For a being with a weak soul who hadn't even achieved the 15th or 16th boundary layer? They were asking for trouble to come here. Muna gazed at flashing shadow and extremity Gabriella as they should know this, but Gabriella shook her head with a smile while motioning Noah forward, her mental power sending a private message to Muna. Our younger acquaintance here has an oath as he does not wish to wait. We complete the oath on our end by letting him see the shadow sword. If he cannot have his soul withstand even a nanosecond of it, that's on his end. We will keep the shadow sword as a carrot for him to chase as a means of connecting this genius with our cult. The private words sent by the soul were astonishing as Muna couldn't help but smile. He gazed at Noah's form that stretched at this moment, his voice coming out with calmness even while surrounded by hyperversal extremities. How kind of you all to worry about me, but you can rest easy, WAA. His words were indifferent as in the next instant, his body pulsed with light and began to peel. From it, celestial rainbow-colored skin began to form as a humanoid entity came to be, the head missing a nose and mouth. Radiant multicolored pupils were the only thing on the face. Chapter 2597 The Shadow Sword. An aurora of wings of light expanded behind the back of the entity as it was akin to him coming out of the body of Noah's clone. It was the appearance of the reified source of quintessence as Noah replaced a clone to have one of his most powerful forms here for the purposes of attaining the most gains from the shadow sword. When it came to the reified sources of extremity that Noah could now call out, the limitation of 9 when it came to his concepts had been doubled as a maximum of 18. Could now be called out. This number not including the completely separate Wieldian sources of extremity that were born from his dynamis, he could truly have many bodies moving and doing a great deal of things as the quintessential emperor of extremity appeared for the shadow sword. He appeared while expressing 9x of Noah's main body's ridiculous foundation and soul that was pulsing with transformations from a constant clash of Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority. His change caused the brows of flashing shadow to rise as he nodded slightly, noticing the change of aura Noah gave off as he pointed to the pulsing rift behind him. There is nobody in the shadow seaplane now as you can step into it. What you can gain is all up to you. He pointed to the rift behind him and retracted his hyperversal extremity authority as an existence not of the cult of endless shadows was given access to one of their most secure locations, a location that a tier 3 hyperversal extremity guarded personally. Noah's multicolored figure floated off the dark sea around him and went forward. The figure of the being about to grasp extremity smiling at his entry as his voice echoed out, "Brother Flashing Shadow. Why don't you allow us access to watch for ourselves what will unfold when our young friend here steps into the shadow seaplane?" It was Muna's voice that echoed out with a sly smile as he wanted to see the genius lifeforms that many eyes were on currently, the being who skipped the line to be the next one to gaze at the shadow sword because of his talent wanting to be roped into the cult. Frankly, Muna had reservations about this as he and those before him had worked hard for the cult to get the opportunity, possibility, prospect, opening, option, likelihood, shot, break, occasion, fortune they did, and yet this being was getting the same chance just because he forged an absolute dynamis of extremity before even becoming an apex ionic lifeform. Even as he was about to attain hyperversal extremity authority fully, Muna was still in existence at the level of apex lifeform not too long ago as he allowed his feelings to flow freely. He wanted to see this being face the might of the mere presence of the shadow sword from far away as in the face of it. His soul would feel suffocated before he was automatically expelled from the shadow seaplane. Among their own people, there was an elder who had achieved the 16th boundary layer of shadows who went into the shadow seaplane, and he was expelled in less than a minute. He wanted to see the scene of this being put in his place as the hyperversal extremity authority of the shadow sword was more than enough for this. Very well. The flashing shadow seemed to think briefly before he shook his head. This laziness, his straw hat becoming buried deeper in his face as he motioned for extremity Gabriella and Muna, a light wrapping around them that also went towards Noah as all four beings quickly turned into glimmers of light that disappeared into the magnificent rift, an armament of extremity, the shadow sword. It was one of the 81 armaments spread out across the havens by the extremity of steel, as those who found one had a nearly guaranteed chance of achieving extremity. But one didn't just have to find such an armament, they also had to be able to bear the weight of its authority when they came near it. Why was an armament of extremity so special that its atmosphere, vibe, energy, presence, feeling, ambience, spirit, essence, mood, aura was conducive to having one achieve extremity more so than the hyperversal extremity authority of an existence that had attained extremity? The main thing was its purity. The one who forged the armament of extremity was a being at the very zenith of Tier 3 hyperversal extremity, if not already at Tier 4, as they installed a concept that had achieved extremity into a relic. And completely detached their will from it to cause the emergence of an armament that held its own circulatory functions that existed only for that single concept of extremity. It was akin to the birth of a new entity that only circulated the pure, untainted essence of only this idea, notion, theory, belief, philosophy, principle, doctrine, ideology, conceptualization, understanding for all their lifetime. It was destructive, powerful, and magisterial as once an armament was born. The pure raging essence within it could more closely and easily aid one in extrapolating the essence it stood for towards extremity, as those talented enough may even be able to extrapolate other concepts to extremity from it. Muna could not forget its authority as he was just in the shadow seaplane not too long ago, his body once again feeling the changes of arriving here again as his will spread out. Around them, a heavy and stifling body of water glimmered all around, their figures floating in a straight line as around them, thundering tendrils of an extremely pure form of hyperversal extremity authority of shadows could be seen coiling and lashing out. They seemed mild and calmer in this region they were in as when one looked further and deeper into the shadow seaplane. They would see the tendrils of coiling pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows only become thicker and more oppressive until they formed tendrils of darkness as dense as rivers of reality, and all of them danced wildly around a single item far in the distance, a massive item that was surrounded by heavy and dangerously crackling tendrils of shadows. As even though it floated in the Black Sea, it seemed to be piercing and cutting into the reality around its sharp edges. As it was currently anchored down in the center of this plane, it emanated a breathtaking might that even common hyperversal extremities may not be able to match, amidst the crackling and massive tendrils of black, dark, jet black, ebony, pitch black, coal black, sable, inky, raven, slate pure hyperversal extremity authority. The shape and hilt of the blade could barely be made out, as one had to get close to truly see it in its glory. Muna recalled the suffocating sensation he felt that made him unable to even move for the first few minutes when he arrived right here and looked at the sword in the distance as he smiled. He was only able to move after acclimating for a few minutes, and it took days to arrive in contact with the shadow sword, as it took all of his soul power to do so. He turned to look at the figure of Noah Osmond as he expected to see a being already on his knees, trying their best to survive the crashing hyperversal authority all around him. And yet, he saw a being with an utterly calm gaze as his multicolored eyes blinked like luminous suns, his hands rising freely as he played with the tendrils of shadows arcing across the surroundings. Muna blinked many times over as he wondered if his eyes were seeing correctly. Did Osmond not face an oppressive pressure from all around? Was the pure and uncontrolled hyperversal extremity authority not causing his soul to at least splinter before the automatic sensory function of the shadow sea plane activated to kick him out before he was gravely injured? These questions rose before Muna's eyes as next, he saw the aurora of wings of light behind this being flap as he began to smoothly glide forward, as if the powerful tendrils of pure hyperversal extremity authority that were thundering all around them were nothing. Chapter 2598 The Shadow Sword 6. What the hell? It wasn't even Muna who uttered this, as the visage of Gabriella was shocked and unconsciously moved, the figure of flashing shadow becoming stern at the unimaginable scene before them. It was now that the thundering tendrils of obsidian pure hyperversal extremity authority began to coil around Noah's body and sinking into it, and they did so at a shocking pace, as if his body was a sponge. A dry sponge as empty as a desert as the pure hyperversal extremity authority in the surroundings was naturally pulled into his body. Muna couldn't even fathom any words as he stood floating, watching the figure of Noah seamlessly and easily glide forward towards the massive shadow sword in the distance. Where the closer one went, the more terrifying and concentrated the pure hyperversal extremity authority became. The whole area was filled with terrifying tendrils of light and darkness. At the very center, the shadow sword was anchored in space while radiating its pure hyperversal extremity authority. Muna had spent many days in this shadow sea plane, and he knew the sheer power and authority that was required for one to merely maintain their presence within this place. So exactly how was the being before his eyes doing what he was doing? When Noah first entered the shadow sea plane, the feeling that he got was an ecstatic one. His quintessential emperor of extremity was expressing everything about Noah's foundation, along with having the soul that had just gone through cycles of true death not too long ago. His soul had exceeded the rate at which it was destroyed and the rate at which it healed itself, as currently, there were still cracks here and there. And the moment that he appeared in the shadow seaplane, he felt the raging hyperversal extremity authority around him begin to sink into his stellar pores and flow directly into the crevices of his soul that were the aftermath of the clash between Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority. Extremely pure hyperversal extremity authority is flowing into your soul. Extremely pure hyperversal extremity authority is flowing into all of your aspects of existence. The prompts shone in dazzling black gold light as they came and went, Noah's hands rising and feeling the tendrils of power around him as unconsciously, the wings behind his back pulsed. And he found himself gliding ever closer to the massive and heart-shaking sword in the distance, and just floating closer to this small distance caused the concentration of pure hyperversal extremity authority to increase many times over. It sank into his aspects of existence as not too long after, due to the pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows entering your soul. The first boundary layer of shadows has been attained. The second boundary layer of shadows has been attained. A set of prompts began to cascade one after another as Noah very quickly ascended past the boundary layers of shadows as if they did not even exist for him. As this occurred, he closely felt the streams of pure hyperversal extremity authority of shadows flow into the crevices of his soul as Vitalis and vacuous hyperversal authority began to run wild once more, their clashes producing even more waves of destruction as Noah began to feel the noticeable increase in his soul values. The gains of merely being close to the shadow sword were so tremendous as if he could actually get close to it and grasp it in his hands. Noah had an inkling that he may just be able to jump past the 15th boundary layer and beyond with the way his soul was freely drinking up the surrounding pure hyperversal extremity authority. Noah felt this with his very soul. He did. But at the same time, oraculum shone with a halcyon light over his soul, his expectant eyes looking forward to what was to come dimmed. A Dumberta viewpoint had activated within the most perceptive part of his soul. The reified Wieldian source of oraculum that was already traversing in the Ionic annals of extremity. It was viewing unrecorded histories, and many possible futures were instantly altered as three brilliant ones were the only paths shown to him. Their beginnings showed him an alarming future where hyperversal extremity authority barreled down the shadow sea plane in all directions as the color blue maddeningly covered everything. It was a shocking change as the pages of three unrecorded histories quickly bloomed before him. Their pages fluttered as the first path revealed itself. Sensing a shocking development, you instantly warned the three hyperversal extremity shadows behind you. The flashing shadow was instantly alerted as his first action was to secure the shadow sword. Your soul, seeing this precious armament swept away as you never even got a chance to lay a hand on it, the first path played out as it was an unfavorable one. Sensing a shocking development, you scrambled towards the shadow sword at the fastest speed you could muster as string theory manifestation unveiled itself, your soul traversing across the tendrils of shadows to very quickly near the armament of extremity. The second one seemed to hold more possibilities as the third one. Its golden page was ripped apart as it was fractured as if it never existed. There were already limited choices to make, and they had to be made fast as alarmingly. Noah found his quintessential emperor of extremity in a predicament on a path that should have given him great gains. His reified source of quintessence that was moving across the shadow seaplane instantly became serious as the authority of a now quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity that had undergone elevation in the past day unfolded through nothing else other than string theory manifestation. In Noah's eyes, everything slowed as his heart released a pulse that waved out like a vibrating string of light across the shadow seaplane. Where this string passed, countless other strings vibrated, like they were part of it all. Like everything was interconnected with traces of the Alethean quintessential absolute dynamis of extremity. Through these countless strings, his soul could convey itself with utmost speed as an instant later, an astounding scene that caused the gaze of hyperversal extremity shadows to almost pop out of their orbits unfolded. Chapter 2599. Nice to meet you, Greenhorns. At the same time, Noah was alarmed by the drastic unrecorded histories about to unfold. Hours had gone and passed in the past day as only his clone remained above the skies of dissolution with the adjudicator. At this moment, he moved to relay this message so he could at the very least put this being or the curagulus of extremity to use when boom, the hyperversal extremity authority surrounding the adjudicator of dissolution erupted as she exclaimed incredulously. The Avernus clan would actually be so reckless? To attack an inheritance, the Avernus clan, Noah's will moved quickly as he put the many details of unrecorded histories together. He just knew hyperversal extremity authority would erupt as the Shadow Fortress would be attacked. He didn't know who or what is now. The culprit was unveiled. Before any time passed, his own voice thundered out towards the adjudicator of dissolution. My clone is about to come in contact with the armament of extremity, the shadow sword within the depths of the cult of endless shadows. Hyperversal extremities will soon descend as their target should be the armament of extremity. If there are any nearby guardians in penumbra, they need to be mobilized now. His words caused Svetlana to turn to him with brightly shining eyes as they revealed a few things for both Noah and this hyperversal extremity before him. The major one was the fact that the means of the curagulus of extremity were genuine as they somehow caught wind of an incursion before it even happened. The other was that Noah somehow had the capability to do so as well, with his means being more realistic as he was involved in the event as he would be more perceptive to it. The adjudicator looked at Noah closely before she voiced out in a dark tone, the mission has already been handed out to relevant nearby members. As she spoke, Noah's curagulus mask flashed to life as a new mission rose before him, Crimson Mission, support and survival aid in stopping the destruction of the cult of endless shadows as much as possible, with a secondary mission of stopping the armament of extremity from being obtained by the unknown attackers. Contribution and rewards will be measured depending on the ultimate result. A dazzling mission appeared that Noah instantly accepted. An extending inky black extremity vein of penumbra could be seen with luster in the distance. Far from it, in an insignificant corner of penumbra, one of the main headquarters of the cult of endless shadows could be seen. It was chosen to hold the only armament of extremity in their grasp, the shadow sword. A cute little inheritance, isn't it? Above the space of this branch of the cult of endless shadows, a voice stemming from a being adorned in a beautiful cerulean hue could be heard. An exquisite blue dress made of hundreds of gems that radiated auras of extremity relics was adorned on her body as she had snow-white hair dripping to her shoulders. Her pupils shining with a boundless blue light as her figure emanated dangerous beauty. A white whip was twirled around her waist as it pulsed with sharpness and danger, her whole visage giving off silent waves of power at the Tier 3 hyperversal extremity level. Beside her, the veiled figures of Extremity Ariana, Chamber Master Gyakis, the past extremity of destruction, and 8 other hyperversal extremities floated serenely while they gazed at the branch of the cult of endless shadows below them. Extremity Blue. Why aren't you veiling yourself at all? The voice of Chamber Master Gyakis rose calmly and cautiously as if he almost didn't want to speak towards this being, Extremity Blue. A renowned Tier 3 hyperversal extremity within the Avernus clan, as she went by a few other names, the Extremity of Lunacy, the Extremity of Madness. She held a uniquely profound power at Tier 3 hyperversal extremity as even Chamber Master Gyakis and Extremity Ariana couldn't confidently say they could defeat her. She had yet to reach zenith and stand alongside beings like Emperor Shao, but she held her own unique power that caused her to stand out amongst others. It was a power that was commonly seen in seers who could traverse across the ionic annals of extremity with ease, a power that beings with mutated souls or with extremely powerful souls could express in a much greater form than others. It was known as hyperversal haki of extremity, the release of one's soul power in such a way that an instant burst contained the trace authorities of all their boundaries and dynamis in the form of a haki that didn't deplete any resources, and yet it could put one's enemies facing it in an extremely disadvantaged position, with those weaker than them receiving a shock into their souls as their very records could be shattered due to it. This was hyperversal haki of extremity. It was far different than the mere base form of haki that others could release, as for those who could manipulate it to even greater and more profound levels, it was said that zenith would not be too far away from them. In addition to such a power that even Extremity Ariana and Chamber Master Gyakis could not release, Extremity Blue held such distinctions of lunacy and madness. Her disposition was one that caused many Tier 3 hyperversal extremities to not even wish to deal with her. Towards the question, why bother to hide at this point? If the words of the Overlord are correct, none of it will matter. Even now, they have likely been alerted that we are moving. So why don't we drop all pretenses and have fun? Her eyes smiled innocently as they hid waves of lunacy and craziness within a weak man likely to be taken in by such a gaze without knowing just what was in store for them. Chamber Master Gyakis nodded with a contemplative look as he began to speak. Alright, let's beg. Hey, and he was interrupted right away. His cautious eyes turned towards Extremity Blue's face, which radiated a light of innocence as she spoke with a smile. Did you know that in life, things such as destiny and fate do not matter? They were at such a crucial juncture, and yet she thought this was a good time to begin monologuing. Chamber Master Gyakis wished to stop her, but her snow-white hair shone as her gem-like blue eyes gazed upwards towards the endless streaks of darkness and shadows around them. It all comes down to choices. And one will either make the right choice or the wrong choice. True power is to forcefully make it so that every choice you make is the right choice. Her words caused the extremities around her to gaze at each other with annoyed eyes as Extremity Blue nodded to herself. So what that means is that today, you every shall make all the right moves by sticking with me. Alright. Let's begin. She grasped the whip by her waist and unfurled it. In the stellar blackness of shadowy space every around them, it felt like a massive serpentine light flashed as if an endlessly vast serpent had woken up. With a brilliant smile, Extremity Blue gazed at the silent branch of the cult of endless shadows as her eyes pierced across layers of space to land on a shadow fortress within its very depths. Her red lips moved as her fair face shone like a cold emperor. It's a good day to die, and an immediate later, her eyes pulsed, thump, as if it was the beating of an ancient heart, but it was the distinctive expression of her soul as astoundingly, blue tendrils of light instantly exploded from her eyes as hyperversal haki of extremity unfolded alarmingly, and she didn't ever contain it in a single specified region as she allowed it to barrel down to the myriad of planes of existence of the whole branch of the cult of endless shadows underneath them. Chapter 2600. Nice to meet you, Greenhorns. 2. A flash of blue, a glimmer of extremity. It was an action that caused even Chamber Master Gyakis and Extremity Ariana, among all other hyperversal extremities, to be utterly shocked. This was because their mission here was only the armament of extremity, and to get their hands on at least a body of the one known as Noah Osmond, they were supposed to suppress the hyperversal extremities here and take their armament, and that was it. But her wild release of her hyperversal haki of extremity went to cover the vast lands underneath them as it would smash into any existences, whether they were apex ionic lifeforms or simply across the boundary expansion realm, or those even weaker. it wouldn't discriminate as its impact would utterly eviscerate all those it came across. It was a shocking move they in no way needed to do, as it would cause today's incursion to be all that much wilder. This area of penumbra was endlessly dark as at this moment. It felt like a blue sun had risen. Its radiance was so astounding that it reached the cult of endless shadows beneath them in an instant, as only now did shouts full of rage and shock rise from the lands below them. Preposterous, you dare, hold, boom, a shocking impact bloomed. And chaos of utter proportions unfolded thereafter as an existence of utter lunacy was released by the Avernus clan, their child, in doing this. Being a unique one, as one wondered what their goals were, three hyperversal extremity shadows were watching a single being conduct an action that bordered on the realm of impossibility. It wasn't that the action was an impossibility for an existence to accomplish, but it was simply an impossibility for a being at the same stage as him to do so. With their senses and the aura that he gave off, they could tell that he at the very most had risen to the 14th or the 15th boundary layer. He was not close to extremity. In fact, the gap from the 15th layer to the 18th layer was a chasm that some beings never crossed their whole lives, and in the Shadow Sea plane, they had brought elders of the cult of endless shadows who had achieved the 17th boundary layer. And even they took difficult strides just to move a few paces in front of the maddeningly pure hyperversal extremity authority of the Shadow Sword, and yet the one known as Osmond pulsed with string-like vibrations as in the next moment he turned into a flicker of multicolored light that instantly streaked across the obsidian tendrils of hyperversal authority. He didn't push these tendrils away, nor did they reject him. Instead, he seemed to be absorbing them at a shocking pace and speed the further in that he went. The massive weight that Muna and other elders of the cult of endless shadows had felt when they first entered this plane holding the armament of extremity before them seemed like it did not exist for him. Like the shackles of other beings simply did not apply to him. What in the world? Muna felt his soul, which was already halfway towards hyperversal extremity, shake at the scene. Flashing shadow had his expression become stern just as he was about to add his input. His eyes flashed with shock as he gazed up. Preposterous, he bellowed out with unbridled rage as his vision pierced across the many layers of space, and he saw that far above the domains that they were in, a blue light of hyperversal extremity authority was crashing down with malice and danger. A light that caused even someone like him who had attained Tier 3 hyperversal authority to feel a sense of oppression. He wasn't the only one to bellow out, as alongside him was the massive and resounding shout that reverberated out from the depths of the Shadow Fortress. Hold! It was a single word stemming from the most powerful being within the cult of endless shadows, a being who had one of his bodies in this branch that was protecting the armament of extremity. The master of this voice was the one to react the fastest, as the instant they noticed the enveloping cerulean hyperversal hockey of extremity, an endless sea of shadows erupted from the depth of the Shadow Fortress. The being known as the Shadow Extremity Overlord had struck out to counter the terrible descending authority that shockingly targeted everything below it. He wasn't the only one, as his authority and the authority of Flashing Shadow, Extremity Gabriella, and over a dozen other hyperversal extremities erupted out right away. The clash was worse than the fracturing of millions of planes of existence. Boom! The shadowy space in this corner of penumbra seemed lit up with brilliance and might, as if a blue sun had risen. Reality cracked and splintered, and in an instant over half of the domains of the cult of endless shadows in this region were flattened, and during this whole time, the terrifying hyperversal hockey of extremity never faded or erased itself, its grandeur constantly pressing down until from below, the figure of Flashing Shadow and a man wrapped in brilliant shadowy light appeared side by side. Why? The Shadow Extremity Overlord bellowed out as his hand and Flashing Shadow's hands rose as if they were holding the very sky from falling, these two Tier 3 hyperversal extremities being the ones to stop the raging authority from going any further down. Boom! The overpowering cerulean waves of hockey faded. It was only now that the surroundings cleared, and the scene of devastation unfolded to everyone's eyes. Half of the enormous Shadow Fortress, which was the size of many major planes of existence, was fractured and had pieces falling off. The boundary expansion realm existences and any apex ionic lifeforms that were unlucky enough to be in the region that was blanketed by the azure hyperversal hockey of extremity. Their life force could not be felt. An unknown number of being had died in an instant as their spirits received a shock of hyperversal extremity authority. In the midst of such carnage, laughter resounded out from above as the being who had acted raised her whip in the air and thrashed down with terrifying hyperversal extremity authority. "Nice to meet you, greenhorns," a carefree voice of a crazy woman thundered out.